like glasses coming Sunday, and I tried to read. I tried to read text from like across the room earlier, and it was just Jesus.
So you decided to open the show with that.
Well, that's a perfect way to open the show, isn't it?
I was gonna say, I'm like, I think Pr0nogo
We're literally about to go live. Yeah,
sort of like
Pr0nogo's the sort of guy who would do that to me. I remember like
what do you
going
mean?
fucking
You just started
nuts
talking when he said, "All right, we're going live."
I literally did say "let's go," and you said Jesus, which is, I guess, my nickname.
I did go fucking ballistic at one of the producers in Germany for just putting me live on air, like during a tech delay. I wasn't even at the desk either. That was the worst thing, because the live feed that they would give you was just at the other side of the room, like the biggest room you've ever seen. You'd have to walk over to it to actually cast the game. So he put me back. He was like, "Oh, tech delay," straight on camera. And I'm just at the other side of like a big hall. And I have to walk back. I'm not running back because clearly.
No, I'm not getting exercise.
What is that supposed to imply?
That's just it. That's it.
I walked to the shop for like some chocolate and like it used to be Coke, but now orange juice every day. And that's like
you've changed the diet, just dialed it down to orange juice.
A lot of orange juice is not good for you, by the way. You gotta watch out.
But what about 1.5 liters of it every sort of 2 or 3 days? How about that?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna say probably not.
That's probably a good like fucking 10 oranges, bro.
That's probably good. It says 1 of your 5 a day. I did look at the back of the look at the back of the car. I have binned it at this point. I did have a look at the back of it, and it was like 7.8 grams of sugar per 100 grams of, or 100 milliliters.
Have you drank any of this during the major?
Yes, today.
Okay, technically it is relevant then. It's even today. That's very topical. Very on the day.
Yeah, and 2 or 3 days ago.
Wait, we're supposed to be 78. On topic.
So that's 78 grams of sugar in a bottle. Like that's a lot of sugar.
Watching a show about bullshit.
That is almost as much sugar as how much there's going to need to be to make the medicine go down. That unfortunately I did get one prediction wrong so far in this stage. How's that segue?
Well, I'm 4 out of 4.
Yeah, I was going to say he's trying. He's wrestling.
I am trying. Listen, this is where I test out my material. That's not as good. You know, this is where I'll say, "Can I shake your hand?" Instant. You know, that's where I'll drop some.
This is the workshop. You know,
well, if you're trying to get medicine down you, you would hope that some vitality would have been spurred back into your body.
There it is. Yeah.
That's a Squid joke.
That is a Squid joke.
That's a terrible segue.
You did have the worst Squid joke ever today, and I've already exited that in my brain. I
honestly can't remember it either. I just remember. Oh no, it was something to do with Bit, I think, right? Because this is when somebody tweeted.
What even was the joke? Can you tell the joke? I'm gonna make you tell it on air.
What my joke?
Yeah. What was your terrible?
I'm pretty sure it was like just because I saw like an Eternal J tweet, and I'm pretty sure like I said he has a movie coming out soon.
Oh, that's what it was, and you said it's the Eternals or whatever.
Yeah, the Eternals is premiering in cinemas.
See, I'm usually a fan of Eternal J jokes, just not that one.
Yeah, just not that one. So I do have something to put on screen, which I suppose I can also link in the chat. So give me 1 second to do that for you guys. So this is something that we obviously talked about quite heavily during the chat when we were just watching. And
what am I looking at? Sorry.
This is it. Just sent
in the chat when it gets posted.
So
this
is something we can talk a little bit about. Since this kind of chill out talk show, we will talk a little bit about. It's not even really a show, to be honest. It's just Discord cameras and like a scuffed overlay. So like they're not an overlay. In fact, that's the main thing. So very low effort, you know. But we are going to talk a little bit about some industry stuff as well as the games themselves. We'll get to the games. That's a lot of fans are interested in. I'm very puzzled by this tweet on its face. I don't know what you guys have to say about this. Does anybody have does anybody have like an immediate hot take, or are we all kind of like just whatever on this? Like anybody have a strong reaction to this either way?
I was a big fan. I was a big fan.
Skriv is a fan.
I remember, I was a big, I mean, so if as someone who's been a little bit obviously fucked over, like working in this industry, you're definitely going to be, and I think I've been a bit too much of a pushover actually. I have tried working on being less of a pushover. So that's why I'm probably a big fan of that, because he's just like, finish the game, not even let the day finish.
Yeah.
And he's like, fuck this, mate. Like, get fucked. It was
like
not
actually
great
on air as well.
Yeah. Not a great best of 3. So I'm just going to tell it like it is, because that's apparently what we do. You know,
Yeah,
that's what they say on the desk.
I think
all
it's
the time.
important to bear in mind the context of like I think we've discussed this already, where they've gotten 1 out of 7 games, whereas Moses, who is not even like a part of one of the hired duos of the 4 duos that are at the event, has done now 2 best of 3s over the actual duo instead. And so why is that not being held into a higher value versus like I would hate for Moses to get fucked over and only get 1 game as a result of like Sadikis not making it to the event, but this just seems like something more back end has happened, which is I guess what Bardolph is kind of like implying with this.
Yeah, we thought we'd kind of worked it out in a sense that it was going to be, you know, Anders. It would have been Sado and Moses, then Anders and Semler, and then the other duos today, and then some kind of amalgam of like the 3 of, you know, get the
Yeah.
room on fire guys to do the final.
Yeah.
And then
The
split semis
TriCast, the
between
classic
them.
TriCast would be doing the
And I
final.
think that's probably what they're trying to do, is like warm you up to that idea already with like Moses sneaking in on both the duos, and then you know, for the finals, here they come, the trifecta's back. You get that classic like Anders whatever the hell scrunch face he's doing, like, oh, are you kidding me?
I still think that classic picture that he had printed out and everything is like a. I don't know how he made that face. It does seem like it's not something that a human can even do.
At the moment, you know what I mean?
It's amazing that a face can contort
casting. That must be the most classic casting photo in CS history.
Yeah.
Like, I can't think of any other photo.
It's almost like when you see like animations and like someone's body is contorted so quickly to like increase the speed. It's like caught in the right frame where it just looks so out of place.
And normally it would be motion blurred, but there's like a high quality camera catching that or something. You know, I think that is from a video feed anyway, so they could zero into the exact right frame. They know when to pause, as the saying goes.
Would be a hell of a picture if you managed to capture that as a.
Yeah, that would have been even more legendary in some ways. Yeah.
So this tweet, obviously, they did give James Bardolph the worst game in the whole of the playoffs. Fury at Gambit, like this wasn't like even set up to be a hype game whatsoever.
On paper, it's the worst game.
And you know, as a caster, like how high emotions run, like while you're doing a tournament or after a tournament, especially sort of like first major back in 2 years, you're going to be thinking, oh man, we're going to get a 6 semi-final here. We're going to get the NaVi Gambit semi-final, perhaps. Like this is going to be amazing. I do think that this is going to work. It's obviously performing amazingly well on Reddit. It's going to cast another massive like talent cloud over this major. We've already had one. This is the second, or maybe we've even had more than one at this point. And there's Sado's.
The fire was rising. I do kind of like the vibe. I mean, it is what you said earlier, Skriv, where he's literally just like, well, I'm done at this major, even though the major is not even done streaming right now. I'll just go ahead and tweet this out.
Yeah.
As I said, like the other day, I maybe won't repeat that. It's not too offensive, but someone might take offensive to it. If you're going to do something like that, then you got to do it properly. You know what I mean? So
I do hate that it puts the talent in a position where like everyone is deemed the bad guys. Obviously, we don't know what's going on like behind closed doors. Maybe there is some like bad blood between like Bardolph and some of the other talent as a result of this. But we only get the outward facing context of like Bardolph is tweeting about it, and nobody else is really talking about it from the talent crew. So like I hate the position that they're now put in for this, but that's what this is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to like rise the community up against PGL and even the talent to a degree where, oh, why is Bardolph getting screwed out of this? And it's supposed to basically twist the narrative to his favor, which I'm for in the sense of like it's like this villainy almost, but it's so, I don't know. It's still unprofessional. I don't think that there's any way about not saying that this is unprofessional, because while you're still working the tournament, or I guess maybe he's not working the tournament anymore because
technically he seems to be done, but you're still there. You might feature in some shoulder content. Well, probably fat chance of that happening now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The other thing
it reminds me of that Oprah Winfrey, Meghan Markle interview where they said somebody from the royal family, but it's not the Queen, said something racist. So you're there thinking like, oh, it must be Prince Philip, perhaps, like who was actually in hospital at the time. Like Thorin is the equivalent of Prince Philip here, obviously, and it's kind of cast in like a massive negative light over the event, right? Because it's actually not even implying that, like, I guess it's implying that Thorin is sort of like whispered in Silvu's ear or the talent manager's ear and said like, like this guy shouldn't get the semi-final, or maybe Anders and Moses has had a word and said like, okay, because Matt's away, and then they've taken that to the negotiating table and said, okay, well, it's only fair because Sado's not here any longer that we get this match, and then the grand final we'll all do as a tri-cast, which I kind of thought was the probably the idea coming into this tournament, because it's not like you're going to let Moses and Sado do the grand final. Like Sado's been away for a very long time.
You can't reasonably argue James and DDK either, because of the fact that DDK's been Valoranting for a while.
Yeah,
they also had a dreadful start to this tournament, just like not very good.
I suppose.
I think one of the thing is like you have to account for the fact that not only has DDK his head has been more in Valorant. That's just where he had a tweet at some point where he said something like I think it was actually earlier today. His way of harnessing the fact that they're apparently not like the news or whatever. Bardolph was a lot more vocal on Twitter about it in terms of like revealing that they've been fucked over or fucked out of work. DDK was like, it's been an honor. This is probably my last major. And then somebody asked me like, why would this be your last major? And he says, I just don't get hired for, I don't get invited to work CS events very much anymore. And I almost wonder if that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy now that he's doing Valorant work. He's like, he's taken Valorant work for the express purpose of paying the bills as a caster. And people just assume maybe now that he's a Valorant caster. Is that like, do we think that might have something to do with it? Or?
I think he actually tried to jump in very early. Like he actually was playing the game a fair amount. Like he got to like a pretty high rank, was then talking with people like Sean Garris, relatively like in tune with it, because a lot of old CS pros were going over. So actually he has a lot more inherent knowledge and a lot more back-end access than most people would reasonably have entering the commentary scene. So I think he actually wanted to go for that route in the first place. But I actually think it's weird, because by him accepting the major, does this not also put like a black mark on him for Valorant events as well? Because even if he wants to go back and do Valorant, like this is the direct competitor to Valorant, and the biggest tournament of the year that's now breaking record numbers versus other majors. So like, is Riot going to play kind to that? Are they going to be like, oh yeah, that's fine, you had your little stint in the major, now come back and do the LCQ or whatever?
Historically, Riot have not been very welcoming of other games. I mean, you only have to look back to how they did work with League of Legends, where they said something to the effect of like, if you host a Dota event at the same tournament that League is at, we will revoke your license. It's like shit like that. Like they wanted nothing to do with other events. They almost had as the same sort of element of like Blizzard, where if you guys know anything, when talent was coming over from like Team Fortress 2 and CSGO to work in Overwatch, to play in Overwatch.
That was talent as Team Fortress 2.
Well, members, specifically like players, not necessarily like broadcast talent. I don't know anything about their like esports broadcasting space. But professional players would come over and they would get their starts in these other games. And Blizzard basically instructed their members of talent to say nothing, not acknowledge that they actually were not like pure professional rookies, we could say. They're not rookies in a competitive sense, they're Overwatch rookies, but they would always say like they would not be allowed to acknowledge, at least in the early stages of Overwatch's lifespan, that other games even existed that players could play. So they almost have a similar vibe to them, Riot. And some people argued that maybe that's different, or maybe the people running Valorant are different in that respect, because they did initially have a bit more of an open circuit approach, but we all see how that's like the sort of way that's trending is not really the same way. So it'll be quite interesting to speculate as to where that goes, and maybe we'll get to that topic later on in the show as far as Valorant goes. But yeah, the idea that Riot might not play very nicely with him, it does feel like maybe he's almost like jumped at the opportunity to get onto the major, and then maybe DDK might find it more difficult to get work. But we don't know. We can only really speculate.
Yeah, that's all speculative.
Yeah.
Right?
I can see talent everywhere sort of scratching their knuckles, not being able to talk about Team Fortress 2.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, can you remember the pumpkins? That's just like the pumpkins in TF2. Fuck.
I will say, because I see people talking about like the whole dynamic between casters and everything. Like, as someone that's like studied a lot of I mean, I imagine that's the same for many of us here, but like has studied like historically how these casters have done their job. Like you could tell everybody came in with a bit of rust into the group stage, especially those that are. Yeah, that aren't really that prevalent on the broadcast anymore. The only duo that came out like I think guns blazing was Anders and Semler, who do receive more regular work with like the blast circuit. So
and Moses individually.
But like Machine and Sponge, like you get exactly what you expect from them, because they just continue the repetitions all the way through like the ESL Pro League circuit. now they're weirdly doing some like blast analytics work and
they're not doing their
stuff
conventional
afterwards.
roles in the upcoming blast tournament, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's a bad thing
stage
though.
analytics.
Like they're going to get plenty of casting experience here at the major.
Yeah, that's like a breath of fresh air almost.
It almost is like an opportunity to get paid quite handsomely, I imagine, for work that's maybe not the conventional work that you do, but still, like you get a shot basically. So I think it's cool. Yeah.
Sponge is also fantastic on the desk. Like Machine,
Yeah.
I can't really remember how he is as a stage host. I imagine that it's going to be relatively good. Like obviously he's done desk hosting.
Well, he
before.
did TI as well, like along with like he did some like LEC stuff with like, which is not only stage hosting, but is like studio hosting, I suppose. So
he was a really good host though. Like when he did hosting,
desk was for sure.
People were basically saying like, why is he casting? Like, is it this guy's the best host?
And they were saying that for Sponge too. Like, why is he not on the analyst desk?
Yeah, why is he not on the analyst desk?
So it's kind of.
And I almost feel that way about Moses as well. Moses is just fantastic wherever you put him, whether it's on the desk or like in front of the actual game itself.
Yeah.
But to see him on the desk just for a couple of games felt like a little underwhelming, like a tease of what we could have got there. But
just finishing off the points, like they all started off with like a bit of rust, but like over like the first 4 or 5 days, like you really saw like dramatic improvements with everybody because they got more comfortable with the studio, they got more comfortable with each other because some of them I don't imagine are like practice casting or even having regular conversations with their co-caster to some degree.
For a while,
we all like to just do our own things. Like I know Bardolph was doing some like Apex casts. Obviously, we talked about DDK and Valorant, and Sadokist. He did like sim racing
he did
for a while, but
I think
for a while, so I mean, just getting it back into the flow of CS commentary can be. I mean, it's its own hurdle. But yeah, I've been surprised. I think, but with Semler, because I think I've even been critical of him, like individually. Like sometimes I don't feel like he keeps up with the meta, but the man's really like done his homework and like got himself up to like major caliber commentary. Like ahead of this, I think he was one of the few people that was like, again, just sort of broadcasting a lot of their prep work, and I think took the idea of him working the major very seriously and very in advance, whereas, you know, maybe you don't need as much analytical homework done if you're regularly working in the space.
You kind of
it is a shame though. You've got to think that this is the last major that this group of talent is going to work, or so we've been told, and this is effectively how it ends for DDK and Bardolph. I think that they might actually rescind this decision and put them on one of the semifinals. Whether that's fair or not, like people can kind of come to their own conclusion there. Like, who do you take off it? Is it that like somebody like I guess Bardolph's almost forcing them into the TriCast final at this point. It doesn't mathematically work out in any other way. If you've got a duo, either Moses or Semler is not going to get another match in this tournament. And that's one quarterfinal for one person and then nothing else in the tournament. And DDK especially has been the weakest performing caster, like by a considerable margin, especially for the group stages. I actually thought that today's cast was like far, far better.
I think every talent accelerated way higher when it came to the arena.
Like
I think that was a notable difference when we got to arena games, even with the scuffed audio for day one, where like I think like first half, or maybe the entire first map, in fact, of Mirage, the opening map in the arena, had some audio issues where it was like some of it was crackling, which I think we might have even seen a little bit today, but it got rectified relatively quickly. A lot of ringing sometimes. Even with those issues, and with the crowd issues where we couldn't hear them ourselves as the viewer nearly as much as they could in the studio, you could tell that the energy took up hugely, and I think everybody, you could say, overperformed if you were taking their baseline from the studio and comparing it to that. I think it was
massive. Also the main argument for bringing so many like older talent to the arenas, is that because we're coming back to LANs, is that we have these people that are all arena proven. Like it's weird for me to even consider that Sponge and Machine haven't had like an arena cast to a degree, and they were also the last ones to get their commentary in, right? They did the last game for today. And so they're not being trusted to open up the show, even though they are mainstay talent, and they've done hosting roles and they've done a number of different roles within the major circuit already. So yeah, it's ridiculous to a degree, because I think they needed to show that rapid development to justify not having people that were mainstays throughout the online period. We're talking like that Harry Hugo, Scrawny Launders, which I think most people would agree should have gotten this major, but this is what they paid these guys, or this is why they pushed these guys so much for this particular major, to like separate and also get that experience.
Oh yeah, I guess we haven't really talked much about that. But if you imagine like going into the, there's a major coming up, but the talent announcement hasn't come through yet. Like I'm pretty sure at least one of the duos that you just mentioned is on that list. Like it's either like if not both of them, then certainly at least Scrawny and Launders, at least Harry and Hugo. Like one of those two duos has to be in the market somewhere. And then you also add obviously like Anders Semler and then maybe Moses Sadakist. If they like nobody even really knew if they were like continuing it to go through. I think maybe they casted the Gamers Without Borders and then the Star Ladder RMR. So they had casted a little bit together, but it wasn't like as set in stone a duo. I guess you would have also picked, Machine and Sponge, right? So you would have known at least 2, maybe 3 of the duos going in. And then obviously one of the others that at least that you would have filled in was one of those, you could say underclassmen that have been casting for a little bit more, but obviously got their, if you want to call them big breaks or most of their airtime more recently in the online era. You would have expected at least one of them to be at this major. I don't think, like nobody was even thinking about Bardolph and DDK because of the fact that DDK had been more in Valorant and Bardolph had been casting sort of like a field of different casters at flashpoints and stuff, right? So his CS time was mostly split. So the fact that duo comes back, I'm glad we got to see them in the arena. I do think that their cast was significantly elevated based on that, but this does, if you're paying attention, if you're a super fan, if you're watching these people's Twitters and you're watching the Reddit reactions and you're more than just looking at the broadcast, it does leave a bit of a sour taste in your mouth knowing that there's been something behind the scenes. We don't know who to pin blame on. We don't know if it's just one of those situations where we'll ever know. This does unfortunately like tarnish the glory that has been listening to the people cast in an arena for the first time in 2 years.
It's supposed to be a celebration of Counter-Strike, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a really good kind of take on. There's a really good take on Reddit here, and I'm not even going to pretend it's mine. I know it isn't a popular take, but it was well deserved in my opinion. Richard Lewis was the talent manager at E-League, and they gave Bardolph and DDK their first major final, and most fans would have preferred other duos. Richard Lewis himself had talked about how it was done because the two had worked so close at E-League beforehand, and E-League wanted to return the solid of sorts, even though he thought Henry G and Sadakist were better. And if we're being real, talking about the old boys club, Bardolph and DDK wouldn't even be at the major if it wasn't for industry connections and past stature. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, okay, that's another thing that we can probably zero in on if you guys want. This will be the last time we bring this particular tweet up. I think we can move on afterwards. But I'm just curious, like, when he references the old boys club, like, if somebody asked me to name people in the old boys club, Bardolph would probably be in that club. So like, this is again, coming from my perspective on the industry. And I haven't worked with any of these guys on a broadcast. So I don't know if there's like different cliques within the broadcast talent. Like in the green room, do you have like, a slight gathering of some people over here and some people over there, or what's going on? But just from the outside, looking at the broadcasts that people have casted and looking at the histories, like I do think that like Bardolph is one of the, like he's one of the, like the fact that they casted a grand final, if you casted a major grand finals, like within the last, say 3 or 4 years, I feel like you probably are in there, right? In the minds of most fans, you're probably in the old boys club. So that's another very puzzling thing, is that it's not just like, he's not specifically calling out any one person, but it's probably because maybe more than just one person was involved in the decision. Like it just adds this other layer, a dark cloud over the event, so to speak.
I mean, the fact that Richard nor Thorin have tweeted about it is they're talking about it like right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. They're saving it all for by the numbers.
Oh, they did. Thorin did say after the event, he's like, after the event, we'll go in on him. And so he was talking about PGL in that sense, obviously. So like that'll be interesting.
Yeah. But no, I think
when did he say that? Sorry,
it doesn't really get
just on by the numbers earlier.
Okay, all right.
What were you saying, Skriv?
But they've not tweeted about it like at all.
Yeah.
So I think they're probably talking. He has laid down the gauntlet, as it were. You know what I mean? It's a tactical move in a sense. Obviously, you've got to be pissed off or whatever, but you can hold it until the end of the day, I think. Unless he is so unbelievably pissed off, and we get
must have been
crazy stories or whatever of what someone's done. But
I
don't know. I think
right?
In terms of like the old boys club aspect, I can definitely see how like the actual club itself, or having like membership to it, is probably not really there for James, just because he's not as close with those guys. They've worked like together and whatnot. I think it depends on like the cliquey aspect of it, basically, and they're the ones that have perpetuated a little bit that kind of idea of, on obviously by the numbers and stuff like that, of the old boys club. Yanko's always been a big fan alongside them. If Henry were there, he would also. But there are guys, I think, like Matt, that have not got as you know, like Sidicus, that don't have the personal relationships, or Sponge or Machine, even though they've done all the work, they don't have like the deeper personal relationship. And there's a lot of conspiracy around like Bardolph and Thorin, for sure.
Yeah, somebody was even in this chat earlier talking about it, so you're not wrong.
Yeah, so there's like the Flashpoint stuff is what I think you're kind of referring to, and then the other side of it that I've seen, again, you take it with like a massive chunk of salt, but the idea that Thorin wasn't at the Face It Major or whatever, something like that, or on for the playoffs, something along those lines, is maybe affecting it as well. But
yeah, Thorin didn't make an appearance at the only major hosted so far in his own country, and I believe there was. I mean, considering it was Face It's Major,
you would imagine James is pretty.
Yeah, he was who vouched for Vince to then come on for the major, wasn't
right?
He?
Okay. Well, there you go.
That major also did have. I mean, we were talking about the chicken handler day rates earlier. That major did have some interesting talent decisions. You know, obviously Daps coming in as an analyst when he was like still on a team in that moment. He was still on Energy at the time. So yeah, that was a bit odd, but you know, whatever. I guess that is sometimes a vibe. There's some old League of Legends World Championships that would bring on like vocal members of the eliminated teams to the desk for like a stint, just a segment.
Yeah.
Stuff like that could be really interesting if that was attempted in CSGO. I would imagine bring on an IGL, bring on Stanislaw after he gets brutally 0-3'd. You know?
Well, I mean, that's what they did for TI as well. Like for the grand finals of TI, they had No Tail and Seb like walking through the like team draft decisions in the grand final. It's like it's probably the most like insightful sort of dialogue that you can engage with, where you can see how cerebral the players are, and like what their even some of their own strat book meta dependent stuff would have been ahead of those teams. So
just imagine getting Glaive on after he's eliminated at Legends, and you can walk him through like the map pick and like get him to say like, here's the map veto and here's who I think won based on the veto. Like then you get a whole different angle on it. That would have been really good, and maybe we'll get that. I doubt it, but maybe we'll get that towards the end. But there's no precedent set so far for it in this tournament.
Is that the difference between having like 24 talent hired for TI versus our I don't know how many, I think 16 talent or something for the major. So
yeah, I was just gonna say we'd need like staggered map vetoes, but
yeah, that too.
But
I imagine that the analyst or Richard has said something about that, and
probably
it's either not possible or they've actually just come to the conclusion like all three maps at the same time is fine.
Especially Thorin, actually, obviously, he's got the whole historian aspect, but map vetoes have been one of his things in the past that he's actually quite good at, like breaking down succinctly and getting right.
It's probably the most fun you have on a desk, to be quite honest, because you stipulate and you theorize about, they could go this way, they could go that way, this could be quite cool.
Yeah.
And then
there's not as much conjecture there as well, so you get a little bit of the proven right aspect, which I think is good for the viewers to, you know, show that you're worth your salt, and also
this guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of good for your own ego as well, I guess.
It's pretty much the only time as an analyst you get the instant reward of I got proven right, because otherwise there's an hour gap, hour and a half or whatever it is gap if you factor in the PGL technical delays before you actually get the viewer to see the result and then know that the analyst is right. And by that time, everything that the desk has said has been like well and truly forgotten. So it is the one time you get that instant like, oh, wow, okay, that was 100% on. Or that was totally off. And then you can communicate the surprise and have a good conversation about that. That's the one thing that I really dislike about not having staggered vetoes at this major.
Yeah.
Is it does genuinely feel like you're missing the most hype aspect of the whole analyst desk. You're not getting that sort of like negotiation between the casters. Oh, well, they should be picking into this map, and then a bit of back and forth before it is actually revealed what the map is. And for a dog shit company like Relog Media to be able to fire in any production aspect, and I thanks guys, that PGL can, is kind of embarrassing. PGL
you've teed Yumi up quite nicely to talk about the staggered veto, since it is something he brings up pretty frequently, I would say, and for good reason. But I'll just dive in here real quick and say the vetoes so far have usually not had any segue. Like you just have, you know, they're all talking, the analysts are analyzing, they're doing their job, but they're not analyzing in a vacuum about like talking about maps. They're just talking about like maybe general stats or general predictions. And then Rich says, all right, guys, we've got the veto coming in. And then the veto's there. And then they react to it. So it's not even like, you get like in previous events, especially arena events, which I'm casting my mind back, maybe obviously 2-3 years ago now. I'm thinking about specifically like Thorin at some of these events would say like, here's my prediction for the veto. And then here's what I think, like, here's why I think it would make sense. And then because you're already sort of inculcated into that line of thinking, you then get the veto staggered up as it happens. And then there you go, like you're good to go. So like you can actually just sit there and look at like, okay, the analyst said that this makes sense, but it's gone a different way, and then they can react to it. So like as a viewer, you're on board. It's a whole little like train of events, train of thought that you don't really get otherwise, it feels like.
I think it was today's segment actually where I think Blair and oh god, who was on the last desk?
Yanko was on the
right?
last one with Blair.
Yeah, I think they were actually doing that sort of like forecasting the vetoes, but it was only for like 15-20 seconds ahead of it. So that's maybe them trying to like compensate for that fact. But it's strange to me that it doesn't seem to have been an option. Like they didn't even toy with it in the group stage, and now that it's into main stage, do you now change things up? Like, is that even worth talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm surprised that it's something that the analyst hasn't actually brought up to production. Like, this is something that we want. We know that it's easy to do. Just do it. Even if you have to have 7 PNGs that you just stack up one upon
just
another.
OBS fade in.
Just give this to us somehow. Like, I don't think that it's something that the analyst desk would specifically say, we don't want this. Just like, it's a waste of time. Because it is the most exciting thing that the analyst desk actually has to offer.
I think that one of the biggest things is that we don't get like even just literally a fade in chunk or whatever, because it's so easy to do in actuality. So it does feel like something that should have been added if it was going to be added by now. Thankfully, though, I think one thing we can say is before we get into the games themselves, the fact that we've had an arena finally, it does like especially day 2 when they got the crowd mic correct, all that stuff was taken care of. It felt like CS. It actually felt like CS. Like I forgot what CS was. And, that's why on day 1 I tweeted out, I'm watching a major. And then of course had to follow that up with, I'm trying to listen to a major because they had all the audio issues. But it actually did feel like a legit crowd event. Like, partially because I had to do Skriv's dishes, but also partially because I was so excited for this arena. I stayed up completely. I didn't even sleep. And that's why we had no show yesterday because I was snoozing. So. There you go. We
were all tired yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what was in the air, but
like the games are starting later, but somehow it's just like worse. Like I feel like the 9 a.m. starts for all the group stage games was just like, oh my god, I have to drag myself out of bed.
Yeah.
So much like because I want to watch this thing. Like it's fine. Like you get the adrenaline rolling, but you're still maybe surviving on like 4 or 5 hours sleep.
Yeah. Did I make everybody's ears bleed when I moved my mic?
No, I think that was Oversard saying that.
Oh, that was him talking about
the audio.
Talking about Silvu's drone.
Dude, when Silvu did tweet out the drone and it still had the brrrr, I was like, okay.
It's like here's it with a different audio track. Like he just did not even think of the idea of putting music over it instead.
Surely you do. I still think it would be really cool to have the drone for crowd shots. Maybe I missed some. Yeah. I haven't seen any.
Maybe
of those
we would see Vu.
Maybe we would.
Somebody would win money. I'm giving out $20, and I'm gonna up it officially to $40 for whoever finds Vu in the audience
on the broadcast specifically. If you're in the event, it's too easy because.
Yeah, no, because somebody will just dox you.
So somebody will just tell you, like, pull up a fucking crowd, like, little venue documentation and circle
Last
around.
Scene here 10 minutes ago, this area.
That was if anybody was following Vu when that happened, man, that was. I mean, I know one person was literally following Vu in the fucking venue. Just so ridiculous.
Oh god. You gotta keep track. He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
Yeah, he's got what higher security. He's got that Rush B media guy following him around the event. Maybe he's like the hired muscle.
I don't know.
So yeah, but yeah, I think it's really great that we're back in the arena. I think it's been really interesting to see people's theories about who's going to be legit on stage and who isn't tested. Obviously, when I did the last episode of Elo Heaven with none other than Maui Snake and then some guy we don't know named Vu. It was really cool to see Maui Snake specifically had said like, yeah, VP will destroy Heroic and Cadian's a choker on LAN and yada, yada, yada. And then surprisingly, VP didn't actually do that. Although I will say it looked like a really solid 2-0 from Heroic when they won VP's map pick, but VP were able to come back online. It must be crushing to get back to an arena for just one game, though. That must be crushing for the players. The fact that like they've only just barely managed to make it, a VP in particular, like so close to heartbreak at every stage of this tournament, and they barely squeeze by. At least, well, I can't say every stage. They obviously were a little bit better in the challengers. But oh no, wait, was that when they faced Mouse? That was Legends, right?
I mean, the point still stands. You wait 2 years for one best of 3 that you lose.
Yeah.
Like that's got to be quite crushing.
At least they made it to 3 maps, which is not the case for both of the teams that were eliminated today. Yeah. So there is that. You know, you got to play 3 maps, but you know how it is. I think it's at least interesting to see like, oh, who really is going to be acclimatized to the arena, because we couldn't hear it on day 1 as well, but apparently by all accounts the crowd was absolutely deafening from that arena, like really, really loud, and they just didn't have the crowd mics on or in or whatever for the stage, like for the people watching remotely. And that obviously had a huge impact when we watched the games on day 2, where the audio is in a proper form. We could finally get that like feeling where it is the arena. So yeah, I don't know. It's just been really nice to see that. And you know, I know Yumi. You obviously said that Bit would crumble, but you didn't specify who he would be crumbling, and he clearly.
I've got a question first.
Okay, go ahead.
What do we think is the game of the tournament so far? Because I've got the very obvious answer in my head, but what do we think the best game of this tournament has been?
Copenhagen Flames, NIP, Ancient.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah,
that's it. That best of 3, but especially that last map, was 100% the most hype I've been during this major so so
I was going to say Tai Lu against Movistar Riders on Vertigo when it went to overtime, and then one of those teams had to go home. I thought that was a pretty
but the story for that game is already sick enough, right? Like the fact that Copenhagen Flames were like the big surprise of the tournament, NIP might not make it to their home crowd. Like that's already high stakes enough, even if it's not actually like for the finals, right? Like
you get fantastic plays as well. I feel like Ancient hasn't been figured out yet, just due to the short amount of time that it's been in the map pool. And you see these crazy sort of like wall bangs happening left, right, and center, attempts at such, those retakes on whatever bomb site that is. Is it the B site, I guess?
Yes.
Like the bomb sites are in the wrong order. So yeah, it's understandable why you don't know which
it's
one
B
it is.
for wall bangs.
B for bangs.
Yeah.
And A for spam through smoke. And I can't plant. Help. And also nobody goes there. So that's like inverse Vertigo, basically.
The also is the
A for too much area.
There it is.
There's no fucking nowhere to stand. No cover.
Yeah, I did say when Ancient first released, and obviously it was in a way worse state, it still had the bug, for example, that they didn't ever actually just like immediately error correct by removing the water. I did mention that like playing a real CSGO map after playing Ancient was hilarious because you actually had angles and cover, and like you just don't have that in Ancient. I still think it's a bit too like straight and narrow in a number of locations, but I think the matches, like basically CSGO maps have a great advantage being CSGO maps because they're in a game where you like the map can just be complete dog shit, but if the players have actually taken it seriously and studied the dog shit that they are playing in, it can still be elevated very heavily. So you almost have a cheat code as a level designer if you're working with that. That doesn't take anything away from people who have made great maps, Overpass being one of them that's survived so many different metas of Counter-Strike down the years. I don't really know how well Ancient survives going forward, considering we are still in a very CT-dominated meta, I would say. And Ancient itself was already CT-sided before the changes came in. So maybe we'll see some magical T adaptations. I think especially if TOs remove the skybox mollies, where they can get artificially extended.
Yeah.
That does feel like another sort of nail in the coffin for T-sides on Ancient. And yeah, I think one of the things that contributed to NiP Copenhagen Flames on Ancient being so hype was that NiP got, I think it was 0% T-sides. I think that was the stat I heard. 0% T-sides ever. 0%. And no, Yumi's actually looking it up right now. It's just a joke.
Is that real?
Stats guy. We've got our Flashpoint stats man.
Oh, okay.
Here
Stat
at the ready.
checking, facts checking.
Yeah. I think that's almost why NaVi have broken the meta, right? Is there are plenty of teams out there who put up perfectly serviceable CT sides Whereas it's NaVi with, like, I named it an angry T side earlier today on Dust 2, where they just looked really vicious.
Yeah.
Their explosions are just absolutely like annihilating onto the bomb sites. Especially that sort of like B take on Dust 2 seemed like especially ravenous. They're just straight on there. There's almost nothing that you can do about it. Trade 1 for 1, good, but then you've given away the B bomb site of Dust 2. It's one of the hardest to retake, and against NaVi seems even harder.
Yeah, well, the same was said on Nuke, where like I was saying earlier to everybody in the call when we were watching that Nuke match, and Vitality get 9-6 on the half, and I'm like, against any team other than NaVi, this feels serviceable, but you almost need like 11-4 against NaVi on your CT side. And to their credit, like Vitality did actually threaten the win streak. They almost did, like they brought it to 14 or something like that, or 13 maybe. And that looked really scary for NaVi's record, so to speak, but they ended up closing the book on them anyway. I felt like YouM3, you had an interesting point about Simple. Maybe you want to recite it here. I think it's interesting how he just like plays CT side and you never really know where to expect him. Other than where you are, really, that's the only way you could say. Like, if I'm somewhere, Simple's probably going to shoot me. That's basically
CT Nuke. I think it's like this is a point that I've shared with Maui, or like I know that I've at least heard him say on like podcasts or interviews or something, where it's just like you watch Simple move around the map, and you can see other players have like tried to replicate that movement, but Simple just has like his instincts in check, where he just knows the right time to do it as well. Like, I don't know if that's all prep work or if that is literally just like base level, I need to be at this spot. But he actually just gets away with shit that other players try to do, but just can't get the same level of production from it. It's just like he looks untouchable on CT sides in a way that very few players can ever get to. So it's actually just been said, like, it's so crazy to me how T-sided this. I mean, how dependent on T sides we've had to been at this major because of how dominant the CT sides have been. Like, we see like 12-3 halves and we're like, oh, this should be basically over, back when the T side economy always had the advantage, and now I don't know. It like I anticipated the CTs would get a little bit of an adjustment to win rates, but nothing like this, man. Like, we're seeing proper like 9 to 11 round runs, and that's a norm now.
Yeah, I think part of that kind of comes from me, the lateness of the update, as it were, or the closeness, I should say, to the major, really. And they've just not had the immediate effect of it. Is the Deagle nerf, I think, works for both sides, right? There's definitely moments where both sides have had advantages with that, the strength of like 4 spies for the T side, but obviously, CT choke points or whatever, like 3 kills and 6 bullets is obviously the famous one, but still, 2 kills in 5 bullets or whatever is kind of ridiculous if they're not headshots. But the M4 is like just the immediate one where it's like, this has been buffed up. It's cheaper. It's kind of strong. There's already a bit of a meta of people spamming through smokes on both sides of the game. So if they can't follow my traces, and if they can't hear me properly in a big arena as well, that's gonna come into play for sure. So I think it's just kind of the closeness of that update that they've not had time to really adjust to how you answer against the M4. Do you just like stay away from smokes when they like put down, or do you need to give a bit more respect, or should we say maybe we should have an A1S on our team somewhere to try and counteract play through the smokes, stuff like that? I think they can't really theory craft it as well. So like immediately the shift is just going to be there to the CT side, because it's the classic as well. We saw it obviously with like the Krieg and the Org meta. They'll just buy the thing that's cheaper. I think for me, an immediate balance or an immediate like just trick that's been missed is like adjust the price of the A1S to be the same as the A4. They probably still pick the A1S, but you've got that slight I guess nerf to the buff that you're applying, because obviously the economy is like a massive part and it's going to be super expensive.
My pet peeve isn't actually the M301S or the Deagle. It's people who I've blocked on Twitter calling me out, and then other people messaging me about their messages because I can't see it because I've blocked them. That's my pet peeve in CS.
So Squid's just been on Twitter while we're making analytical points. We're talking about the meta changes and win rates and
at least 5 or 10% of my messages today, just like in the DMs, is did you see this on Twitter? It's like, well, no, not before you sent it to me, but like
I tried not to see it. In fact.
I actively made attempts not to see what fucking garbage comes out of this person's brain, and you've still sent it to me. So thanks very much. Shout out to Tyler coughing up your fucking guts on Twitter for no reason.
If we're going to talk about the angle of the new meta, I'm just going to reel it back.
Yeah.
There's a number of different ways we can approach this. Like, I think Fangry in the chat is even saying like how much of this is the nades versus the A1S, but I actually think I think we even had this discussion before where the A1S had like its inherent value on LAN because sounds are much harder to hear, so the A1S actually gets you not only the extra milliseconds that it would on online play, but the potential that you just nobody knows where you're getting shot from in the first place. But I think even to piggyback off of your point, Skriv, is that when you come into a LAN where the changes are so fresh, when you get into like the super hectic moments, are players reverting back to their like old tendencies where spamming smokes would be a bit more acceptable or would be actually something a bit more attempted by T sides because the CTs are punishing it more and more on online play. But then when you're uncomfortable and maybe you don't know what to do in like what's my flow chart supposed to be for this round, it goes back and reverts to maybe something that was previously discussed in the old meta instead of what's been newly developed now.
I think the other thing to think about regarding A1S, like it's not just the sound buff, it's that people started actually, this is funny, people started taking off the silencer. And sticking in corners. Like I'm thinking of, I think it was Bit one round, and then somebody else on NaVi did it. This is earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, they do it a lot on NaVi actually.
Yeah, they'll do that, and then they'll
stick
stick
it as well today.
Yeah. So they'll stick themselves into a corner where normally you would see the barrel, and now because CTs always have the A1S, like nobody expects you to be there, and so that's almost like a meta mind game, which I think is quite interesting. I do think that maybe it takes a bit too long to take the silencer off, and if Valve want to buff the A1S even further, they can go back to the one twist and you're off from 1.6. That would be nice.
Have you tear it off so you can't put it back on?
There you go. It's a one and done.
You have to snap it across your knee.
Yeah. This almost sounded like a meme when I was thinking about it earlier. But the only silenced weapon that T sides have access to from the buy menu is, of course, the MP5 SD. And I feel like in maps where spamming smokes, I'm thinking like Banana Control Inferno or something, might actually be useful on force buy rounds or half buy rounds if you wanted to actually spam through smokes, like very, very niche situations, because theoretically you could just flash through or just wait for the smoke to go clear. But if you want to really catch somebody off and they're firing a saved AK-47 or something where you can estimate their position from, that could theoretically be something you could do. It's just got terrible stats, so I don't think anybody would actually go for it.
I would just dismiss that purely for the fact that like you'd much rather chance getting the 4 bullets on a burst with like an AK than the potential like 9 to 10 bullets you need from the MP5 to hit the mark. That's like accounting for maybe like a chance dink or something through a wall or whatever.
I think just very quickly, I think in terms of like the WASD play, on an MP5, it's not too bad. It's quite good to like lead in. Jocko's someone that does it. I see him do it like all the time. It's quite good to lead in on those types of rounds. It's just the fact that it's 1500
so over the 1100 Mac 10 or whatever. I think it's maybe even
it's like 1050. Yeah. But so there's just no point. It's not worth that much.
Yeah.
Think about it this way. It is quite a lot of money. The chicken handler at Face It would have to work 2 days, and then he'd still have to work another couple of hours before he could afford that weapon.
Lovely stuff.
We do like a chicken handler every now and then.
Yeah. I think that's it. We need to not tell people what.
Oh, we're not allowed to tell people what it means.
Yeah.
So I've almost given away the game a bit too much already.
But you can't tell people what the rate actually is, so that people who don't know.
That's where that's like public information as well. Though, so.
I mean, maybe. Well, they got to figure it out on their own.
People are way too lazy to work it out.
We're not going to tell you. Yeah, exactly. We're not going to tell you.
Do your own research.
If I say that Phelan has to work fucking 10 days to make chicken handler money.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Still not enough. So maybe that's a 10 in Mac 10. That's the number of days you have to work. No takers on that. So what
really
I'll say is
beating the dead horse, you know.
Yeah. Are you?
Yeah, are we actually going to talk about the game specifically, or are we just all like, are we just doing all like
just Twitter, of course? Are you still good to talk about the games a bit, Skriv, or do you have to bail out?
Yeah, I'll do maybe like the first game and then I'll dip off. I reckon.
What is the most interesting game
from recent history?
Like
from the
last
arena,
four, from the playoffs,
from the arena. Well, both of the games today were one-sided on paper. I still think that...
Oh, let's talk about the heroic VP game, because that was probably the best one out of the four.
It was the only one to go 3 maps.
Yeah. I had the kind of argument with YouM3 that heroic just absolutely outclassed them on Mirage, that it looked like way more dominant, especially on... was it especially on the first? I think actually just throughout the whole game, it just looked like they were the better team.
I think you were saying for the first half, like it was still quite a close half, but there were
there are two swing rounds where there are two swing rounds in that map where if Cadian gets a single frag with the op, the whole game changes. Like they lose the round or whatever.
It's
both
like
the
denial
time
of the bomb plant.
And then the other one was peering down apartments.
Right.
Is heroic didn't play the perfect game of CS. Like Cadian made that like massive blunder in the apartments where he just lost the bomb in a 3 versus 2 and lost the round.
Oh, he walked into B when everybody else was A.
Yeah. They already had the entirety of the A site. Could have just walked up connector, waltzed, plant the bomb, very easy. But he goes for this matchmaking kind of gimmick strat, maybe like a slight misread there. It does feel like the kind of communication has been way off this tournament just throughout the whole of the kind of field of teams that we've got here. That's what's to be expected. But that did feel like heroic playing many levels above VP, especially in that first map. When you go into the series, into sort of like Ancient and Inferno, like that looked a lot more competitive. It could have went either way, right? Like Cadian, I saw on, I don't know if you've heard it, pretty big site, Deserto.com. He did an interview with us where he said that they weren't expecting to lose Ancient in the slightest. They thought that that's a gimme in the bag, very easy game.
Maybe even overconfidence then?
Yeah. I would say so. Actually, after the first map, he said that, like, holy shit, my team is so clutch. That's our little soundbite that we get all the views. And it was just a good game overall from Heroic.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a weird one with the VP Ancient. I feel like they've got to have been doing some work on it to,
they took phase on it.
A lot of teams
have
been picking it against them and, all that kind of stuff. And I think they had maybe wanted it to come in not quite good enough but you need to be able to play Ancient in this major if you want to be contesting. So it does seem a little risky that some teams have been... If I were Heroic, I probably wouldn't have picked it against them.
Interesting. I feel like VP knew that was maybe the pick coming in, and they actually had anti-strats, they had tricks up their sleeve, and maybe Heroic likewise on Mirage, because it looked like, watching Mirage, again, the term that you hate, eye test, they seemed like they had all of the reads. They were playing better. They were playing better as a unit, especially the attacks towards the A site, which is noticeably good, where Virtus.pro weren't doing anything sort of like out of the ordinary. So it's go in, we're going to trade a couple of players, bomb down round 1, bish bash bosh onto map 2, where maybe we'll have a bit of competition if they've done their homework. And that's what it kind of felt like.
I think it was just like when we watched Heroic CT side, is that even though they were putting themselves in good spots, like nobody looked like on form in the way that you would typically expect. Like I think I noted that when they were like losing men, like players were like whipping their crosshair around and like shaky. There was almost like shaky aim on everybody moving around the map, which is, they're the first team that's going onto the big stage against VP, who are like this grindy, almost upset team that are like, they're too hard to kill. Like this bear's got so many fucking lives. And so maybe they know that if they let up a lead, that there's basically like no way back, because usually VP are behind at the start of games, and that's where they, chug through. But if you give them a lead, they might just full on run away with it. So I definitely, like, I agree to an extent that Heroic might have put themselves in better spots into rounds, but it almost never looked like they were ready to close all of them out in a significant way because of how shaky everyone started out.
But who has this tournament? Like, Virtus.pro have been so consistent at, like, remember that Vertigo game was against Entropic, where they are disastrously down.
Oh, Mouse Sports.
That's also one of the Mouse Sports, where they're looking to just get clapped out of the tournament. Okay, Mouse Sports are actually going to make it to the round 5 game, who have looked dreadful all tournament. And then Virtus.pro, Kick It especially, steps it up to another level. It's just like lightning headshots again, A site Vertigo, and it looks just fantastic when everyone's firing on all cylinders, but it feels like they have to get to that other level. And Heroic, fair play to them. They're the only team that's been able to suppress Virtus Pro at that like sort of their top level or like any sort of good level this tournament.
Yeah, I think it was even like Pimp was like, "Oh, is he just going to be MVP of the whole major?" Because he thought they'd make a deeper run potentially. Because Yakindar was playing just like a ridiculous level of Counter Strike,
and James was completely absent for most of this tournament. We should mention,
yeah.
They did say, we did ask about that as well, and he said because Flit has just come onto the roster, that makes James' role as an IGL that more extreme and intense, where he's thinking for him, he's like doing the brain power for two different people. He doesn't, like Flit doesn't understand, okay, this is when we rotate now, so James has to be always in that headspace. I've got another player on the team, I've almost got to micromanage that troop around the map instead of everybody just being utterly prepared. Virtus Pro, you can never really kind of critique their preparedness like in any other tournament in the past. They always seem to know what they're doing coming into any specific map. They're not like failing they're not the sort of team, I would say, especially 6 months ago, like when they're coming into Flashpoint 2, in fact, where they're missing a game plan. They always seem, all five people, very kind of coordinated. And maybe that's gone missing over the last couple of months. Thus, there's been roster moves, obviously. But that's something that James kind of has to fill in the gaps for. And one of the reasons why he performed very poorly. And then when you get into these overtimes, it's like, okay, well, tactics are a little out the window at this point. It's just, let's get the frags. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to the hotel room and eat another meal with James Banks.
I don't know. It's so difficult for this VP team as well. Like without James, I don't know. It feels like they kind of have very little obvious. That's kind of obvious, but like because the game revolves around him so much, if they're setting him up and he's not succeeding, then they have like no other game plan. Where we're kind of seeing with NaVi, and this is why like NaVi are, you know, not to segue too deep in, but they have other pieces that if Simple misses a shot in a round or goes down early to a nice flash or something like that, they have other people that can kind of bail them out a little bit. And I think getting here, actually, VP needed some of that. You mentioned like Kicker. VP needed some of that bailout factor. And there was a lot of rounds. I seem to remember. I can't really like pinpoint any, but there were a lot of rounds from Heroic on Ancient that nearly went their way when they shouldn't, like a few 1vx scenarios and whatnot. We had like the refresh and that kind of thing.
Yeah, the 3K,
he did manage, obviously, but there were a lot more of those, I think. I seem to remember like Tessus having a couple at the end of rounds, and we were saying this is not the guy that you maybe want to be here doing the clutch moments, that kind of thing. So I think it's, they do snatch the map, but just a slight little bit more respect from Heroic going into it, that it's like, let's give them a little bit of space, but maybe not thinking that, okay, cool, we should be able to 2-0 this now, which I can definitely see that team. You've got Cadian is a little bit of a drama queen. I'm not, Thorin said that already, it's kind of his line, and I think that is the case, and I think sometimes can get in his own head, whether it's in a positive or a negative way. And I think they won the first map, totally stoked about that. And then moving into map 2, maybe just a little bit ahead of themselves.
I will say, unlike M&J casts, I am actually 4-4 in the playoffs, and that's the one semi-final that I'm actually really kind of like wary about. Is I've got G2 going through. I don't necessarily see that the case any longer. Like Heroic just looked so good actually in the arena. Like I think that would be a really big upset, in fact, if G2 actually do make it to the final.
Should be 3 maps at the very least. Like
it should
unlike
be a
the
great
other
series.
Teams,
I'm excited for it.
Unlike NIP, you can't just like ban out a map from Heroic. Like their map pool is too deep for that. Whereas NIP, I mean, they're out. Deva go bye-bye, as Thorin said.
And they're so clutch. And you remember when G2 were playing yesterday, like they looked dead on the stage. They were like 10 rounds up. Their opponent, who were they playing again?
G2?
Yeah.
NIP.
Oh, G2 NIP. Yeah, you just said it. And then NIP have this sort of streak of only 5 or 6 rounds, and NiKo already looks sort of defeated on the stage.
Yes.
Like, if you're going to have this sort of champion form and get to a grand final and actually maybe even take home your first major, like, this more or less has to be the time that you do it if you want to sort of stay on the roster and have a big contending performance. I think making the semi-final is very good for them. Like, it's a match, like, lots of people didn't even have them getting out of the groups in the first place. And in that matchup yesterday, they did seem defeated before it was even over in a series that they eventually won and just like kind of squeaked through. That was also in 2 maps, if I remember rightly. So
they almost dropped their, I mean, NIP's map pick was Inferno, so it was supposed to be NIP taking that.
CS isn't plain sailing. Like, it's going to have these peaks and troughs. And if you can't get through the troughs, albeit they did win the series, but if you can't get through those troughs without like having that level of heartache, like, I think you're going to have a real problem when you come up against a fucking ballsy team like Heroic, who are just going to throw absolutely everything at you. Like that, some of their series, when they get, they are not unknown to sort of long series that go 3 maps to double overtimes. They've played in plenty of them. So I think when you kind of get to the nitty gritty, like, even though like it would kind of like it blows my pick'ems completely, like not completely out of the water, I'm still going to get the plat. Sorry, boys. But it does look like a tough match for G2, the toughest of the tournament.
I could maybe agree with that. I don't know. I just wanted to jump in. I think like G2 for me, form wise coming into this tournament and like mentality have looked kind of incredible. And you look back at the past matchups, they've not had too many that are super difficult. Did shit on FaZe.
Yes.
But they've not dropped any more. Okay, so they came close on Mirage against Entropic at a 16-14. But they've had a lot of dominant wins. I'd say like only dropping 11 rounds on the vast majority or below, right? That's fairly dominant to me. Yeah, I just don't see maybe a 3-mapper, but I think G2 have the potential to just walk all over Heroic on at least one of the maps.
My inner analyst hurts to say this, but I do wonder if this is not a series that comes down to the mental game and not something more statistically quantifiable, because, you know, Squid's right that NiKo looked completely devastated as the round win streak started going against him. And then G2 could literally do nothing until NiKo T-side gets like a double entry. And that's how they went around. He didn't get a kill until I tweeted, in fact. So fuck you, NiKo.
So maybe you've got to tweet more. Save my pick'ems, Darian.
Okay.
Well, the big thing with G2 is that like everyone just came online at the right time as well. Like the first map, sure, is a bit dicey in terms of that mentality, but the second map, like it wasn't even that. Wasn't even
close. Like, they knew it was Mirage. They knew it was their stomping ground. Even though like statistically it probably hasn't been, but they have so much confidence in that map these days. At least at the major.
You're even talking about VP and targeting Ancient as like a map that they've developed or worked on for themselves. Like G2 have worked on their Mirage, because if you looked at some of their CT sides before, like Jax and Amanek are literally like lost, and like you can't depend on them to retake bomb sites in the same way that you might for like reliable anchor, just more reliable anchor ult players. And so you're really hoping that they find their footing, and then everything just gels and meshes together so brilliantly. I actually do have G2 taking that one, because I think if you compare,
like after what you've seen,
well after what I've seen, just because I think they've come in, like I doubted their form when they 3-0'd in the Legends stage, because 1, I don't think anyone expected them to be there, and 2, you actually have taken the path of least resistance. Like you play 2 best of 1s and then 1 best of 3, and you just go straight through. Like there's not a lot of information or form that you can gauge off of that in the same way that teams making the deep like 3-2 runs are going to have to do, because you're guaranteed to play 3 best of 3s that way.
Did they even defeat a team that actually made it to the playoffs? I can't remember who their 2-0 matchup was against. But obviously Entropic didn't make it, and obviously FaZe didn't make it.
Copenhagen Flames.
The problem for me,
they've beaten 0 teams that made it to the playoffs, so that does actually look kind of like work against them almost.
Yeah, the biggest issue for me is that NIP series, it's disastrously large leads at the very start of each map, right? Where they went sort of, what was it, sort of like 9-1 up on maybe even both maps.
At least like Inferno.
Inferno was like absolutely kind of stonking start. Yeah. And then they still like struggle to close it out. Like they didn't seem to have like a good T side there. And then the T side of Mirage, which is where I think they started, was again like a really big quite lead at the start, like good run of form, and then they quieten up towards the end of the map. I don't think you can afford to do that against Heroic, who have been so clutch in this tournament. I think when you factor in the clutch factor and then the choke factor and then the whole pressure factor, the fact that like if this tournament like doesn't go amazingly, like whose last tournament could it potentially be? I think maybe some of that pressure's relieved since this is a semi-final, like, and they've done really well. But I just don't know. I'm not as confident in that pick as when I went into it.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting series. I still think it should be a close one insofar as the maps, even if it is over in 2, they shouldn't be easy, right?
No, shouldn't.
If nothing else, then it should be that like NIP, everybody's eyes were on NIP because they were the home team in a home crowd, and they had Device, who previously won all the majors, right? So like there was supposed to be more fight from NIP, and unfortunately we just never saw it. But I'm sure a big part of that is because of LNZ, who actually looked okay-ish, I guess. Like, he didn't look as bad as I thought he would, basically, in this arena game. And the fact that their team just hasn't been in a lot of... Like, the individual players on that roster haven't been the most storied players of all time. Rez got an MVP. People were talking that up. He got an MVP in a LAN at one point. But, like, you know, minimal experience, right? Like... You know, not to
I think
down,
LNC
down to
looked like pretty crap during that playoff match personally, and like Device just never came online to the sort of like #1 in the world star that he said that he wanted to be before this tournament had started. Like he's obviously had some, like, I don't know what the psychologist has been saying. Maybe he's got Mike Tyson's psychologist or something who sits him down and like, you're the best in the world, you're an animal, you're vicious, yeah. I don't know what the whole deal there is, because it seems a little sort of fake confidence, because when you get into the game, he doesn't seem to be that same confident Device that we saw over the last sort of like 3-4 years. Not at all.
Yeah.
Like,
well, the other thing to mention too is that Device is 5 steps ahead of the rest of Astralis in joining NIP, because the rest of them will come eventually. So.
We're just gonna have a Danish NIP, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna jump in, and obviously I've made this known, but I'm gonna get off and leave you boys to sort things out. Am I good to just jump out? That's
go for it.
What are we paying you the fight? What the
chicken handler? Chicken handler.
No, you nearly gave it away there as well.
You're only getting 70%.
No.
I will catch everyone tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be on for the games. Maybe you'll be there too. You never know.
Yeah, I got a bit of casting, but I'm sure I'll hop in probably for the second one. I would have thought. So
you got it. All right. See you later, man.
Adios.
ESEA just casually planning casts during the fucking major. Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
They've
been monitoring major reruns as well.
Major reruns. You know, we obviously haven't talked about the second semi-final.
Yes, the one that has just been decided, NaVi Gambit. This is, I tweeted out earlier that this is the grand final of the event, basically. In terms of skill, in terms of like how competitive a series is going to be. Because if Gambit upsets NaVi and makes it through, they're probably winning without it being close, no matter who makes it to the grand finals on the other side of the bracket. And if NaVi make it through, then they're almost certainly going to dominate the grand finals 2-0. Like, just because their map pool looks so interminable. And I don't really think there is only Gambit. Like, there is no other stylistic or individual matchup that can contend with them. Like, even an on-form Nico is not going to contend with an on-form Simple. And Simple didn't even really have to try that hard in this series for the rest of his pieces to activate. So NaVi do look really strong. And in a sense where obviously Gambit get taken a bit close in the first map where it does go to OT, it was Furia's map pick. So there is that to contend with. But like Inferno's a map everybody should be able to play, right? So
I think it's something that the desk has highlighted before, is that the fact that NaVi, if they want to win this major, basically have to beat every one of their rivals that they've ever had to deal with. Yes. Like you're fighting all the ex-boyfriends at the same time as in Scott Pilgrim's run to get the covenant.
Or just my life.
Okay. Main character.
But you have to beat Zywoo, you have to beat Nico potentially on the other side of the bracket, and then you have to beat this like chummy up and comers that are trying to threaten the throne. Where it's not even, it's the thing is, like, this is the first time as well where we're looking at the simple major journey, and we're not even really talking about him in particular. Like, we know he's going to deliver the goods. That's what Simple's known for. But it's all the supporting cast that has become the highlight or the feature point for almost all of these teams. Like, sure, Device is on an IP, but can the rest of the components come up? And maybe even Device goes missing. ZywOo, can he do it? And like, are the rest of the components going to be there? Kyojin, where has he gone on the last map when you really need him?
Kyojin has gone in the bin. I think somebody tweeted that.
Yeah, that is one of my tweets that I hope he doesn't hate me for later down the line. But yeah, it's one of these stories where it's not even Simple's major. As it would have been in previous teams where like he just literally has to solo carry everybody on NaVi. Now it is NaVi's major, and it changes the narrative so much where he might be the king without a crown, but that this team kind of looks like they deserve it. Like, they're the most informed. I do think that they were shaky against Vitality, even though we were having some like pretty poor results and like pretty poor performances from a lot of the young up and comers. Like, Apex was having to be like a hard, almost like carrying them through rounds on Nuke, where you're just kind of hoping you get something more out of Masuda or even ZywOo.
Can you remember we were watching this game, YouM3, the other week, and I just called it absolutely because it might have even been the Copenhagen Flames game where the meta goes absolutely out of the window. I think that's kind of what we're going to see in these semifinals and especially the grand final, if we're going to get any sort of upset. I feel like the biggest team now with upset potential, like in the other side of the bracket, probably is Heroic again. Like, I just don't see G2 having the staying power against a team like NaVi. I think that a G2 NaVi grand final will be incredibly bleak. Like, that's just going to be a total walkover. Whereas if you get a NaVi Heroic grand final, boy, that could be very fiery. Like, Heroic seem to always bring the goods in these high pressure scenarios.
Against NaVi in particular, they've not capitulated a series. Like, they've lost to NaVi, but they haven't like been walked over, right?
And that's the interesting thing about this semi-final tomorrow as well, is you could say the same about Gambit. It feels like over the last sort of year, Gambit have had NaVi's number. They've been the one team who have just consistently beaten them in all of these, albeit online tournaments. Like, they do seem to just have a good read. Maybe what are they doing? Like, online CS, I've not been watching like a massive amount of them. I also did literally leave the CS scene as well, so I'm not contractually obligated to pretend that I watch every single match that goes on in these shit broadcasts anymore. NaVi do seem to have some sort of problem against Gambit, and maybe that's because Gambit, on the up and come, they've obviously studied NaVi's style. You'll always study the number one team in the region, the best player in the region as well. That's somebody that Shiro particularly is probably going to be watching the demos and seeing what's Simple doing. Why is he the best player in the world and I'm not? Let me dig my teeth into these demos and see exactly what he's doing. And unfortunately, it's not massively replicatable. But I do think we've got some really interesting matchups, starting with that semi-final. Is that the first semi-final tomorrow, by the way?
I would imagine they would save that for the later time slot.
That's actually, it is actually the last semi-final. Yeah. Okay.
And so you know what's really funny?
By the way, I do like the way that PGL have done the scheduling, because it's absolutely intentional. There's no way that they had the way that they've scheduled the best game till last in the day, and they've had the build up. They've not been doing this region dependent scheduling like other tournaments do. Okay, let's put Liquid at the end of the day, Fury at the end of the day. This is the other side of the coin where you have the most interesting matchup. It is a major semi-final, so there are no uninteresting matchups at this point, unless Copenhagen Flames made it through to the semi-final, perhaps. These two are going to be fantastic.
There it is.
That's just a little dig.
They're just not one of the best teams in the world is the problem.
They're just not one of the best teams in the world.
I will say like statistically, and I guess even just like his game impact, Axile has been something that's been like a key feature piece to like the trifecta of Hobbit, Shiro, and Axile to be able to like bring them forward against NaVi typically. And Axile's not had a good tournament all in all. Like he's usually a very dependable sort of extremities player on T sides, can play anchor very well, and just makes a lot of really good, I think, information reads. But I guess that comes back to this whole like CIS boxing match that it seems to be between these two, where it's just like constant mind games about like which way are we going to play? Are we who's anti-stratting the other harder effectively? And like, can you even reliably trust anti-strat information because you know the games are going to be so different? So I think going back to what you were saying before, Squid, about like when we get into these semifinals, like some of the meta is just going to be kind of broken to a degree.
It's gone. It's out the window.
It's like you're playing. If you're trying to anticipate the way that they're playing, you're anti-stratting yourself and then trying to anti-strat the anti-strat. And it's just like at that point you may as well just play normal Counter-Strike because you're just digging too many fucking layers deep.
By the way, I did hear that thinking that Copenhagen Flames is one of the best teams in the world is the go-to way to get a bronze coin. That's the cheat sheet. That's how you get one.
There it is. I had them for my 3-0 in contenders, and they pull through. So
but you didn't even need them, right? Because
I would have made it through anyway. But
yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter. Scratch it. The 7-0 doesn't actually give you any more than the 5 would. I got 5 in the group stage, and then the second group stage, whatever the fuck they call them nowadays. I got 5 or 6. I can't remember. And
I just got massively unlucky, and instead of putting ENTs as 03, I put them as advance, which is just a slight mistake.
I could see why you would have done that though, because they obviously in the first stage of the tournament looked fantastic.
I was actually thinking more to the RMRs because that's when they played more top teams, and in the first stage of the tournament they did look really solid and looked like they had acclimatized to the studio setup. And then when obviously they were taking on like top teams in the RMR, back when we thought NIP would be a solid contender before they sort of regressed to the mean at this tournament, they obviously had taken a map off of them and then made a lot of the other ones close in a admittedly best of 5 final, which is always a little bit more suspect, particularly with the map veto because you have more maps to choose from, so you don't really know how comfortable everybody is. It usually leads to at least some lopsided maps, but I just thought that like ENTs seemed like a really complete team. Maybe the firepower angle is one where you have to kind of like hope that some of their individuals deliver above what their pay grade should be.
Like Hades, especially.
Yeah, like you are reliant on Hades and Spinks, and then like obviously Dodo is a
and we're talking about
player.
EU Hades, right? Not NA Hades, the really famous one in NA.
He played on
the Winter Fox player that I had to point out before.
Yeah. So I do think that when we're talking about teams, like we could talk about roster moves as like maybe a closing note. As far as I do want to just make one point on the Gambit side, because if you're trying to think about the narrative and trying to think about the storyline so far for these two teams, Gambit have looked to me like the best ever pretender to a throne. And the only reason why they don't get to sit on it and call themselves kings is because there's another superlative team, and particularly a superlative player on the other side of the coin. And that's one of the things that I think people probably sleep a little bit on is you had the initial question mark, can they warm up to the arena? They got a layup with Furia in many people's eyes. Nobody really expected that to be that competitive. Maybe the Brazilians could take a map, but they weren't expected to take the series. And I think that's probably one of the main contingencies here is, can Gambit come on form and channel that warm up into an on-form display on the stage in an arena, and then actually be able to be within touching distance of the crown, get this organization's second major, Hobbit's second major potentially. And I would favor them in the final if they make it, but I do think that the odds are a bit bleak. Obviously they probably have like a 0% pick'em rate in terms of who's going to take the whole thing. But I think NaVi are just looking a bit more complete. We made points about, individual players on the side of Gambit and how Axile in particular hasn't massively looked that good, and Shiro's superlative, but not as superlative as Simple. The question you have to make then is like, can these players really kick it into high gear? Because we haven't really seen them do that so far at this tournament. I mean, they weren't really massively tested, except again, I mean, I guess they lost to Entropic or whatever in a best of 1. They weren't massively tested thus far in the tournament, and then. What did they actually play a series against NaVi at one point, or am I hallucinating? Because I know they
not in this tournament. Gambit have not played against NaVi in this tournament.
I was thinking that I was thinking back to the matchups that could have been major final contenders, and NIP was one of my picks. Was my pick to go on the other side of the bracket. Obviously, that fucking fell flat. But
easy to confuse the couple of months as well, where they played each other like 7 times in finals.
Yeah. So this is actually like the first grand final for these two teams, or not grand final, first series, first best of 3 for these two teams, where it really does matter, and where the stakes are more conventional, so to speak, even though this isn't conventional that we have an arena, but like it's back to the essence of CS. And so just from a narrative perspective, I look at this matchup, and this really should be the like hands down most viewed map. Like I'm sure the grand final will probably break it, but especially if like Heroic or somebody gets there, because if you imagine Heroic making it there, there's going to be a lot of people who are tuning in just to hate on them. And then they do have a fairly large fan base for the individuals as well, even the people who aren't massively aware of the behind the scenes stuff. So yeah, I don't know. This could
also,
be
that is another
match.
good point, isn't it? Is when did these two teams actually play each other in a series that actually mattered?
That's what I was thinking.
Remember that they're playing in these CIS RMRs where they're just a solid lock. Like the grand prize is basically on the table. There's no fucking prize pools for these RMR
no money
as well. You're playing in the epicenter RMR. Like, how could you care less about this fucking sorry, YouM3, but how could you care less about this tournament? And you play in a final when you literally just send a tweet and you're like, I'd rather play 3 hours of CS today instead of 5. And then Epicenter are like, okay, well, I guess we'll let them do it.
Yeah,
then.
scrap the best of 5.
Yeah, ESL did the same thing. Yeah,
I can't believe that Valve let that pass, where they're allowed to change the format mid-tournament. By the way, to a better format. Like, it should be a best-of-3 final. And this match that they're going to play in the final should be a best-of-5 final, ironically. But
do you really think so? Because I think the main argument against a best-of-5 final showing up in the grands is that you're testing for a different skill set. But at the last stage, this is like a variety show very at the end.
And I would absolutely want a best-of-5 grand final if I didn't have to watch fucking 10 other best-of-5 grand finals and see even
if it was reserved only for majors, and then it just people knew that this is an expectation, so they could prepare for it, basically.
And say this is the major, and this is the kind of anomaly here that we've got best-of-5s. It's something that you're not used to. Like if you're lucky, I was lucky enough to play in 5 best-of-5s across my career. Like that's a cool thing, but now it's just like a shit. ESL made me play fucking 25 best-of-5s like over the course.
Gotta decide that DreamHack Masters champion.
Yeah, and I do remember.
What?
I do remember back in the day that you had these. Can you remember that tournament? I think it was there was one tournament ever that ran best-of-5s like all the way through the playoffs, and it was the Gfinity Champions of Champions. Can you remember this? It was the first 4 major champions. It was the first 4 major champions: Virtus Pro, LDLC, NIP, and Fnatic. And it wasn't obviously the Fnatic with Devil Walk. They had the revamped roster. But
the organizations had won majors.
Yeah. But the organizations, but even better teams than the teams that actually won the majors from before. They best-of-5s galore. Not a massively overwhelming tournament in that respect. I thought that the format was one of the things that actually let it down. Like you had fantastic matchups in that tournament, regardless.
So best-of-3s just would have done the trick instead, basically.
Best-of-3s would have done the trick, but maybe that's why I remember it fucking 6 years on.
Also, I'll just add on to this. Like, I do the ESL Premiership, which is like the UK lead-in national championships thing. We do best-of-5s for the grand final of that. It's like, is that really the same? That doesn't seem reasonable, basically, to ever put anybody through that sort of gauntlet. And because you made like a little small call before we moved on, gonna do this for Sanji as well. Hate that he's removed. That's obviously VP's decision. That's not apparently the team's decision, but that's also what factors into them losing in the quarterfinals, because he is a big supportive element, because I know we all have a hard-on for all support players. They're also undervalued, but quite aptly, Sanji's like led the statistics in terms of like flash efficiency for basically the whole year, maybe even longer than that. So
is somebody doing stats for weapons dropped? Because he probably gets that too.
Yeah,
he could probably do some crazy stuff like that as well. But it's just the idea that you rip out a component where it just flashes so much, and now who's throwing those flashes? Maybe James. That's maybe what leads into some of his poor statistics as well.
Yeah. No, I think James was always the player to get hit hardest by the Sanji removal. And that's why it doesn't make any sense before the major. Like, this is the most important, like, championship level stuff. Now, people have defended it by saying Flit's just that much statistically better. But you're not taking one negative element out and then nothing else happens, because then he would have just been removed way sooner. If it was literally just a net negative and nothing else, the problem is that even if it is a net negative in people's eyes statistically, or even just people passing the eye test, that doesn't work. When you look at the way that like what Sanji's actually doing, you're removing stuff that you can't just like these intangibles that you're not really going to be able to get away with elsewhere. Like
he was the sidekick that like sometimes in the comic book would be put up against the villain and had to come and clutch for I don't know, Batman to get him out of a situation. Like he was literally the right hand man to Jaime.
Or the damsel in distress that gets like punched in the face and then you've got to like save him at the last second. Basically, it's like I've just been brutalized.
Yeah,
Jaime, help.
So Vu went to the toilet earlier for one of his famous, he was telling me, for one of his famous 2-second pisses.
Not liking where this is going already.
For one of his famous 2-second pisses. And who was in the toilet? Not only that guy who doxed him on Twitter, but someone was sobbing in the toilets. And out walked Sanji with a Team Spirit jersey on. So I did hear that from Vu.
Is this more fan fiction? Is this more?
It is my own. That's my attempt at fan fiction.
Okay, I thought this was like a reading of Vu's tweet.
Oh no! Vu told me into my ear right now. He's a producer.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can start talking roster moves then. Okay.
Yeah, we can just move. I think very briefly.
Sure.
If we're picking Navi,
do you have somewhere to be? Do you have a football match to go to?
You're talking to you.
You're like very quickly.
No, I'm making a complete. I'm making a side tangent here. I'm saying before we talk about roster moves, I did want to very quickly mention the grand final matchup. If we're taking Navi G2, it seems like most people were. Well, I guess we have a split desk here. If I'm the host, right, where you're taking
Gambit.
You're taking Gambit. Look at this guy. Yeah. You did say you went.
Sorry, are we playing a game here? I was kind of like.
No. I was just saying.
For a second.
No, I was saying like we have a bit of a split desk on who takes the first semifinal, Heroic G2, where there were some arguments back and forth. Do we think that either of those two teams threatens Navi? I guess Heroic would have a better shot if we look at the history, but. Does Navi just walk away with this major, do we think?
I think Heroic have a legitimate upset chance at this major, like 100%.
If they walk away with the major, then I walk away from the game. So
and so do ESIC, because they're just like, fuck this. Like throw the
No, that's even better, because then they come out with, we have completed our investigation, and it turns out Hunden has been cleared of all charges. The Heroic players are now banned. Meanwhile, the major championship.
Yeah, don't even.
I'm pretty sure that ESIC just have their hands completely tied if Heroic win this major. Like that is the ultimate get out of jail free card. You cannot just ban a major champion. Like, so if you want to keep your careers, like the best way to do it is, I think they've already done it. Like semifinals, like the biggest tournament in the last 2 years
draw. Yep, absolutely.
Is just such. This would be the biggest. And hasn't the ruling effectively already been made? It's already been made. They've said, they've said, okay, they're all free to go. Nico has to sit down to talk to Ian Smith with the worst microphone in the world. So I guess it is a punishment in some respects for like 6 hours or so, listening to Silvu's drone.
They all come back.
That should be the punishment. You have to sit in a room and Silvu flies his drone around your head. Like for the next 6 hours.
Yeah. That is ridiculous that the CEO of the company decided. let me just tweet this out.
This is promo stuff.
Yeah.
It's a really cool video. You listen to it.
No, never.
For my take on the G2 Heroic stuff, I think in terms of ceiling, I think G2 can reach a higher ceiling than the Heroic players, but they just have like a ridiculously high amount of variance with that as well, where like we could very well see G2 just like flop dead on stage against Heroic, whereas I think Heroic will have that like larger longevity where even if they start off rough, they'll be able to recover in a much more substantial way.
They've showed more
G2
clutch factor, if you could say.
Well, think of it like this. Like, what are the win conditions for G2? If we're thinking that if they go behind a tool, they're out. They can't go behind at all. They can't go behind 8-0. They've already lost the map at that point. They can't be 15-8 and then lose 5 rounds in a row because they lost the map in that point. Like, they're setting up way more lose conditions.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the actual game does. Lose 16 rounds. That's the lose condition. Like, they're setting themselves far more hurdles in their mindset. Like, they need to get the psychologist out.
But that's why we're seeing the star power of like Nico and Hunter like actually come to fruition, because Hunter was supposed to be the star that you already had on G2 before Nico even came into the picture. And for a while, like you weren't even sure if that was a good call to make. Like Hunter, where you're supposed to be my brother in arms on this one, but suddenly he's doing like all the work by himself. But they were the reason that they even like won out on that first Inferno game that G2 were able to pull over NIP. Is that it was literally just NiKo getting like multi-kill after multi-kill, and then we get like a 1v3 from Hunter where he just sprays them all down. So like that
he's
is
the guy. I did
dynamic.
I did hear he's the guy collecting all of the pelts and then selling them in the marketplace.
This is a classic reference to when every caster in existence says Hunter, living up to his name. That gets me every time. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're going to talk about G2's like performance against NIP, I wonder how high their stock has been inflated from like Rez going absent and from like the NIP players just in general not performing as well.
Yeah,
because if we
recontextualize
that quarterfinal as NIP horribly underperforming and still almost taking, admittedly, their own map pick after like demoralizing G2, then maybe it does start to look a little bit more like a three mapper was actually in order if like NIP just played to their own bar line, and maybe then it starts to look a little bit more rocky for G2. But every series is a clean start, so to speak. So hopefully they can sort of persevere. I do think, to Squid's point about mental games, if a comeback happens or if a round deficit happens against G2 where they're down rounds, they basically do need to rely on NiKo to like break the mentality of FaZe in that Mirage matchup where he just gets this sick Deagle 3K from Connector, which is like his basically like it might as well have been where he was fucking born. Like the guy just knows every angle. He just studied it completely. So when you think about that, like, the whole situation just looks like rather bleak if they do go down. So maybe that is something that Heroic themselves are thinking. Like, we absolutely need to, like, we've come back before, but we need to make them actually show it, come back on a stage. I also think to some extent, maybe you can write off anything you didn't like about some of these teams that are still in the tournament, because that was also the first arena match back in 2 years, right? So like, you're almost getting ring rust, even though you've just played to get this far into the tournament.
All right, I changed my mind. So basically, my pick'ems are king. They're going to go 7 for 7 here, or whatever it is, 6 for 6, or whatever it is. And maybe we've been overplaying the mental aspect because these are exceptional circumstances. On Inferno, you've got to look at it. NiKo basically got shut down 10 rounds in a row on the T side,
kills,
where he just takes a peek and just gets his face blasted off from the other side of the map. And that happens 10 times in a row. Like, I'm tilted when I get somebody tweet me. So I can't believe how tilted he would be, like on the main stage 2 years out. And this is happening. Like, fuck, they're actually going to make this comeback. And this was one series that we've seen this. It's not like a common thread across the last 6 months of NiKo just he does throw his toys out of the pram, actually pretty infamously, but actually in the game this time. Maybe we're overhyping the aspect. But to the point that Darian just said, like, if Device shows up, if Rez doesn't shit the bed, if LNZ is actually on the stage playing with his teammates at the time, they easily win this series.
Maybe not easily, but they at least actually do make it competitive. It looks like an actual, like, it looks more like a series. I think, like you asked earlier, Squid, what is the best quarterfinal matchup that we've seen so far? And the obvious answer is Heroic VP, because it went to 3 maps and it was competitive in every single map. But by the same metric. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Apart from the masterclass.
He's daydreaming, don't worry.
For sure. I just wanted to let that gloss over.
Yeah. Just let that hang there. No, I think like, Heroic VP, that matchup was more entertaining to watch for sure. But also fans, by the same metric, are so excited to see arena games again. And so they probably think like every map is sick. And I was like exchanging DMs with some people like, holy shit, like, can you believe G2 are this good? And in a way that swept over me too. Like holy wow, we got an arena matchup. And then it almost doesn't, like, it takes a little bit to sink in that maybe some of that, it might just be NIP underperforming in that sense. So
has the arena actually been sick? Because I've always been watching it with like 3% volume, partially because like the caster audio was bad, and then I just had it down for the rest of the tournament, and we've been just in a call.
Yeah, we've just been in a call talking the whole time. Yeah, I think I've had it at like near max volume during the desks, and then like maybe half when the games are going on. And the crowd is very noticeable, like even at that volume. I think the crowd, like day 2 fixed a lot of the sound issues, both for casters and for crowd noise. Like you can hear them. It does sound, sounds like they're all around you. when you got the right earphones on anyway, I guess. So
and the last sound issue that they fixed, which is being fixed for tomorrow, is DDK sound is eradicated. That won't appear on the broadcast anymore, so I can actually confirm that.
Jesus. Well, the other thing.
Do you actually know? You know, we're having that just loops back into that debate we were having earlier, where like, does the pressure actually get to PGL or not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true because they are like sort of turning the screws on them. So we might actually see a last minute shuffle, depending on what happens.
Surprise! You didn't get rid of us that easy.
Yeah. Well,
then I don't think they're actually gone. Like I think that tweet will. Like I made this clear that tweet has probably done its job. Like 2,000 upvotes, 650 comments. Like it's the biggest thread of the major. Like,
well, considering some of the other threads we've seen
the biggest
so far,
thread of the major.
Yeah, and some of the other threads are literally like, PGL, everything is broken. Help. Which everybody loves to dogpile on, so none of those got to 500 comments, let alone 600.
We haven't done like a Reddit session where we've just gone through Reddit.
Yeah, it's not good for the mental health.
I think we should do it live.
Maybe we'll save that for after roster moves because that's what we're doing next.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, we're actually okay.
Yeah, if you guys are still game, we can talk a bit about the rosters and how unintact they will be. The thing that I think the most like, so somebody in chat, I think it was Fangry maybe, was talking about how like basically taking bets on who makes a roster announcement first. And Astralis already did that, where they decided to sign a fridge for some reason, and then a guy with a broken wrist. So
let's do another bet. Who will Squid block next on Twitter? That's the bet.
I can't even tell you. Because at least you could say like how many days, and I just say 0.1, but like, I don't know who. I don't know enough people.
See, I always used to hold this story, and I told it a bunch where, like, if I never really block anybody. What I'll do is I'll just mute somebody, and then like it's like disaster averted for life. But I went through my block list today. I don't think you were in the call at the time, and it's just hundreds of people. Like,
how did they get there? Who put them there?
Pages and pages of people. I don't use a block list. These are people I've manually blocked with my own fingers, and I can't remember doing it. It's just a block. Maybe I missed the button. Maybe I missed the mute button. It's just okay, block.
What about you?
I've just kind of like, I've just kind of shortlisted a bunch of teams that I think we should.
Have you read them in chat?
All right, shortlist team number 1.
Well, these are
why did I block Tyler? Can I answer the question in chat? Our chat members have asked a very legitimate question. Because
even though he's on Kappa immediately after.
Honestly, I blocked Tyler because I fucking hate his mustache. I think it looks stupid. Even if he shaved it, he had the mustache on his face. So that's a 2-year block by ESIC and by me immediately. And I just don't like his opinions. It's like I'm loud. It's fine.
It is your Twitter on the free Bird app, as they say.
It is.
I did like that he immediately did follow up with never even interacted with him.
Nobody
can say that. If they're in the CS scene or like any scene, you can't say.
That's just a fucking garbage lie.
It's the line that Thorin always says. It's always funny.
Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm pretty sure he's literally messaged me directly. I know for a fact he's messaged you garbage directly. That was probably when I fucking blocked him, to be honest. When he was
company manning me.
Yeah, that was probably the actual reason, when he is fishing for information about an ongoing investigation, obviously to leak it back to the original sources. And it's like, well, fuck off. Blocked. Easy. I recommend that you block him as well, Darian. You should do it before the show ends.
Should I? Live blocking. Meanwhile,
yeah, you should do a countdown. But what I did, Overside, is I did unblock him, and then I wrote $100 for unblock, and then I blocked him again.
I don't think you can. So this is an ongoing debate as to how well Twitter's functionality works, where you have like muting and blocking and all.
What's fucking terrible functionality, because I blocked him with my fingers, and we're still talking about him. Obviously, of my own doing.
Yeah, you're not the Brit of this time, so I mean, that's
it doesn't work. Twitter doesn't work.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, it doesn't all encompass everything.
I want to block him from my fucking brain.
Yeah, just get the what's that show called that everybody liked for a while? Black Mirror. Then it just
I'll
immediately
go
fell
into
off a cliff.
I'll go into Zuckerberg's metaverse and I'll block him in that as well.
Yeah,
Or it literally just like fizzles out people's existences, like
yeah.
the face is blurred and like
that's
the
a
audio.
fucked up episode. That's
Yeah,
White
it is a
Christmas.
super messed up episode.
Yeah,
I like the
What's your
one where
favorite
you're
episode
like
of Black Mirror?
I like that when you're tagged as like a pedophile or something, and it's just like pure red.
Yeah, and it's blocked for everybody, and it's red or whatever.
Yeah.
What's your favorite episode of Black Mirror?
I know we've talked about this before, but I can't even remember what my response was.
Is it Shut Up and Dance? Is it the pizza delivery boy? I've always said that that's kind of the most Black Mirror episode.
I think my favorite
There's
episode.
no Black Mirror episode more Black Mirror than that.
My favorite episode of Black Mirror isn't even an episode of Black Mirror. It's like the choose your own adventure shit that they pulled.
Fuck that.
Because it was so fucking embarrassing that I was actually watching that, and it actually like that was probably the first time in my adult life I watched something that made my skin crawl in cringe, and I said, okay, there you go. That's got the most reaction from me. That's the most provoking, most provocative episode of media.
Shut Up and Dance is the one where like they're on like a makeshift Star Trek set, right?
No, that's wrong. That's the USS Callister.
Okay, yeah, that's probably my favorite one because it's part.
I actually really like that episode. So I really like that episode, but I don't know why.
Yeah, it's just like it is creepy to a degree. It's something that you'd have to like rewatch it. I think
I don't know why I like
watched the show. So
yeah, it's like I can't even compare.
I think the charm in that episode is that you like they do throw you a big curveball by the fact that there is even like this virtual thing, and you don't really know all of the information about it.
You get drip fed the information. Let's talk about roster moves, man.
That is kind of Black Mirror. That is every episode of Black Mirror where there is a twist.
Yeah, but the twist is actually good or interesting. I think if you rewatch it knowing it, it's probably less.
No, the twist of Shut Up and Dance is better.
I don't remember which one it is. So. Can't tell you.
You should watch that.
Let's talk roster moves, please.
Yeah,
there's so much. There's actually so many teams, and we can like discuss.
Yeah,
I see you've put Lollipop, which is not a team; it's just a player.
Yes,
you were putting him in there.
But I don't think NaVi have enough pull. So
can we not talk about that one since we have information?
I think Lollipop and Waterfalls are both really solid.
Well, no, Lollipop has benched himself, hasn't he? So
yeah,
it's like. We might have,
but how can we say that we're not? All of us know where he's going to go.
No, we don't. We legitimately don't.
We do though.
No, okay.
I think Yumi may have forgotten that there was.
Was he not in the call?
No, we had a discussion about something, but it wasn't even.
It didn't work because the buyout was too high.
It wasn't even a thing. Yeah. So you're just making up narratives anyway. But yeah, I think Lollipop.
If anybody has $50,000 on display, I'll link that part.
Yeah.
It was more.
Let's just not go into specifics for the sake of the fact that we said we weren't going to talk about it. Lollipop is something that could easily go to like somewhere like Spirit, especially if they're going to rebuild. And I think even like Entropic isn't even that bad of a shout to a degree, but I just don't think they have like the.
I don't think either of those. Dexter hasn't been cut, or hasn't left himself, so I don't think either of those teams need oppers, right? Is Lollipop an opper? Do I have the wrong?
No, he's a rifler.
Oh, he's a rifler.
He has. Okay. I think he's like he used to like hybrid to a degree, and to an extent on his like shittier teams would actually just end up main oping.
Okay. I probably saw him in a really old Namiga game when I was still casting like tier 2 CS or tier 3 CS or whatever, and then that's
I don't know. I always had in my brain that he was an AWPer as well.
Yeah, me too as well. I think he was an AWPer.
Yeah, but he's actually one of the star riflers that in tier 2 has actually just been like better than a lot of these up and coming AWPers in like the amount of impact he's had. So
yeah.
I think that's quite good, but I guess like the more juicier ones are like obviously Mal's. I think are going to go through roster changes. Liquid should, especially Evil Geniuses. Do they even stick around? FPX have dropped their whole roster. Like there's enough to.
That announcement today that FPX have exited CSGO is like ridiculous because that's just another of the now 5 teams in the Flashpoint agreement that just don't have active rosters.
Yeah.
Did they think they were just going to get out of that one scot-free because the major's going on? They're like, you know what? We'll do that announcement at like 2 a.m. Or maybe that is just like mainland China time and they just sent the tweet from
9 a.m. their
time,
like, effectively.
Fuck them. There we go. We're closing the company. There we go. Just send the tweet out now. It was so predictable. Like the leaked stories about how fucking incompetent the management has been and also corrupt the management has been of that specific team.
It is now public knowledge, by the way, Squid. So if you did want to give details, you can.
Yeah, Pekka's a dickhead.
He's blocked me on Twitter. He's the only one. Not even Kieran blocks me on Twitter. What the fuck? But
that's because he blocked himself on Twitter.
Yeah, he just changed his account. I will say about the FPX situation, those players are basically like where ENCE is now is where FPX should have been. Like I think we can just say that. Like they had enough talent on that roster to exist at the level that ENCE is currently at, and they just haven't proven anything. I mean, they barely played in tournaments, so I feel like that must be management incompetence or them just being like, well, we're too good for some of these tournaments, which is probably true, but if you don't play enough, you're not going to get it. Like the corollary is you're just not going to warm up enough. I don't know if I don't really know that a lot of the players on FPX had reputations as Lanimals as opposed to like onliners. I feel like if anything else, if nothing else, it was probably the inverse, where they were probably more known for their exploits online. So I am quite
exploits
surprised.
Like getting the easier side of the bracket.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, even if you go back and talk about like Stiko, who was mainly just like what's the term that everyone uses? Like you just like kind of like a drifter between teams, has played basically like every role to a degree, almost like a NAF of the European scene to some extent, has basically fledged himself out to become a star player within this roster, which is kind of crazy in its own respects. And the only reason that FPX have like tanked as heavily as they have is because they just couldn't get their hands on like a competent in-game leader to a degree. I don't think they landed on Emmy after Crystal, but then I think they were hesitant because Emmy actually wasn't that much of a firepower upgrade to some degree. Like,
it just wasn't. I know what you're talking about.
I hate that Crystal even left the roster.
It's almost like having a bunch of like management staff who clearly don't know fuck all about CS is a bad idea. Like, who would have known?
Well, yeah, I guess he was also doing the Valorant stuff, right? So as far as Pekka
yeah,
goes,
where they have had more success, let's be honest, like a lot more success, and you've got kind of got to give them credit for that. I don't know, like I don't follow Valorant as much, but I know in the very early days, did they like get to a big grand final or something? Like props to them. I heard them talking about how they're #1 contenders in the in the region, and maybe they still are, and maybe they were even #1 in the region at some point, like a weaker region. But I do think like Valorant is a much less established game. It's much easier to form a championship European roster in Valorant than
or at least also it's I think it's almost to give the counterpoint, the amount of talent on display, if you actually know the scene, it's easier to get a contender like a European CSGO
100%.
roster. Like so easy. I mean, maybe not easier than Valorant because it was so underdeveloped at the time, but it's not hard to find 5 names that will probably gel together because they all play FBL together and they've probably played in previous teams if you go for anybody with actual experience. Like the old formula of like an on-form veteran and maybe a more like RPK-esque, like stable veteran, but less on form, and then like a couple of rookies and like a star opera. Yeah. Like that formula is super easy to apply to any, like, especially in Europe, but pretty much in any region.
Yeah, but Boaster was able to do this on his own without Fnatic. When they were Summon FC, they were able to just pull these players together without any funding at all and be a championship level contender team. So the fact that FPX can do it in the same game, in the same region, isn't maybe the biggest achievement in the world.
Okay,
and
sure.
It's obvious when you come into CS, which is a much more competitive landscape where you've got millions of dollars on the line. Like, they're obviously one of the Flashpoint teams who Thorin has publicly said had big opportunities. They brag about all of this Chinese investment money, but they don't know what the fuck to do with it. They don't know who to pick up. There are whole rosters up for grabs. Like, maybe they were one of the teams who could have had Astralis when they were literally up for sale. Like, they've got the money for it. Seeding money would have.
It's really funny because Thorin did just flat out say a few times, like, Astralis will be sold to FPX. Like after they've lost device or something like that.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, no, not for FPS specifically. Astralis will be sold to a Chinese team. Like they'll try to sell it to a Chinese team that doesn't know CS.
Who could it be?
He was saying like some Chinese team or whatever that doesn't know CS, but they've got big money and they see Astralis and they're like, oh yeah, these guys won all the majors. And then they find out
it's the only person he could have possibly been talking about. Like, who else could he have been talking about?
Right? Like,
are they Chinese?
Are they Chinese?
Are they
I think they were in the CIS. Either way, like, I
think that could only be FPX, and that means that they flubbed another fucking deal.
Yeah,
they picked up a shit general manager. They didn't.
I don't think. I mean, the fact that they're exiting
have
CS,
an in-game leader.
Yeah. You know what's really funny is of the teams that you've written down in our chat here, Yumi.
Are they there?
Okay. Yeah. FPX is like I can't think of a single player you would want. Maybe Madden or something. Like, well, who would you actually want to pull from that roster? And
so I'd almost expect that like maybe like a Farlig instead of Lucky for Astralis. You know, that could be something I think is readily feasible.
I think Astralis are looking directly at the Copenhagen Flames. I don't.
Yeah,
think
they might do, but I mean,
Nikodo's
like the thing is with the Copenhagen Flames, it feels like they're actually like more of a complete
they're
circuit.
A unit.
Whereas with the FPX guys, I actually think all of them are just gonna like go their separate ways from here, because if I'm looking at that roster and the way that they struggle to get a competent in-game leader and like actually build the team around a system, like some of the players would have probably been for that decision or against certain in-game leaders, and you know, I can imagine that could be fairly divisive to a degree. So I actually just don't think that any of them play together anymore. But maybe we see like a couple duos here and there.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I can't think of any
orgs
Go ahead.
In the world that I could imagine picking up Copenhagen Flames would have been FPX. They just terminated all.
They exited CSGO according to their report,
inside this game, so it's not them. And then Cloud9 is the only other team that you could ever see picking up somebody like that. And obviously, they're not going to pick up this particular Danish team. It's just not. It's just not going to happen. And if they are the two most realistic names, they're not getting picked up as a roster. Like, there's
you actually think Copenhagen Flames stay together under the Copenhagen Flames banner specifically? Like, you think that nobody else buys?
I think so. I think that Roy is probably the first man who gets poached potentially onto Astralis. There's a lot of hype around him. He played phenomenally in the last couple of tournaments. There's that recency bias that's playing very well in his favor. He could easily get a gig on Astralis right now. They have obviously got open slots on their team.
Like, they filled them out.
Well, yeah, I guess. But they've got Astralis slots.
I see what you're saying. The 7-man. Yeah. Well, I guess Bubsky still is on the bench, so maybe they need a new bench warmer. Maybe that's where Roy can go. Keep him company.
Yeah, Bubsky will get lonely on the bench, you know. Like, you've got to have
and then sometimes
players.
Instead of solo boosting off of bench into window, he'll be like, hey, can I have somebody who can boost me instead? And then you need a second player,
Yeah.
Both of them waiting for the bus. Bubsky might be a player that we could talk about, but he's trying to be sold for like north of or slightly south of $1 million or something like that, or maybe it was slightly north. It's a ridiculous buyout, like for a player who's not even fucking played in like 3 months now.
You can buy a whole.
Well, I guess he played in the RMR, but you know what I mean.
You can buy a whole like almost playoff team for half the money of one Bubsky.
Easy decision. I think Extremum as an org is a team that is probably just. I thought they were going to pick up the entire Spirit roster, or maybe like parts from Spirit and parts from Entropic or something like that. If they go their own ways. I was very surprised to not see them already announce something because they are CIS based, but I don't know. Maybe we'll. I'm
trying to remember.
I wonder if they even stay in the CS space. You know, like we haven't heard fucking anything from them. They put so much money in and they made such a little pop. Maybe they put this cash in and realized, fuck, okay, we're getting no brand recognition here.
Well, CIS team is going to cost way less though, so that's why I was thinking if they do stay, they probably go to a cheaper region.
Well, I'm trying to remember if Stiko does Stiko speak like Russian?
Does Stiko
speak Russian?
Speak Russian.
I want to say no. I don't know, but he is from like Slovakia, isn't he?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like that guy probably speaks like 4 languages, and I probably
I don't know. I say that, and Overside, of course, knows.
Okay,
he knows every Slovakian player in history.
Well, because I even thought to a degree like if you could even slot in someone like Stiko into Virtus Pro over Flit. Like I know Flit's like a star rifler, but I almost feel like you're not going to utilize him in the best way possible. On if
Kickard actually delivers in a game, they don't need the third star rifler because they've got Yakinder. Yeah. So it doesn't really make sense. Yeah,
if Kickard
the Flit move to VP doesn't make any sense. I still don't think it made sense when they were touting to do it anyway.
Stylistically.
Like stylistically, they would need Stiko in a support role to fill that gap, or like a Zipix or something. Like obviously you need a CIS player, but like that kind of player is what they're looking for, is like a man alive in the clutch, cerebral player who's been around for a while, a veteran, and doesn't mind getting bitch rolls, and you know, like maybe a stable anchor would help, like an RPK or something. That's the kind of player you need, not like a Flit or who was like going to join NaVi as a star to replace Flamey back in the day.
I wonder if Flit's value has been artificially inflated by all of these stories that he cost $2 million,
or that
he
just
was
Navi, the fact Navi were interested at all.
Hardest play, and failed to get him. When does Navi fail to buy out players?
Every time, because they always tell them that it's either not for sale or $2 million. Yeah. But I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Like maybe his value's been inflated because there's a mystique around him. Like, why is he this expensive?
I almost want to say like this is an easy one for us to jump in on and just say like Acor. I don't think he stays on Mouse.
Yeah. If you're talking about teams that are removing players before we figure out who plugs in, Acor.
Yeah.
Acor must go. Like, it's not even like a question of like, oh, he's probably a nice guy. He probably is. I don't know. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know him.
You're just not even getting the same type of Acor that you expected to get with the roster. Like,
when Acor first joined Mouse, it looked like a solid move. Like, not a like for like, but I mean, you're trying to replace like Lan Woxic still. Like, still, you're trying to replace it. And like, he comes in and it's like, okay, he's shown promise. Yeah, let's get him.
And his whole appeal is that he was literally like a mad lion. Like, you couldn't tell what he was going to do in a round. Like, he'd either win you or lose you the round at the start, basically. And like, this op was either a good investment or a bad one, effectively on like how well he pulled through. But we see that they've like tamed the line almost too much, so that he's like incapable of actually like taking a fight by himself. Like, he's playing super passive setups. And I know that's something that I think is systematic of the Mao's like CT sides almost now. But it I don't know. It just, you don't feel like you're getting what you paid for from that player. Like, you bring him in to be that like crazy X factor, and you're not even letting him get those opportunities. It feels like, or maybe that's just like a confidence thing. Maybe that's been taken away.
I just feel like as well, when you consider that Mouse Sports did have back when they were still called Mouse Sports, fucking dumb rebrand. They were like, the main success was Flashpoint 3, and then like, they were like career highs for a bunch of their players.
Yeah,
I can't actually remember if Acor was popping off in that tournament. It would be really poetic if, like, even when they're all overperforming, he's still missing shots. I can't remember though. Like, but he just looked so like very much more on the miss side of hit or miss, even though he did have some pretty good rounds. It was very surprising. You know, it was very surprising that Acor is still on this roster. I think honestly, one thing that we'll probably look back on this major with in a disdaining manner is that the cycle went on for so long because of the uncertainty of COVID that we didn't get teams making roster moves when they should have. Like, frankly, when they should have. Like, this Sanji move, if he was going to leave VP, they should have done this way sooner. And if, you know, like, Acor shouldn't have been on the team for this long, he would have been replaced. If this was LAN CS, and like, he would have been replaced 2-3 months in or something like that, you know?
And that's one of the other issues with working with like external investors who have entire power. Like, I've worked for companies with these big investors abroad, like actually in China, in fact, and you always get these sort of whispers like, oh, the investors are saying this, the investors are saying that if we don't make the major, then the team's going to get dropped. This adds artificial pressure to you, which is uncomfortable, that other teams that you're playing against don't have. You're already at a deficit. That's what this dumb money doesn't actually understand when it's being pumped into the space is okay, how do we manage these teams? And I can imagine that some of that was likely going on as well, because you're thinking, if your bills are being paid, who's paying them? What do they think? What's their opinion? What are they going to do next? And if they're not in the office with you, if you can't knock on the door, and this is the case when you're working with investment money, a player can't just knock on the CEO's door and say like what's going on here? Like, that's going through like Pekka, who like probably somebody that they don't have a massive amount of confidence in, I'm going to guess. This is a big problem when you're working with these sorts of like big investment like companies who do have that sort of power over your future, especially when you know the results aren't going your way. When like if you make the quarterfinals at a major like this, you know that money's coming in for the next year. They'll say, okay, potential here. This is a really good result. We're going to keep this going. And that buys you an extra year's salary, 18 months salary.
Well, I know for a fact that like some teams that like when they get into relegation stages or even like qualifying stages for things like ESEA Premier, even that you can land big brand sponsorships for like potential like 2 million for like two years, that sort of figure. Which
that's
is
when
like
the pressure comes.
Exactly. That's exactly what you want to see. Like, because you get that instant bump in your pay as a player, and the organization flourishes as well, right? Like, that's all just like, it's symbiotic in that respect. So you need to be able to actually deliver results.
And if you're somebody like Sticko, you've been around the block at this point. You've played on countless teams. Is this my last rodeo? This is a really big opportunity for me. This is a big paycheck for me. Like, what am I doing? Like, this is a big pressure scenario.
The pressure will definitely get to some of these teams just from the, like, I feel like that's one of those things that isn't always organization based, but like, if you want to look at Extremum's Aussie roster, they probably did have their own pressures of like, we've basically looked directionless in tier 2 European CS. We haven't been home in a while, and you know, COVID's like basically marooned us, but we got to get to the major. We still have these expectations. Like we still we were at all of the other majors, but they qualified through the like Asian sort of oceanic RMR. Obviously, or like the major qualifier back in that system. So the fact that they're in a different banner now, like that's pretty huge, I think. Like the fact that they didn't qualify, even though they were still in a weak region, NA this time instead of AUS, that's probably pretty big. Like I think the pressures can come in many forms. For me, it is pretty wild that we saw this sort of, I would just say it's very wild that we saw this level of like collapse from a lot of the teams, a lot of the rosters that like a lot of the organizations in general. Like complexity is another talk about pressures. Complexity is another team that had a huge amount of this.
I think another thing we're gonna have to consider is that for the next major cycle, NA is probably gonna have less slots than ever before, because not only are the regions less competitive in terms of like the placement within this major, but the CIS region has actually made a bigger,
way more,
it has made bigger strides and actually has like more contenders in that respect. And so you would maybe want like 4 or 5 teams qualifying in that respect versus maybe the 2 that you would have as like an absolute maximum from the North American side of things. So
I don't think you can argue for more than 2, really. I see some people say 3, but like really,
what is it currently? Is it 5?
It's 5, I think. Because I mean, think it was Godsent, it was Furia, Liquid, EG, and I want to say there was one other team that made it through.
I guess Furia make it to the
Sharks
quarters in the first place. Oh yeah, Sharks. Yeah,
they were from the Brazilian South American one.
Oh,
so they were a different squad in that respect. Oh, Pain Gaming was the obvious one. It was the other Brazilian team.
Oh, Pain. Yeah. The appropriately named.
Yeah.
Pain,
well, you know what's really ridiculous is that of the 5, 3 of them were Brazilian teams. So North America is almost like being artificially kept up. And if Extrema made it through over EG, which would have happened if like the tiebreakers go a different scenario, or if Triumph doesn't sleep through the fucking game, then you still get a situation where like now it would have been 4 of the 5 rosters are not like North American.
And this is the most painful thing for NACS, really, because if you're the guy with the checkbook writing them for these big organizations, that's one of the big questions you're going to be asking Valve directly. You're never going to get an answer, of course, but especially when these RMR cycles do come through and you realize it's 4 this time. Like that's 20% of our representation devoured overnight. Like it.
That is assuming Valve makes a change, but I imagine they must.
Maybe
I imagine
they
if it is, it's not going to be like they're not going to cut from 5 to 2. They'll cut from 5 to 4, if anything.
And give that slot over to CIS, maybe.
Yeah, then give it to CIS. I would definitely say that.
I guess what CIS must have had 4. It was VP Spirit, Entropic, NaVi. Oh no, Gambit, because that must be 5. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they also had 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 5, 5, 6, 2, 1, 1.
Who's 2?
South
I swear EU had like had 11, didn't it? So
11 slots.
I feel like
it was 11 slots.
Yeah, it's like top 3 are legends, and then it's like contenders all the way down, basically.
I do feel like
it's way more, isn't it? Because we're talking about 24 teams.
Yeah. You count in the ones that were at the old what would have been the qualifier.
Yeah.
What I think is really interesting about if you're talking about like RMR,
at least we got the stats guy with us, right? Who knows all the numbers?
Yeah. Big numbers. What have you sent this picture of? Is this...
I just thought it was a fucking funny picture. Okay. I just like the photo. I don't know why it's
like a little waddle
featured.
To him almost,
Like
he does, I don't know why the fact that
this is the featured image on HLTV.
Okay, let me see if I can find that.
Like it's the second top image from that article. Skriv's back. He should come back in the call.
Yeah, he's still making jokes about being the stats guy. That's true. The material don't develop.
It's great. I just think that's a great photo. That's one of those legendary HRTV photos that we were talking about earlier. I think that's one that's going to go down in history.
It's on the show, so there's that.
I do love like I guess maybe I'm not supposed to like big up the competition or whatever, but I do really like the HRTV photography that they do at these events, because like if you look through that gallery, what they're doing is they're telling a story of the whole day. You've got here he is again,
welcome
fucking
back.
comes crawling back.
There it is.
You've got like Vitality walking off at the end, and it really does. It's a very nice way of storytelling. Actually, it's something that I can appreciate very nicely.
Yeah, it brings back some of that human component that feels so absent from the past 2 years.
Literally, the first gallery back was this major after 2 years because there's no lands. I mean, I guess technically there's probably like Philadelphia or something like that. It was a land.
That photo doesn't tell any stories.
Yeah.
Does it? Maybe this bumbling fool walks on the stage just to get fucking 2-0'd out of existence.
Didn't they have galleries from Cologne as well?
Yeah.
Maybe, I guess.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would have said at IM Cologne they had some as well.
100%, but it's not the same, is it? You've not got the whole atmosphere of the arena and everything, and
I think PGL did a fucking nice job with this. With the arena itself looks really good in those crowd shots.
I saw a really insightful tweet, which was this stage looks fucking awesome. That was a really great tweet.
Thanks, Dinko. I don't even know if that was a Dinko tweet, but
I don't know.
Actually, Cologne didn't have a gallery, it seems like.
That's not true.
I'm surprised you guys.
That might have been an access thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we started talking about roster moves. Figured I would send the tweet.
Okay, more general conversation.
Yeah. I mean, it's all.
We
it's
talked
all
about Black Mirror. That was a whole set. What's your favorite episode of Black Mirror? Because I know YouM3 wanted to talk about TV and stuff.
I have not watched every single one.
What was the one? Did you like the one where
John Hamm one?
Did you like
the John Hamm one? Which one was that?
The like winter prison.
Oh yeah, we talked about that one. Yeah. That is White Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought he said guy in the ham, and I thought he was talking about the British Prime Minister fucking.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about that.
That is a good episode, to be fair.
And I was gonna say, like, one of the worst episodes of Black Mirror. Like, if you take out season 5, like that is only on the radar because of that book that came out about David Cameron. Like, that's the only reason. And then everybody's like, "Oh, Black Mirror predicted the future again."
Yeah.
I thought it was only on the radar because it was literally the first.
When they
episode.
actually didn't, they predicted the past.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it's like it's the shock value of it, right?
I actually think that predicting the past is a lot easier than predicting the future.
So you think that David Cameron wrote that episode?
Club stuff?
No, maybe it was leaked. Charlie Brooker is short, like a bit of it, like he's in the clique. He knows these things. He might have known. He might have been there.
Skriv knows some things.
He might have known.
Yeah. What's left?
We've kind of just talked a little bit about how, like, obviously Astralis have already picked up some new players. Talked about FPX disbanding to a degree. Not really sure where any of those players are going.
Yeah, Astralis. The funny thing about the Astralis pickups is that it still almost feels like this is an incomplete team. Like, but they have already secured Glaive and Zipix, and Lucky presumably is who they go for. Do we think that Astralis picks up a Danish opper and sends Lucky back down to the academy team? Who's, by the way, have sucked. Royally sucked.
Yeah. Their academy team is not good.
Yeah,
because Xiphon left as well. Xiphon.
Yep.
Their academy team was doing amazing, right? Like, it didn't.
We casted them at the EDC qualifier where they
I thought people loved this team. What happened to them?
Some of the members went for Copenhagen.
Oh no, he's from Tricked.
Xiphon.
Yeah, Lucky's from Tricked. Lucky's from Tricked.
Yeah. There was one, but there was a different player. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm confusing them because I casted Tricked and Astralis Talent both at the same event and thought, oh yeah, Xiphon, Astralis Talent, sure.
Yeah, Tricked were never really like a super notable team, but they always just like trucked along the same way that like an Izako Boars in the Polish scene has always kind of trucked along and existed.
They did have the benefit of making Pr0100 disband because their coach cheated, so that was cool.
First, though,
they did have like that one team that won V4 Future Festival, and then they sold them instantly to Mad Lions, right?
Oh, Tricked, yeah.
That would have been with Hunden still on the roster.
Hunden built that team.
Yeah,
that would have been. Yeah, that would have been. Yeah,
that's not even the cheater I was talking about, but yeah, that works.
We also talked about how like Miles are likely to replace Acor to a degree, and how he's not really
I feel like Acor goes to like
well.
tier 3 Danish CS or something, or maybe he joins the talent team or something. You know what I mean?
Honestly, he could be a good replacement even to like Nikodos to a degree.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You really think he's an upgrade? Because I felt like Nikodos was known for really popping off.
He had some clutch moments.
Yeah,
but not.
That's
not
what I mean, though. Is like Acor is known for
like
not
one
popping
good
off, though. Is the problem? It's like, you know what I mean?
think he had one good map to save their 3-0 in challenges, and then people have kind of ridden that wave.
I'm sure. I'm not saying that. I'm not necessarily saying that like he's the best opper in the world or anything. Obviously, I'm not saying he's part of one of the best teams in the world either. But you know, I just have to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, on HLTV confirmed when Copenhagen Flames were there, they were like, "We're all friends and we're all coming together." Like, I feel like that's all well and good, but somebody's going to get a call up at some degree where it's like the buyout's too much or like the salary's too hard.
That's exactly what happened with the old ATK boys, right? The Cloud9 roster where we're all going to stick together. Now we're going through this one to the end. And then when the money's put on the table, sometimes parents are like, you're gonna play with this fucking fat guy and turn down 750k? Like, really? Like, I know your mates you can be mates with him with 750k if you want. Like,
well, what is the Thorin quote about like the French teams where it's like, when he bombs out of the quarterfinals, you can go have fun with him after the major when you win, something like that. Like, this guy doesn't need to be in your team.
Drinks. Yeah. He can buy the drinks. Yeah. He'd have a great fucking time.
Yeah. Perfect.
I think there is something there though for like maybe like a Lollipop, Dexter, Mir. I don't know, maybe some die young.
That's the most interesting one for sure.
The CIS
what team do you think? If every team had lots of money, what team do you think Lollipop would have went to, Skriv?
I did fake leak the amount of money. Wasn't even the right number. So.
Yeah, these guys just like don't know how to keep a secret. It's actually kind of great. Like they're like super like, oh, we're gonna even allude to it. Like, you don't even acknowledge that's a thing in the first place.
His name in the chat.
Well, because he's a free agent. He benched himself.
No, Squid didn't do anything. Squid did really think that.
Well, he's benched. He's not a free agent.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, he benched himself, but he's like intentionally done that so he can be bought by somebody else.
Squid did say like, Squid
did
just basically be like, we know where he's going, and then like forget the whole rest. The closing of the story was they didn't get him. That was literally the end of the story.
I was like, are we seriously supposed to do the analysis like we don't know where he's going?
Listen, I think we should just take this whole.
He's not going.
We clearly need to get to the end of this point with this conversation, and then move on to some other thing. What were you saying, Skriv? Go ahead.
No, I think I was just going to kind of add the idea that, like, you know, these CIS teams have kind of an awful lot of potential, especially like you look at VP. I don't think Gambit will make any changes, but VP could happily pick up some of these players. Flit, obviously, they might give him a bit more time, but while you have like this sword of Damocles hanging over for some of those guys, and you're in Tropics as well, you could take a few. I think Elian's kind of nuts, so Dexter is maybe not
what there. What the fuck did you just say? Did you say Sword of Damocles?
Sword of Damocles, yeah.
What is that?
I don't know where it comes. You know where I know it from? I know it from the Rocky Horror Picture Show bit. It's a song in that, but it's like an age-old thing.
It's just like it's like a sword that hangs over your head, and if you do the wrong thing, it just beheads you. Basically.
I think it's like a Greek, story or something like that.
I know it because somebody made a Sword of Damocles joke when we were group watching. I think it was Final Destination 4, and there's a guy who just like almost gets beheaded by a sword, who's been marked for death, and then it's like a fake out, and he goes. We're using a workout machine, and the sword, instead of beheading him, it severs like a connection that is like a safety measure for the machine. And he goes, "Hoorah! Yeah, we're still alive!" And then like pulls the thing, and it just kills him. So that was pretty.
What a shit film!
Yeah, they're all terrible. They are all.
It's one of those. It's like Saw, where the first one or two and the concept is kind of
the first
cool.
More novel,
sick. The first one is great.
The plane scene in like Final Destination is iconic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
I do like the setup of the theme park scene, whatever one that's.
I think that's the first one. The first one has a really funny clip for me because there's a whole inside joke about the name Todd, and he like there's like a perfect scene where his like then Owl startles him in his bedroom, and he like flips something flies away, the fan chews up his newspaper, and he just the one piece that like spits out into the air lands on his forehead. He picks it up, it's just Todd in all capital letters, and he's like, oh my god, like it's just perfect setup. If Todd is funny to you, that's like the perfect like comic relief. So
also, we talked about VP and
how dare you? How fucking dare you?
I always bring things back, but we talked about VP and Sanji being removed and all that stuff, and maybe roster moves. But it is good justice that VP are just out in the first round, because it's just like it's scummy organization behavior as well, where they literally waited until they had too many points to lose on the roster move, and then they were like, oh yeah, let's swap it, and they do it like midway through preparation stages as well, which is again, that's not even the players that do that, that's the organization.
Listen, it could be that the players were using the organization as a scapegoat for that, but I will say that it is a travesty still that Entropic got a harder first round matchup because of a roster move that another team made, and that was even allowed to happen in the first place. Like, if they just list Flit as a substitute and put him in every time, well, I guess you can only sub out a player once anyway. So like they would have had the same thing without making that change. So it feels almost like strategic. Like they had some fucking stats guy crunch the numbers for them or something. It's fucking ridiculous. Travesty. And the other thing too, by the way, poor one out for the Entropic homies. Like, this team should have probably been in the playoffs, to be honest. I think they would have put up a better fight to Gambit, especially if they were there instead of Furia, which could have happened. I mean, I don't know if that matchup specifically could have happened if they won earlier in the tournament, but I think if they make it over one, I can't remember who they were up against in the last, like the 2-2 game. Might have been, it was Vitality. They almost took it against Vitality. They almost took it against Furia. Like, this team's legit. Like that team, that core is legit. And I'd love to see some of them on the arena, see if Elian can hold up on the arena stage,
And it felt like they were going like 3-0, didn't it, in those first matches?
And when they defeat Gambit on Vertigo of all maps too.
Like they get that savage matchup. Like, Gambit are supposed to just walk all over them, and then they get the dream map where they just read them perfectly. They're playing the smokes fantastically. They just absolutely outclass Gambit on their best map. Or the one that kind of historically they kind
Gambit
of
has been defined at times by their Vertigo play.
Like a sensational Vertigo team, and to see them like outclass them that much, obviously you've got a lot of homework to do if you're looking at the Gambit's Vertigo, because you've got 34 matches to actually dig into there. You've got a sensational amount of actual games to watch, and they obviously watched them. They did the homework. They came to the table absolutely prepared. And if you go back and watch that game, you can just see how absolutely flawless it was.
I think the comeback might have even been T side for that. It's so long ago now that I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure Entropic's comeback happened on T side, which is not even where you would expect the comebacks to happen from in this meta. So I thought that was quite impressive.
But then the point is that they get this 2-0 start. They get the false sense of security of the best of ones.
They did go up against G2 in the opening match. Like, that's pretty tough right there. I mean,
then Gambit. Like you get these sort of false sense of security matchups. You get to the best of threes where you think, okay, if we win 1 out of 3 of these best of threes, we're actually just like, we cement our place in history. Like,
we get stickers because Valve changed the rule 5 days before the fucking event started.
You get to play in front of the crowd. You get basically all of your dreams unveiled, and they were not one of the CIS teams that we were talking about coming into this tournament.
People they were the least highly
CIS
rated
teams. They were just like a sleeper team, like a team that they might win a fucking map here and there, but they're not going to actually be an interesting prospect in this major.
I think it's really funny too. Go ahead, Yumi. Go ahead.
So they got slapped by Furia, didn't they? So that's all just.
Does it count as a slap when it's like nerves 1v4 op that kills them? Like, that's why they ultimately didn't make it, because I think it was like Yuri got like a 1v4 or something. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I think like they just feel like, ironically, a more consistent team than any of the teams that you could say that maybe they would defeat in a best of 3. They didn't make it. Like, that is on them. And you know what? I did predict they'd go 2-3. So whatever. I look like a god in that one respect, and then look like a complete idiot otherwise.
When did you predict that? Did you predict that when they were 2-0?
No, I predicted that they would go 2-3 in my pick'ems vid, which I got every other prediction on.
Pre-tournament. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. I thought it was fine. I thought this is a team that, like, you know, people were talking earlier when G2 were like losing 0-3 to NaVi in best of 5 grand finals and stuff. Like, I remember Richard Lewis having a take something similar to this. Like, don't change this G2 lineup. Like, it can work. It can gel. Just give them time. I feel like that same sort of respect has to be extended to Entropic at this point. Like, I remember
it feels like you almost have to say that, though. Otherwise, the trigger is going to be pulled.
Well, the thing is, yeah, because there are other teams with better investment.
Very vocal about it.
Yeah. Like, you have to have more investment. Like, basically, the whole Copenhagen Flames idea of we stay as a 5. Like, if they change organizations, it has to be as a unit. That's the argument they're going for. That's what they say on HLTV Confirmed and these other appearances. We need to see something like that happen for Entropic so that we can really test whether or not this was a flash in the pan. Because, I mean, we have a stats guy here. Yumi, do you know if every major you have like this upset CIS team? Like, this one was like almost an easy get out of jail free card for an analyst to say, like, a CIS team will do well. It's like, well, yeah, because we have NaVi, we have Gambit, we have even Team Spirit and VP were like highly rated. And like 3 out of the 8 teams that made it to the top 8 were CIS. Entropic making it through is literally the only team that could have made it through and would have been a surprise. And they made it like all the way almost to top 8, 1 match from top 8. Like, pretty surprising. I think you have to give it to these guys as like a legit team, and we'll see where they go.
Well, the Entropic guys, even before they were Entropic, were like the team that were already pulling out like surprise wins against, like, when they were beating teams like EG. They beat, I think, NaVi way back as well on maps like Nuke, where that was like their premium upset map, which is actually like a staple of the map pool currently. So they're actually like a very good stock team in that respect, because they can already figuratively match up well against everybody except maybe like Gambit, who just permaban Nuke, don't they? So yeah, I think them being the only upset story aside from like Copenhagen Flames, like, that would be cool, but I just don't see them continuing the project to like an nth degree, aside from the fact that maybe Hooch can just like unite them under the banner and just basically say like, oh, we're a package
unite
deal.
them by going like that and then
and then get a slap on the wrist from Valve. Fuck you.
The thing is, I think most of the Entropic players would acknowledge that without Hooch they wouldn't be where they are.
Yeah.
And
he has a real leader of man mentality to him, I think.
Yeah, no, and it looks like that's the case. Like, these are his children effectively, and he's like coached them through thick and thin, and I think that's sick. That's why I was actually kind of in defense of Akuma back in the day when they were being pretty heavily coached and like a part of a crazy project, because it's basically the same story. But you know, we won't dwell on those.
Yeah, where Akuma went, they got coached by like Starix or something, or like one of these other like cheating coaches. Yeah,
something zero delay, something.
Yeah,
but it's the Entropic guys are legit in that fact, and I really hope that they do stay together. Like, I don't even know which piece you replace. Like, it would hurt the dynamic too much, because almost everybody as a part of this roster has been a pairing in previous rosters beforehand. So it was like literally pairs plus an in-game leader. And you've got your sort of like almost Fnatic built-esque style.
That is a team that I'm excited about actually seeing come to like form, actually, and just to some tournaments, right, that aren't like Eliza and these kind of shit tournaments. I'd like to see them actually contend at sort of like a tier 1. Like, I'd have liked to see them at this major.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's unlucky. They just couldn't move the pieces like fast enough, I think. And also,
and it wouldn't have been with Smooya as well. We did make this point earlier.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And it's also the fact that they were a little bit untested. IEM Fall and all that kind of stuff was their first major outing.
And that was before the Smooya move as well, right?
Right. And Jaquinho and Brolin just kind of like disappeared.
And now we're not going to get a major for like a year, or like it's going to be a very, very long time. Isn't it?
You don't think we're going to get another in 6 months' time?
No. I've very much
2 majors a year. Are we going back to that? That's real hopeful.
I would really like an ESL1 Cologne major. I think that would be amazing to get that back in the Laxness arena.
One of the big boosts to CS esports though would be to like surprise give us a second major. If you are Valve, and if you want to make
give us a fucking third major, mate. Like, we used to have 3 of them, and now we're like,
no, I just mean
no, we want 2. Please give us
like to
2.
compensate for missing one. You know.
Oh, like they sneak announce one. I know all of you guys are moving in for the Blast Finals, but let me tell you, there's a December major happening.
No, I don't know. Maybe an announcement at the end of it. But I was just going to say on the Entropic guys, and Copenhagen Flames kind of fall into this. I think even though it's still been a bit weird getting it working and stuff like that, we have had pretty much every major. There's been like a team that no one expected to do well that did well,
at least
would
one,
indeed make it to like top 8 and well, yeah.
Don't we think that Copenhagen
you can argue
Flames
like
just
the Cloud9 team and stuff like that winning?
Yeah.
And that did fall off pretty hard afterwards, actually. But you have like your QB Fires, and there was a Hellraisers roster every time. Flip side in some of the earlier ones,
Renegades of Vanguard.
Honestly, I feel like this is one of the most
Vega Squadron.
This is one of the most upset light majors. Like, if we're gonna have an upset, like it's got to be right now. It's got to be a heroic winning the major, a G2 winning the major. I mean, if NaVi win this, it's gonna totally according to script. This is how it was supposed to play out. We haven't had any major upsets. Like a NaVi G2, NaVi Heroic final, like no major upsets there, honestly. Like, I think
in terms of the playoffs themselves, like there was no Furia like stomping Gambit and looking threatening. There was no NIP like I mean, NIP.
There's not like a the obvious one is Copenhagen Flames getting in and like sneaking into a quarterfinal, sneaking into a semifinal. There's your big upset.
You know what's really funny is I actually think Copenhagen Flames make it more competitive against G2 than NIP did. So
100%. They're feeling absolutely on fire if they show up in the same form as they did in the LAN stages.
And the only previous matchup, the only previous matchup those two teams had was a best of one where G2 won. Like that's easy to like brush off and say it was a best of one, and you almost use like the classic online like style excuses of like, oh, that's a fluke loss to them. Like Copenhagen Flames would feel tough.
Favorites argument almost, where it's like, oh, they got lucky in the best of one.
Exactly. That would have been really funny if like Hooksy walks up and or like Roy walks in and he goes, "Hello, Falms here. G2 lucky upset underdog. We have trick up slevs. Smile." And then just walks away. No, I think they're a legit team. I think there's a lot of teams that like the upsets really are like the stories that you talk about afterwards. Almost like the upsets are Copenhagen Flames and Entropic being so convincing on paper, on stage, not in a stadium, but in a studio.
But I feel like the fact that they didn't actually get through to the playoffs, that would have been the actual story. I feel like the fact that we don't get that, it's forgotten in a year's time. Like, like I don't think
PGL Major will be forgotten because like are you just talking about that story in particular? Do you mean the whole major?
I think that, it's not like, I don't think we'll be talking about how Copenhagen Flames almost made a playoffs in 2 years' time.
Yeah. They'll only be there if they all stick together as 5, because if they all go their separate ways, then that story just becomes more and more divided, where it's like, oh, he was that one component of that squad that almost beat NIP and stopped them going to Stockholm.
But I still don't even buy into that, because they're going to fall off. Like, they're not one of the best teams in the world.
This is what I'm saying. That it's like...
It's a fact.
Yeah.
Bronze coin tells you that. Bronze coin.
With some of my, I think on the point of like these teams that do well and then can kind of fall off, and it's difficult to tell whether they're going to keep going. And generally their best pieces get poached.
Yeah.
Not in a way that it's like, oh, let's replace our AWPer. Or whatever. It is in a way of like Mouse, where it's like, right, there was probably going to be a post-major shuffle anyway, a post-major move, unless something big happens, unless they were able to defy the odds that even we as an organization recognize would be defying the odds, and they get a contract extension of like 6 months or whatever. But I think, like I say, their best pieces will get poached. Maybe a team that needs something in the middle, like a Yabi or whatever, goes to Mouse,
Michael Yumi Casti, do you really fucking believe that Roy is not the chief poachee of this team?
No, I think there's definitely a component of that, but I also don't think you can take Roy without taking Hooksy.
Well, fair enough, all right, but Astralis have just opened up 2 spots.
Are those the right 2 spots though? Like,
I'm not sure. You
don't take Hooksy because you've already signed Glaive for longer. So like,
Hooksy is an IGL that like I think will not frag very well, but like his success is in solid system. His success is in how he utilizes his players, which I almost feel like he would do better from a coaching role, but I also don't know if he has enough like leader of man style sort of like grit to him to have as much like anywhere close to the same amount of impact as he does. Like this is a weird, maybe a weird take in general, but just like almost a weird point to make. But it feels like in order for HooXi to drill it into his players, like what they need to do, he needs to be in the server with them talking all the time. And that's something that like you need to be able to communicate that much snappier without like if you're in a coaching role or even in an analyst role, like you need to be able to like if you have to reset the terms every time, which is actually understandable for a young squad or a squad that's like predominantly younger and has less experience. It does feel like HooXi needs to be in the player seat to make his system work as well as it does, but he doesn't offer that much from a player perspective. I think at this tournament he probably overperformed, and I'm not even sure what his stats were. They probably weren't like massive, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they were decent. Like as our middling player, I don't think it's. But I think you have to have HooXi and Roy together because I think like there's obviously a lot of rapport there from the Mad Lions days as well as now Copenhagen Flames, and now if you move into another project, I feel like you want a right hand man that can basically help facilitate that plan in the same way. So.
And you don't think Glaive could be?
The problem that would be there is that like sure you could see an adaptation period, but I almost feel like Roy. I mean, this is going back to the whole age argument. I think that Roy can.
He's 27, isn't he?
Yeah. Like he would almost need to be like completely integrated seamlessly in the first like 6 months. I feel like otherwise you're just not getting what you're.
Yeah, that's a long time when we're talking about the sort of schedule that's been kind of like.
And I don't think it happens that quickly. I don't even think it happens in that time, let alone like a more quick time.
Because we're already adding so many other pieces to the Astralis camp that like there's so many there's so much movement that how are you ever going to find some stability?
I think I do predict Astralis to just bomb out for a while, to be honest. Like they bombed out in a sense where they didn't make playoffs at this major, but I don't feel like BlameF without the IGL role, he's got to trust in a system for the first time in years, you know, like multiple, we're talking a very long portion of his career as the IGL. And in some ways, like not just the shot caller, but the man caller, like saying who's going to go here and like shaping the system to some degree. That's going to be an adaptation period for him. We don't even know if he's going to be like the primary lurker. We would assume so on T sides, but like, then you also have to look at Config, who they have synergy with, but they have synergy. And now, like, one of the pieces that BlameF was the best at using in a system is now going to be used by somebody else. There's too many, like too many things have to go right on a team and for a leader that isn't going to have his coach that he's known forever and is not going to have, like, some of the players that he's known forever, like Dupree and Magus. Like, too many things have to go right that are so infinitesimally small in terms of, like your Doctor Strange in Avengers, like, to see this future, you know what I mean? Like,
so you think Astralis is going to bomb out of these CSGO tournaments, but do you think they'll bomb out of Nicola Nyholm, the tournaments in Nicola Nyholm's brand new FPS game that's coming out soon?
That is old news, but yeah. That was, I mean, to be honest, if you wanted to go for like purely WWE esports, like making your own game just to like pick who wins.
Guess Richard Lewis needs to have a wrestling match with Nicola Nyholm live on stage.
I feel like that would be about as one-sided as the Loda one, though, to be honest. Maybe BlameF can give him a shot. Maybe Nicola Nyholm sends in his newly acquired fucking fridge. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Definitely...
His newly acquired fridge. That's what people call BlameF. That's why I said they bought a fridge and a broken wrist. And that's what Astralis got, you know. Obviously, you know, shout out to Config. Heartbreaking, but still, just got to go for the jokes.
Yeah, those are my 2 points, though, to kind of like piggyback a little bit. You bring out like Config, the big one for me. Who knows how like healthy he is, and it's a pretty big. There's been a lot of guys in league. I seem to remember from watching that. I think one of the famous ones was High, who was like Cloud9's mid laner. He had like surgery. He was out for like 6 months or whatever, and it just wasn't the same, regardless of his reactions or his tendons or whatever, just kind of like mentally that it can.
You're out of. It's not like you've been benched for 6 months. It's literally like you can't even play the game for that long, right? So
and then also.
I mean, you even look at
like Olofmeister,
Poison, Olofmeister as well. Like these
but Olofmeister had this gap, and then he came back in Twitch chat, said that he was the best player in the world. Still,
no, that's a point, Yumi, is that like Poison had a health problem. Like all of these players who have had like health problems, even if it's not wrist related, that like go out. Where do we see their killer form again? Like we just don't. It feels like.
Yeah,
I can't remember anybody coming back, like getting to even a career-defining form. Forget about like competing for it. You know, I can't remember anybody coming back after an injury. So yeah,
we've not had any.
Maybe
we've
Device?
not had any.
I guess maybe.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any like pre-prime injuries as well. It's kind of a thing. Because I know it can happen in sports.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that like so far, you know, it happens a lot in sports where actually like younger players who maybe are not fully developed and things like that are a bit more injury prone. So they can, you know, afford to bring them back slowly, and then they still also are set up like
that's because the one injury that CS professionals are prone to is RSI, which is a progressive condition, and the more that you play, the worse it'll get. And it'll get like I've got RSI in my right hand, which is my keyboard hand because I'm left-handed, and I can't. So it gets worse as you get older, and that's just the way that it is.
Yeah, and I think also we can talk about like a game like League or a game like Dota where there is still to carry it on. I think Kai was never quite the same, but he went on to become a bit more of a leader of teams and that kind of thing. You can still guide from a positional or a decision making area, but if you lose your mechanics in CS, it's a much bigger part of the game, I think. And then the other side for me, obviously, you've touched on like Blame F and the moving of roles and him not being able to use pieces. I think also he's quite a big personality, so I think there would be a bit of tension if Glaive calls something that Blame F has maybe not really agreed with in practice or in scrim or even in the moment, and it doesn't work. You know, I think there might
he might not even give it the full attention or the full effort that it deserves.
Something like that, especially if he's going to be in the lurking role. You know, you make a T-side call, he doesn't quite agree. There's a bit of friction.
He does it half-heartedly. It doesn't clear an angle. It gets owned. He's like, well, this was a stupid call.
Halfway through what he's doing and all this kind of shit, you know. So I think it really will be a test but one of the things I will say I think about Blame F and Config within that team and their little sort of deeper pairing, especially Blame F though, is I think he really does just want to win. And they maybe had it's got to be like a 4 or 6 month period where they were in contention and had everything in the right place to possibly win. While Rush is still in the team, I think.
Yeah, but, Obo as well, to be fair.
Yeah, very true. And they had that kind of period of, okay, we can maybe do it. And they did. They pulled off a few here or there. They had like the one Blast tournament that was okay. But
even the one after that was actually surprisingly returning to form. I think that might have been in post Obo, but I can't remember. No, I don't. I
feel like Jason Lake is just a great man of the people. Like it feels like when he's at the event, he's like the wind under the team sails that they sort of need. It feels like they always overperform at a tournament. Jason
I remember
Lake
being at the iBuyPower event, which from my perspective,
that was a great event, wasn't it?
Held in a nightclub, maybe.
Oh god, yeah. With
it's the only event Liquid was able to beat Astralis in with that lineup. So
true.
It's the only event run by a fucking PC sponsor without fucking good PCs.
Yeah. And like, do you want to go through? I mean, the audio issues were way worse than the Major.
It would have been poetic if like somebody interrupted him and was like, "Come on, stay on stop. What are you doing?"
Yeah. No, and just I think
Black Mirror. Go back to Black Mirror.
The reason I will say for that event, you know, some kind of behind the scenes to maybe flunk one of the Team Liquid results. I think Astralis were like mad tilted. Because they're known as being a team who are kind of particular and want things a certain way, you know.
Especially
when
at
you're
that
kind
time,
of the best team. Yeah, when you're the best team in the world, you can kind of call for that. And there was the two things. There was a little bit of a player's
Are you talking about
room.
in this tournament they looked bad till?
No. In the iBuyPower tournament. There was a little bit of a green room. They kind of had most of it, apparently, and stuff like that. Like as in for players.
I feel like you're always going to be tilted at a tournament when nothing works. The broadcast sucks.
So there was all that,
the
but
playing
the players,
conditions sucks.
Yeah, the playing conditions. So you had there was a practice area which was meant to be above where the games were, but then they had this hard out and they were like, let's do 10 best of ones on the first day, and we were all like, you know, we got to be out by 9 or whatever it was, and we were like, you're not doing 10 in the first day, mate. Like
we've got a curfew.
9 a.m. They've got to be out by 9 a.m.
Yeah,
no, it's 9 p.m.
You just got the time. It's a time zone thing, Skriv.
Yeah.
And then, so they did half of those best of ones on the stage, half of those best of ones in the practice area that wasn't really a decent practice area. It was like a proper LAN, you know, they went across, they were like adjacent, but they were so close, no sound cancelling, you know, all that kind of stuff. Steel was loving it. He was just like shouting and making noises and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But one of the big ones was they had the desk set up in like a row like this, like feeding away, and you had the screen.
You could see it
for the crowd, and the player on the furthest end could see the screen, like just zero delay, see the screen. So
that's my next career move, by the way, is I'm going to get those Bose Quiet Comforts, and I'm just going to switch on that sound cancelling, and I'm going to win an epic LAN, and Reaper Steve, who's in the chat's going to cast it.
There you go, mate. All right, fair enough.
That's hell of a fantasy.
But all I'll say,
Vu wrote it. Yeah,
to finish off, Jamie. I'm nearly done. All I'll say is, that the like liquid result there, I think is a little bit fluked by that because Astralis were just kind of mad at what was going on.
That must be the longest-winded story I've ever heard.
Come on, it's not that long.
All I'm saying,
he just couldn't keep Jamie's attention.
All I'm saying is, Mitch man is sure.
Oh god.
All right. Wait, why did you bring up the Eye by Power thing? Besides just talking about Astralis,
it was just context. It was just context.
No. He was bringing it up for a reason.
Context of what?
No, he's talking about like how Astralis are. Yeah, no, we're talking about Astralis and like the leadership directions and like the.
But nobody watched that tournament, Skriv. Shit. Like,
I will make a point. I will make a point.
Can I just okay. I disagree with the notion that BlameF is going to have problems with Glaive calling. I think everybody in the Danish scene has too much respect for Glaive as an in-game leader to ever just be like ego bruised over, oh, I could have called this round.
It's also going to choke the arena.
I mean, yeah, I think Bit could have very well choked in the arena.
Can I just when you were first delivering that point, Yumi, I did get it from your face at first that I guess you were trying to not smile or laugh or whatever while you were making the point, but it seemed like you were about to be like when you said everybody has too much respect for Glaive, like it was almost like you're like if you replaced Glaive with Cadian, that would have been like a perfect like satire point, like a fake point. So I thought that's the vibe I was getting. Is like you were gonna. No.
I'm 100% legit. Like I actually think that everyone just has too much respect for Glaive as an in-game leader to ever be like, oh, how could he? I'm so much. I could have called a better round.
Now I just want BlameF to like walk up like and lift Glaive up and just be like, hold this L plus ratio plus you fell off and then just like dump him in Valorant or something. Like that would be like because like you're right that they probably do have that much but just imagine they're just like he's a dad now, so he doesn't even like only calls he's making is to like the pediatrician.
Point. The secondary might actually be a good point over the fact that he's becoming that one. Actually,
I can definitely agree that Denmark is like probably the best region that we have in CS in terms of like that. Obviously, talent's very deep, but also that winner's mentality and what it takes to be a great player and whatnot. Because
subservience to the system.
CIS.
No, I think
you think
the
Denmark is above CIS
in terms of a system, like a systematized path to victory.
And they also have
an even worse.
You really think that like CIS has a systemized path to victory? I think they have simple.
I think when you look at teams like Gambit and NaVi, like I think that Gambit
NaVi was famous for its system actually losing them games though, until BlameF updated his strat book to the year of our Lord.
But you've got teams like Gambit.
You have a team, like you have an evil team like Gambit.
and you have Spirit that are just there for ages and ages.
I rescind my point.
Gambit is a true.
Often, by the way, how mature a person does it take? I rescind my point. I was wrong.
You literally filmed shorts about Minecraft 1v2s. You want to talk about maturity?
I think my approach to analysis is very mature. I think my Twitter conduct is very mature.
Yeah, there it is.
I think the only thing that's good about the CIS region is that they seem to have like a lot of, weirdly enough, they seem to have a lot of in-game leaders that just kind of come out of the woodworks out of nowhere. Like,
you mean like in-game leaders who create brilliant systems?
But that's not something that's inherent to the region, and it's more so to do with like people that I don't know what the mentality is in terms of like.
I will say Astralis' system. You have got a point. Astralis' system did look amazing this tournament, Skriv.
I think the problem with Astralis.
I wasn't necessarily coming from a system standpoint.
Okay.
Right.
I did put that
is
point in
something
your
that you
mouth
can
and say
also,
you said it. So yeah, that's my fault.
But you can also come at it from that angle for sure. I can.
So
agree,
you are
to be
saying.
honest. I think
so you are saying.
No, but my point was more just on kind of like the mindset and the atmosphere around the teams and around being a player, especially within like the culture and the country itself, is much more like widely accepted and supported, both sort of community wise and society wise, and also like parental wise and stuff like that. And I think CIS is maybe a little bit different. I know that what's the like cost of living meme and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I think. Sorry, just to interject. I think CIS and Brazil are basically like the same, like in parity in the way that the organizations run. Because from what we understand in terms of like inter-Brazilian team moves, is that the organizations actually block a lot of these players from making those same moves, and so you end up with like long-standing cores that stay together for a long time. Or if there are no results, the organization just kind of butts in and says, "Yeah, you're gone. We're bringing in new people." So I think. Like I actually think the development of the South American region and Brazil is very in line with like the development we're seeing from CIS, and that we'll see a rise of Brazil in that same vein. And we already kind of do, because we talked about them like propping up the NA region as well.
Who is that top guy on the right? Where the fuck did he come from? He wasn't here 25 minutes ago.
No, Skriv's not reading chat, bro. Skriv's no way.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well, you have somebody asking about you with the classic name Poop Man21. As if the show couldn't get any more fun.
Also, I feel like the guy responding to him has gotten me confused with Yumi, I think.
No, he's just because there's two people on the right, and he just said dude on the right.
Oh, no, yeah, very true.
And
very
Yumi
true.
was on Flashpoint.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
He was a stats guy. I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we get take a shot every time somebody says stats guy, and then we'll all die of alcohol?
It's just Squid, to be honest.
The way Darian's done plenty of them. he does the stats guy jokes behind your back as well, because he knows that you get upset. Yumi gets like that. Yumi jumps onto the jokes always like 4 or 5 days late. In 5 days' time, he's going to put stats guy in his Twitter bio.
No, I'm not.
You should. That's the brand. That's the brand's. That's the branding move.
Yeah. When you're casting,
did you go to school with Poop-Man21? Can you tell him what school did you go? Poop-Man21. What school did you go to? And we'll corroborate.
Imagine going to school.
Who the fuck are you, mate? He just jumps in here, ruins our show. We had a very professional show going. And you come in with a name like Poop-Man21.
As opposed to the other 20 that came before him. Like, what the fuck?
I want to know which school you went to.
Me?
No, not you. Poopman21. You don't need to dox yourself on the podcast.
No. So I've looked on his Twitch and he's got a few streams. And,
surely you would have remembered if you had a classmate named Poopman.
You meet anybody into that
just the way you said it with such like authority.
Yeah. He is just watching this guy's broadcast.
I'm pretty sure this guy's American.
The other streamers wouldn't talk to me, but these guys just fucking rent me straight away. I come back to watching XQC. Fuck that.
Straight back to Amaranth.
So I've like gone to his Twitch, right, and he's got a few streams or whatever. Oh, he's American. I don't know. I never went to school.
There's no shot.
He went from. Did you go to Beacon High? He's not even in the same continent as you, mate.
No fucking way this guy comes in and says that British bloke on the right, because I don't know what fucking directions are.
I know the guy on the right.
The single guy, our guy. I know our evil guy on the right.
Jesus Christ.
No shot.
I'm going to start doing that in people's, like, go on podcasts and talk.
This is what this guy does all the time.
I think I know you.
I think I went to school with Richard Lewis. I recognise that guy. Were you a teacher at Beacon High?
What a fucking mess.
It was about CSGO at one point, and we're now almost coming up on 3 hours. So
I want to know if we lose viewers, Darian, when we stop talking about CS.
I am very confused now. I swear, watching the stream, he was American.
Where are you from?
What does that mean?
Beacon High is apparently in London.
Oh
so
my
I'm
God.
so
well, you're not from there
confused.
either.
I'm gonna be right back.
No, I'm not
Yumi's out. He's out.
Remember, he needs to remember that he's trying to beat the record now. He needs to be back in 6 seconds to beat the.
Vu did set the piss record, the mid-broadcast piss record.
Can you get that? Can you you need to retrospectively edit that episode and with a timer when he leaves and then comes back.
Okay.
All right. Skriv's found the details.
Was there any other CS
Beacon High in London? Beacon High in London, Poop Man?
He just why is he named Poop Man?
So how did you get the name Poop Man? Like why did you like you could have picked anything. You could have literally picked anything. Why Poop Man 21? I guess Poop Man was taken as well, London. So he had to have Poop Man 21. Are you from London?
No.
He has said it. He's given us the backstory.
Oh God, I'm not.
You shit your pants in a cabbie one day.
I feel like you should have just not told that story.
That's him. I'm reading off the chat. That's like clip.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying.
Korea Squid shot himself in a London cab.
Welcome back, you.
Oh God! Why do we have like an extended lore now? Like since me coming back, honestly,
everyone's just trying to write fanfic.
Yeah. Just saying. I know that one of the two guys on the right, and I won't specify who. All right. Where do we?
Let's place bets. Is James Bardolph coming back for a semi-final?
Oh,
Darian?
we can go full circle here. We did open the show. Besides Squid talking about Twitter block lists or whatever he was talking about, we did.
Yeah, can we talk about that again before we close?
No. But we can't talk about James Bardolph and DDK.
What's your bet? Just a yay or a nay? Reckon he comes back for the semis?
I don't. I might be the only one here on the panel.
No,
I think he doesn't. Yeah,
comes back for the semis.
Nah, I think with this, because here's the thing. If Thorin has already, if that's the theory and it's true, and Thorin's already gone and done, I said I would have revenge, then I think James has kind of dug himself a deeper hole or his own grave, or however you want to look at it, by tweeting out in the middle of the day so they couldn't really respond or do anything. Mm-hmm. And there would be enough time, therefore, because in the middle, you keep your professionalism on the desk. You don't toe that line, and you're not going to tweet about it because it's just reasonable. That's then given the staff at PGL enough time to go over this and decide how they want to work on things. Also, I think if you're at a point of like making a tweet like this, he has probably come to the conclusion in his own head that actually, fuck it, I don't even want to do a semi-final anymore.
Or it's not feasibly possible, so I'm just gonna like rage.
Yeah, it is kind of awkward at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too muddied already. Like
we know. Sorry, I was just gonna say at our level, we know how important like Twitter conduct and all that kind of stuff can be. He definitely knows what he's doing is a little bit of a bridge burn.
I do like that you've said that and said that we know how important Twitter conduct is. And then, Squid is just like,
I mean, some of us just
you
don't
remember the
follow
I'm here.
Some of us just don't follow the rules. But you know what they are. You know the consequences of tweets like that. And James definitely does. So he's done it with a few reasons or whatever, but like his actual base intention, he's done it completely.
This does set us up for the most like drama injected by the numbers literally ever to date.
Exactly. I think
they'll open the segment on like
welcome to the old boys club
for the tweet. They'll do that, but you know what I mean. It's going to be the tweet, and it's like because no one's talking about it at the moment.
Twitch chat, make some noise up in this bitch.
There you
go. I think that we've got to put this point out there as well. Is there was no way that PGL were going to give a casting duo like DDK and James one quarterfinal and expect them to be the shittest quarterfinal as well, and expect them to be happy with it. Like
Yeah.
he has actually got a point. Like, like you can actually say, like, I think that DDK was probably by far the weakest commentator of this tournament. He was hired for this tournament. Like he still got hired. You still expect like an even number of matches in some respects. Like you hear this even in like the lowest division like leagues in the whole of the CS circuit. Casters will always have this sort of grudge match between what games they are.
By the way, the other thing to mention too is that the quality of your broadcasting doesn't matter to other commentators unless you take work away from them, or like you get the grand final and they don't, and then they'll suddenly be like, maybe.
I mean, that's the big debate, isn't it? The big debate is, okay, who was the best at this tournament, and thus who should get the grand final, not who performed the worst at this tournament and should not be allowed to cast again at this.
That's like never even enters into the equation. Is like who gets filtered out in the lowest number of games.
And I don't think that was the actual thought process that went.
No, it was almost certainly a personal relations disaster, basically, right? Like
it certainly sounds like that. I think that there's a good chance, a solid chance, that James and DDK get to cast tomorrow, based on public perception. PGL have walked back a lot of the major, pretty much every single major decision that's got any.
That's the other thing too. They literally did pay to fly these guys out for one series.
Just because of some tweets, literally because of tweets. So they're not alien to walking back these decisions. It like could very much happen, and I would say that the probability is on that happening. Like no inside knowledge, obviously. Like that would just be my looking at the PGL decision making process thus far this tournament. They have to walk it back. They walked back, and this is the biggest PR disaster that they've had out of a lot of them.
Yeah, I think all the other decisions are like more consistent things that would have stuck around though. Like not having any of the games casted.
This is like a personal grievance kind of thing.
And then, and then having, this HUD decision, this noise decision, this sort of rule set decision is going to run on for the entire tournament. So people keep bringing it up. And there's a much more like human aspect to this as well, which you can just put down to like, us versus them. And like I say, I think James, by making this tweet, has made himself a them, and possibly DDK as well, whether he ran it by him or not.
I think DDK was already kind of.
I think he absolutely knew.
What's out of the CS scene anyway.
Yeah, he just made a tweet saying like, "This is probably my last major, and I wanted to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity." And like, I wasn't expecting a call. And if you're gonna take it like that, like if you want to use these terms, he took the news gracefully in that sense, and just what felt like. I think he probably felt the same way that like from the outside, other talent or maybe just like industry pundits might have felt like. You should kind of be grateful for the opportunity. And he did genuinely express that sort of gratitude. Yeah. Considering James he has been casting Valorant for a long time.
Yeah, well, James is still active, right?
Like,
he considers himself still active.
That's why there's a different expectation. Totally makes sense too. Yeah.
I think when you're sending a tweet, and like I bear in mind, I'm saying this is the worst person here at conducting myself on Twitter. You have this balance, like the risk reward balance. Yeah. So you've got the risk. If I say this and it goes badly, or like certain people are not going to like this. This is controversial. It's aimed or targeted at somebody. What's the risk of me saying that? Like, I might never work with this person again. It might be awkward if I come across them at a LAN event. And then you've got the reward. So what is the potential reward out of that? For him, it's obviously getting a semifinal. Yeah. It's airing these grievances. And then you've got this X factor, which is emotion. And the emotion literally couldn't be higher at this event. Like the build-up's been 2 years. Like he's been absolutely excited about it. Like he's stuck with CS. Like his commentators walked away from him. I imagine for James, it's probably been quite a stressful time. It's a period where Flashpoint haven't performed like well at all, like up to par what they were maybe promised at the very start. Like he's a key figurehead at Face It. The emotions coming into this major must be fucking astronomical. So you get to the end of the road and you get the worst quarterfinal, undoubtedly. That's got to be like, there's the X factor that pushes you to cause a little bit of a ruckus on the broadcast and then a big ruckus on Twitter after.
But I think because he's done it this way, it does put us in a position where like they've done one quarterfinal. Alex and Sponge have done one quarterfinal. Both of them getting semifinals tomorrow would make sense. And then you just have the TriCast that we've, I think, been sort of conditioned to accept as the final for like Anders Semler and Moses. So.
Yeah, what I was expecting since the start.
For sure.
Like actually Sado being like flown home early is actually better for the not for the tournament at all, but better for the way that the casting like
it almost has to go that way
now. Have been formulated. It almost makes the talent manager's job a lot easier because Anders Semler and Moses like perfectly happy to do a TriCast on the grand final. That is the throwback. This is the
James Bardolph
major.
and GDK not getting a semi makes me think that they're not even going to do the TriCast though. Like
that is actually
exactly.
That's what I mean.
It's contradictory evidence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man.
So I couldn't even for a second critique James Bardolph on making a tweet like this.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even gonna like
the whole situation.
I don't even
just
think
seems really like it doesn't seem like it was what PGL wanted at all. Like
no, and especially Richard, right? Who's a figurehead of this event, who's the sort of host, he's the face of the event, he's the one tying it together. He was the man who did the whole hour and a half or however long it was, talent stream and said like, right, let's just have peace this one time, and then
he said like he himself as a host doesn't even make sense and other people deserve it more. Like he was
and he's the one who 99 times out of 100 chooses violence. So to hear him say that, it's like, okay, maybe we should listen to that.
So we just need this to like cool the blood pressure of everybody and like enjoy Counter-Strike for Counter-Strike. Yeah.
So the only way that you could twist it on James is say, okay, with that backdrop, is this selfish?
It looks out of form.
Would you say it's selfish?
Sure.
Would you say it's selfish, Darian?
To tweet in this manner?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But I don't think that means it's unwarranted. I think it is selfish in the sense that he is taking like he's making a big, if you want to call it a scene, about something that personally affects him and will affect the major broadcast in the sense that different casters are casting.
Yeah.
But not in a way where it's like, I don't know that, like, no matter who you might have a personal opinion about like who's casting a major semifinal as like a fan or even like a more invested super fan or an industry pundit. You're not going to not watch a major semifinal, specifically these semifinals, which are like hype as fuck, just because a different casting pair is casting it, right? So it doesn't tangibly impact the broadcast in the sense of like viewership or retention, but it is like the downwind effects are going to be negative for PGL as a company. It does paint them as like not even involved in the talent selection and like who's doing what, because he specifically makes an allegation calling out the old boys club or old guys club. Like, I think all of that kind of comes to a head, but I also see why he did it. Like, I'm not saying that it doesn't make any. I'm not even really putting a value judgment on it. I just think
he did have a fiery series today, didn't he? Like him personally. Like I had the audio turned like fairly far down, and I heard him a lot. Like it was a.
I was worried.
For them, that is the grand final.
Yeah, I was worried that in my like knowing. I actually saw a tweet from James before the first day even happened. Or like as the first day was going out
with a face.
He quote tweeted somebody saying like, I hope that like we get it's the noise in this bitch tweet. Yeah. The same one that he quoted today. So he did quote tweet it something like he already knew beforehand. I suspected that meant that James Bardolph is like upset about a decision that has been made. And in the back of my head, I'm thinking if this is like, I didn't think it was the only series that they get to cast.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
We were like, he just put like an emoji, didn't he?
We were like, did he get the Sado treatment?
Yeah.
Is he even in the Stockholm?
Yeah. And so when that happens, I'm thinking like, what if that negative, what if that like, you can say like, oh, you should be professional and you shouldn't allow this to happen, but like it's a human being. Like what if that impacts the emotion of the tournament? Like what if that like makes his cast worse or something because of some backroom drama we're not familiar with?
But it definitely didn't make the cast worse, did it? He had the best cast of his tournament.
That's what I'm saying though, is like at least there's that, like for all the Brazilian fans that were watching, for all the Gambit fans, for all the Counter-Strike fans, at least the show was good. And he gets his inside little swipe at the old guys club on the throwback. Yeah. And then he makes his Twitter post, which, it's going to be seen by a lot of people, some of which are going to consume less overall Twitter than the others. But based on percentage of, like, he still had a net positive impact on the event. We have to give him that. Even if this goes like behind the scenes and pisses a lot of talent off and loses some of the talent their sleep, like we're still going to get a banger of the final days. Regardless of whether or not we see him and DDK back, like he still made a net positive impact on the event, I think. Particularly just for this cast alone, like even if you discount everything else.
Yeah, because like I've not made my opinion secret. I thought that their group stage casts were pretty like woeful. Like they weren't good whatsoever. Like especially like sort of DDK's. I thought that he massively underperformed. He took a really long time to sort of find his footing on the broadcast, and I think that that was pretty clear. But
studio
today,
acclimatization as well. Like, you know, there's a lot of day one problems, a lot of week one problems.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm
also,
sure.
Also, effectively for them, they were doing
just to
online
top and tell the
broadcasts, weren't
point, just to top and tell the point, the only cast that superseded today's in like sort of excellence and like actual technical casting was the Anders Semler broadcast yesterday.
For the
That's
second,
the only,
for the second the quarterfinal.
so they did the second best cast of the tournament. They also did the worst cast of the tournament. They did the second best cast of the tournament, and that's just my opinion.
What were you saying, Yumi? Because I believe you were.
Yeah. So sorry, I was just basically going to say, like, yeah, analytically, I think DDK obviously just didn't feel up to scratch in the meta department, and he's not exclusive in that. Like, then we talked about how like people warmed up to the tournament as it went on, and like you have to absorb knowledge to a ridiculous degree to effectively like make up for that lost time. But yeah, I think both of like all of these duos have done exceptionally well to be at that level, which is just all of us going around in a point because we're back talking about this. So I actually don't even remember what my initial point was going to be, but I've pulled it to something else.
And these are such hard conversations to have because they're all people's subjective opinions. There are no right answers.
Yeah,
I think I've got all the right answers almost all of the time. But like I see in the chat, like people will disagree. I've seen on Twitter actually people disagree as well. And obviously on Elo Heaven the other night, they said, okay, best casts of the group stage and whatever.
I think they just said it was good enough. They enjoyed DDK.
Like,
they enjoyed the energy.
What are they talking about?
Yeah.
So like a lot of this is just hugely subjective.
Sure.
Well, one thing you can say is that like as a name so an argument that you can make about like something Maui Snake brought up on Elo Heaven, for example, is that the casters did warm up into the tournament. That's what Yumi said earlier, right? Like they game into higher form. And I think that's pretty much the only argument you can make for a different talent lineup as well, is like they're casters that are already in form. Like Machine and Sponge didn't really miss a beat, even though they were on the day one opening A stream game where everything was a problem. They still were able to like pull together and deliver a reasonable show. And like, even if you're not massive fans of their casting, or you think that like another casting duo is better than them, like as a subjective viewer, you can't deny that they have recently casted a lot. And so they're on form, they're ready to go, and that they handled a really problematic broadcast, I would say rather gracefully. And then obviously that's the argument you would make in favor of a Harry and Hugo or a Launders and Scrawny, which are the other two duos that people said maybe should have been at this event. And that you can't really say that that's a ball in the court or a tick box next to the name of some of these other duos, right? Or specifically of James and DDK. So if you're going to levy any point against them, that would be it. But I also just think that like we all call the majors celebrations of Counter-Strike, and the arena games in particular, I don't think there's been a bad cast, like not even close. They've all been really phenomenal. So
like the only deficit on the casting's obviously been the audio quality.
I remember my point now is that like effectively going into this with the studio production is that we actually have to see all these guys cast online games in the way that we maybe we're expecting online games to be cast, because obviously it is all in studio, and like sure you can react to player cams and everything, but they're still detached. Like there's no crowd, you're not seeing like proper energy from the players, like they can't see them in booths like on stages or anything like that. So effectively we're in a casting meta, if we're going to call it that, in any respects, that a lot of these guys aren't really comfortable with to the same degree. Like Anders and Semler will be the most familiar with it, and I guess like Bardolph to a degree, but everyone else is kind of coming in cold. So I guess that was always naturally going to happen. But that's where that stage experience, like, no, it feels like everyone's just like riding a bike there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think as well, it's hard to read into the ceiling that some of those other, Harry and Hugo, Scrawny and Launders, I think they have experience, online and in front of crowds and things like that. But with the world-ending plays at the biggest tournament of the year and all this kind of stuff, for me, Harry and Hugo as well, I think why they've been so good during COVID is, we have the slightly more laid back, kind of vibe with a lot of stuff. And
Sure.
Some of the bigger games, quote unquote, have had lesser stakes attached to them because of the the nature of it not being in an arena or even in a studio. And I think that they're a very entertaining duo, as people. Like Harry especially has so much character and is a funny guy and knows the community well and all this kind of stuff. But one of the more common criticisms is when it comes to a big time serious game, can they, find that? I'm sure they would, know to tone it down and all that kind of stuff, but can they find it to the same degree of entertainment as their usual casting? And I think it could be similar for Scrawny and Launders. I think this could be a chance for them. I would have liked to see those duos at the group stages because they're not going to get the experience if you don't give it to them. Yeah. But when it comes to the arena games, I just don't think that they have the same kind of level that they can.
Yeah, nobody can argue against that.
7 or whatever. Yeah.
They have cast in an arena before.
Like, of course. But
if you're talking about net experience, though,
the arena stage at this as well, and then also I think at some of those arena tournaments they've not been on the top games; they'll be on actually the group games, and it's only within the past 12 to 16 months that they have been put on some top tier games.
It was slipping into the pandemic, wasn't it? As we were slipping in, that's when they were starting to find their footing. Like, it's got to be upsetting for them, right? And they're the guys who have actually done the grinding, like especially Harry and Hugo. Like you can talk about Launders and Scrawny. They've done a lot of work during the pandemic, but like Harry and Hugo, like they've done
the road to Rio
a lot of work, haven't they? In this period, and then they don't get that reward at the end. I think you've got to listen to what Richard says there. Like, they're gonna get their reward many times over. Like, let's hope that we get a lot of arena broadcasts that they're on the microphones for.
It's funny, like Skriv, you made the point about whether or not Harry and Hugo specifically would be able to tone down the comedic nature or the more lighthearted nature, the bantery nature of their cast.
I don't have that issue at all, by the way. I don't have that issue at all.
Well, I'll just quickly say
them? To them. Yeah, with
them.
I'll
I'll quickly say, people forget that on the ESL broadcasts up until recently, they were forced to. Like, they didn't have the freedom to be as loose as they were on, say, the We Play broadcasts, where Harry literally says, he's like, "It's me, I'm riding a cock," or whatever. Like, he's got his funny lines because they've got like the CGI shit in them.
Yeah.
And then there's also the I can't remember, the RMR, the Summit RMR, which is probably where they've really sort of ponied out and brought out the whole show for the world.
Out from Richard and shit.
Yeah. And that's where like they demonstrated that they are more than like maybe slightly less experienced top tier casting doer. Like they're more than just the backup B stream casters or whatever. If there's a Machine and Sponge series happening, or the relief streamers or relief commentators, like they have their own style, but they weren't really able to demonstrate that until they went away from ESL. And then ESL themselves said, okay, finally we'll relax the rules a little bit. And then they became sort of known for their funny moments or whatever, and their impressions and their like more ad hoc nature to a lot of the way that they delivered their cast. And I think that's one of the reasons why, well, there's many reasons why you would fear an ESL monopoly, but that might be one of the chief ones as far as the commentating goes. And when you're thinking about like, giving commentators time to get the experience that they need to say that they have proven it. Harry and Hugo have definitely proven that they can handle the grind, that they've worked day in, day out for so many events in casting terms. Because it's not just the broadcast days, it's the days preparing, it's the days VOD reviewing, the days maybe doing practices if you're doing something like that, the vocal coaching if you're doing that, stuff like that, right? So yeah, I think they're definitely going to get their due, is basically the short answer. And more lands are coming back, and we're going to have some of them concurrently, and not all the top talent can cast all of the games there as a result. So they'll get their time for sure.
We've also seen 7 commentators in the arena who came from a studio group stage, and all 7 have noticeably like improved across that stage. I think that pretty much instantaneously happens with Harry, Hugo, Launders, Scrawny if they get that same opportunity. I don't think anybody's doubting their skill level. I think that a lot of the commentators who are actually at the event say, you know what, this is actually there goes time. It's like DDK is like, I wasn't expecting to get the call whatsoever. I was just expecting them to give it to these guys. They're better. Like, I think that's just the whole perception. Like, it's a throwback major
for sure.
Well, the major has been pretty banging, especially in the Legends. There've been production problems, but as much as this major, like I said it before, and it was an unfortunate call by me, a caster's curse, if you will, that PGL, well, nobody's going to remember day one tech problems. And then they decided to make sure that they forgot to fix any of the tech problems. Yeah, there it is. There's the Yumi. There's the mute me the bit. Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, I would just say, go ahead.
Let's throw to Yumi. How many tech problems have there been over this major?
plus one. So I think that the bulk of it has to be like, yeah, the big tarnish here is definitely going to be the tech issues, and maybe behind, like, for people who are enthusiasts and actually don't just like their time consuming CS doesn't end when the broadcast goes down or the games finish. Those people are going to be like aware of the Bardolph stuff and the fact that he made the tweet, and then you know, not everything is well behind the, you know, inside, behind the curtain, so to speak, right? In the green room isn't exactly, maybe there's a bit of red mixed in now because things are getting fucking bloody, but I think we've still got a really, really strong major, and it's not as flawless as I would have hoped. It's not everything that it maybe needed to be for the first major in 2 years, but if you're going to compare it to other majors more in a vacuum, as opposed to giving it the added pressure of the first in 2 years, then I don't think it's been really, like, especially in the arena games, I think it's been really good.
How about we just if we're going to have all the RMRs run by independent TOs, why don't we just let the major be actually held by an independent TO instead of trying to combo deal with TI?
Yeah,
just do that.
Well, they combo dealed all the RMRs to ESL, and then combo dealed TI and the major.
Yeah, I think the ESL one was like strictly because they realized how close the major was approaching, and it was like, oh, this actually might be the last chance to do the RMR, so may as well just slam it with the
besides
TO.
Blast, everybody else I could think of has had an RMR in some
Relog
shape
didn't
or
have an
form.
RMR.
He said every company he could think of, dude. Come on.
So,
does anybody here not have NaVi winning this major?
I have Gambit on mine.
Oh, you have Gambit.
Yeah, but that's also because I just believe in the project. So,
and you did kind of openly do, like, quote unquote.
I was also very critical. I thought Bit was going to crumble. So
okay,
yeah,
fair.
Which may or may not happen. Like, he played well today, so fair play.
I mean, if he was going to crumble, like, in any series, today really would have been the one, right?
Well,
like, it would have been
the stakes
keep
increasing
one in front of us in arena.
You don't know.
I guess so the pressure of the first game is there,
but you start losing.
Yeah, the stakes increase every map, right? Every series. Yeah, that's how.
Just don't lose.
If you lead from the front every match, then I guess.
Head.
You know.
Like
and
if
you start losing, you got another map. It's fine.
I think it's just like when you compare Vitality to Gambit, like Kyojin was always going to be kind of a sore spot for that squad, whereas I don't think a Gambit really have a sore spot that's exploitable in the same sense. Like you understood that Masuda or Kyojin could go missing to some degree, but like you almost expect everyone from Gambit to deliver, and they're the only team that have really like run NaVi through the gauntlet, even when they've been on this rise. So.
Gambit are kind of the most wild card team in this tournament, aren't they? Because they're the team that I feel like we've underappreciated. We've not paid them a lot of attention whatsoever. They lost to Entropic, and I feel like at that point it's like, oh, okay, write them off. They didn't make it to the major, but unlucky. Like, there's going to be a quarterfinal place and semifinal place, and that's just where we put them. And now, as we're getting closer to the day and we're getting the jitters ourselves, and they seem to be warming into the tournament like a championship team.
I don't know. I think, DDK did sell some hype at the end where he said Gambit looked like they're on championship form, but I don't know if there's really that much to say that in actuality.
Oh, NaVi are looking championship form. Like
NaVi. Well, I don't even know if NaVi do either. I think NaVi look
in championship form.
I think NaVi's strats have been really good, really solid, and they've not over-engineered, and they've also they've been able to win a 2-0, a best of 3, in a context where you have like Simple not performing to his superlative normal, and that's probably like the best thing that you can say. Like, and Perfecto instead was like the guy on map 1, for example, like he owned. So if you can bet on Simple smashing on in the context of like not like he's going to go back to normal form, and maybe he somehow had like needed a game to warm up on stage, which is very possible. Then in that case, I think NaVi could very well look on championship form. But I don't think Gambit, like basically I needed to see something more dominant against Furia from Gambit in order to confidently pick them against NaVi. Or I needed to see NaVi be really weak, you know, like one of those two things needed to happen. I didn't really see either. So
also, second round best of ones are probably the worst game to ever hinge a team's performance on, because it's actually the one game that you cannot be prepared for in any respect, because you only have like the half hour ahead of the game, or I guess maybe like the hour that you get, because it's like the one team goes 1-0, the other team goes 1-0. Hey, you're just, I guess, who trust the heart of the cards, who you gonna get? So you can't add anti-strat to the same degree.
But that was a map that we did say that it looked like Entropic had heavily anti-stratted them.
But that's because if you're Entropic, like you're looking at regional rivals far more intently than Gambit would probably be looking down at you, right?
You are right. You're 100% correct. Thank you very much for those stats.
I might take another shot.
So, well, I don't know. I think we got a pretty solid preview here. I still think G2 might have had a false bill of goods with the Nip win, because obviously Nip themselves look so underwhelming. And I think Heroic could very well become the villains in the final. That's a legit thing. But
by the way, I don't think they look like the villains that we're almost hoping they are. They got no boos from the crowd. I've seen no hate anywhere. At all, apart from if
that's because everyone was cheering for them for the pick'ems. They were like, Gambit.
Maybe, maybe that's all it takes.
Did cry in the video.
Which video?
Didn't he? The video talking about
video.
Our story. The Heroic video.
The one talking about what happened with Hunden.
And then whoever was running the camera was like, "Can you
Did
cry some more?"
Watch that though.
yes. I think many people watched that. What the hell?
Because I can't actually believe that I didn't watch that. It's got 62k views. It didn't like explode, but that is fairly big for CS.
I think they've built a lot of sympathy. They even like, was it Caden did like a little bit of a
35
tune into the
minutes long.
That's probably one of the main reasons.
What the fuck did they say?
They said,
I mean, they do go about it in a very long-winded way. Let's put it that way. But it's humanizing. It's definitely like you definitely sympathize to some degree.
The biggest critique of Heroic was obviously not me, but that they didn't say anything during that whole period. They were obviously gagged during the whole debacle when everybody was speculating, when people were like, Pimp was just tweeting it, fucking like, didn't Pimp even say like, I have proof, I've been sent the proof, and all of the players knew or whatever? Like, didn't he literally say something like that?
Pimp said that he was a recipient of insider intel or something to that effect, and
he was like co-checking.
What the fuck does that mean?
He is in the Danish scene. The guy is a Danish player,
but I haven't seen any of the intel. You haven't. Like nothing was made. Like, we don't know what any of this evidence was, so we have to go off the back of what ESIC has said.
The evidence. Well, the thing is that Tesses did just say, "Yeah, I boosted Hunden," which I didn't actually know if my suspicion was.
Oh, Tesses like admitted to it.
Tesses also like I assumed.
What the fuck?
I assumed Hunden moved, like probably signed in on Tesses's account or something.
Because did he admit it? He admitted it in that 35-minute video.
He just basically he didn't admit it in the sense that like I have a confession. It was more like when I boosted him. Like so, it was just like. Acknowledging
he
that
didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, basically the whole premise was that like, he'd been told to boost him in spots, and it wasn't really like it wasn't a big deal. Like it was literally just like, oh hey, come into the server, test this spot with me. Okay, let's go. And it wasn't like it wasn't let's see where we can set up the camera this time type of.
If you're doing like a personality test, right? Like Hunden, if he was this really vindictive guy that he's been painted as over the last month or two, like which could be very true, wouldn't he have done this when he got the initial ban? Or it's this ban, which is fucking shorter, by the way. Like,
no,
it's worse.
It's a whole, like, this could be a whole hour segment where we just like recap.
Yeah, you'll say that this was in 1 hour. Listen, you
piece of shit clown man.
Like, in 1 hour, you will say this was a 1 hour segment.
Skriv 21.
No, it's clearly a poop man. Come on, dude.
And even from the ESIG documentation, it was like part of the ESIG documentation was that like Hundred had like floated this to all the players, but everyone just took it as a joke, and like the only one that was receptive of it was Nico. That was, maybe doesn't know the line that's crossed or whatever, and that's why he focused in on him.
I have not listened to the phone call with Nico.
The phone
Can you
call
send it to me, please. That's Squid CS.
Well, I've said from the ESIG documentation. I don't know.
No, I'm.
Right.
Just in
The phone call. Gotcha.
I'm not talking to the stats guy. He's somebody. He's just like away in the studio. He's got his whiteboard and stuff.
Why am I talking to the producer guy?
Yeah, let me just take away these guys.
Is it like a Mel Gibson-esque like drunken phone call? I think that's so funny. Like
you almost staggered us in like vetos.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
They could even do that on the broadcast. They could.
They
literally just could.
Production element ever.
It's literally just. Nuke.
Oh my god, they mentioned Nuke.
What do we have to do to get this to happen? I'm pretty sure that between the four of us, we could definitely if
vetos.
Yeah, if it's possible for us to carpet bomb Neokai's tweets, it's possible for us to get staggered.
Hey, PGL have responded more to social media pressure. If we carpet bomb a video, like PGL's official
video of a drone,
they have definitely asked. They've definitely asked, and it's either not possible or it just doesn't work within the time constraints of the death segment.
The time constraint. Darian just did it right there. He just did it on the screen.
No, because if they stagger the vetoes, they're likely to talk about it for longer as well, the analysts.
Good. I want them to talk about the vetoes.
I know, I want that too, but it might just not work for this.
Why are you arguing for them then?
I'm just saying, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I will...
Get on Twitter and type Sylvie CSGO.
I'm gonna have to come for Richard's belt soon and chokeslam you through.
I did like that they let him do the
I know that was a sick intro.
That was a good intro.
But James Bardolph casting a semi-final. We're gonna draw the line somewhere. I don't know.
Has
ended the show?
No, I'm reading chat and somebody's making a Squid Gaming joke. Squid Game joke. He's even flubbed the name.
Squid's been
Crab
harassed
game?
by the show's fans of the Squid Gaming chick. No.
Oh yeah.
I know who the fuck that is.
I don't know about any harassment, but I do know that like there's like an image of her face, and then it's always like the meme template is like you put like some obscure piece of software somewhere. It's like
the Squid Game chick, that woman. That's the woman who said about Deserto that she couldn't live without Deserto.com.
Yeah, it was like I follow Deserto. I think that the Minecraft shorts are really the best content.
I've made one Minecraft short, and it was a Tarek short. We cover the biggest personalities in the space. I didn't post them. Somebody else.
The Squid Gaming thing, by the way, is like some content creator that has been going by Squid Gaming for like ages and ages.
No, I think he is actually talking about the Korean woman, right, from Squid Game. That's who he's talking about.
No. Squid Gaming is like the alias of a Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
The show's
been getting like abused.
Like the Squid Game,
because instead of like Squid Game is the show, but Squid Gaming is her username.
Is her is her handle.
She
really
owned or something.
And they like spam. Yeah, I think that's what they say. They like spam reported her on Instagram, and she got banned.
Yeah, it's like you're obviously like clout chasing for the program or whatever when she's obviously
around forever.
The main actress.
No.
No.
It's not the Korean woman
not
after
the Squid
all.
Gaming
it's just,
girl. The Squid Gaming girl.
Oh, so some random girl with the name Squid Gaming has been harassed.
She's actually a decently big content creator, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I'm not doing a bit.
People in chat are like, "What the fuck is Squid clearly?"
It's 1:15. We're 3.5 hours into the show. I'm not doing a bit.
Squid is doing a bit all the fucking time.
I'm not doing a bit.
You never know when the bit.
That is Squid's game.
You're always bitting. Then the bit never ends.
The only time Squid's not doing a bit
won't turn up.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
The only time Squid's not doing a bit is when he's saying, "You'll never guess what Tarek's stiffest competition ever was." Skeleton in Minecraft.
Is this really that bad?
No, I just think it's funny.
Basically, I was filling in for somebody
Yeah.
who usually does that. So I was like, oh, yeah, no, I'll do them. What do you want me to cover? And they're like, there's this big story about
Tarek fucking Counter-Strike for Minecraft.
And then the guy who you were talking about, his next line was, "You look familiar. Did I go to Beacon Hill with you?" Remember me?
I did.
We were on a ride home from
on that.
We were on a ride home with the
viewership. I held the all-time viewership record on that channel for about 3 weeks, and then they overtook it with an actual story. I don't know what the story was.
It was somebody saying that he knows why Dr. Disrespect got banned, but I can't say. Is that the last tweet that Slasher ever sent, or what is he doing? Does anybody know? Did anybody follow Slasher?
He was on the watch party with Tarek, Flom, and Maui Snake. Even though Maui Snake was just kind of in the Discord, turned them down, and then talked to his own chat.
That is a Maui Snake move, bro. That is like don't worry about those guys. I'm just watching a stream in the background. You guys don't need to hear.
I tuned from like the beginning, and it was literally like 5 minutes in. He was like, "Oh, you can't? They're too loud." Okay, and he just like turned them down.
Nobody in the
chat. It's hard to interact
says,
with the stream and the chat. I can imagine. Like.
Yeah. He signed in on another Twitch account to type in his own chat, "Other people too loud," and then ridiculous.
So I'm not going to tell you what the most viewed one was, but it wasn't Tarek. It was about the. I will say actually, it was
literally zero pushback. Where I'm getting ready in my head to segue to
like, yeah, we can miss this.
Yeah, I'm segueing into the next point in my head, and then Squid's like, actually, since this is the last thing I'll be able to say for like the next 5 minutes,
go on, get it out.
It's the flashbang strat. It's dropping the flashbangs. That was the story.
Oh, the one where you were scared of crossing mid on dust.
Yeah, and ancient and planting the bomb on A site ancient.
Is that actually?
I'm still tilted. Yeah. I'm still like bamboozled how that video.
If for people who don't know, Squid pulled rank and well, not even rank. It's literally not his job, and then just said, "I'm going to make a music video. I'm going to get some caster who gets blackmailed on the regular." Yeah, and then just he just does it.
Was that not Anthon's idea?
No, I
just got him to do it.
He just forced him to.
I thought it was his idea.
He sang like 20 takes of the song.
More, way more. Way more. So basically,
me, bro. I would have done it with like
so basically, that was one where everybody did say no, like we're just not doing that. It's just a bit rubbish. And then I said, no, we've got to do this. Like this, absolutely, like we're just doing it. Like it's happening. It's already happening. Like don't worry about it. And then it obviously fails. It's like the worst performing video on their YouTube channel in like a year or something. It's got to be one of the worst performing videos on the channel of all time. It's like, all right, well, I'll just stick to talking about Tarek 1v2 and a skeleton.
There you go. That's the content we know you for around here.
It's toughest 1v2 to date.
Yeah, there is. Wasn't the best comment you received too? Like something where it's like, "I hate this guy's
It's like,
lips.
I hate this guy's fucking mouth. Yeah. What the fuck is this guy's mouth? Like annoying mouth. Downvote."
That is a good comment.
I live for those comments.
So we have a comedian in here who says, "What if Bardolph casts the semis on Launders' stream? Launders is an official co-stream partner, and Bardolph stole his job at the major anyway." That's from Ira Prowl X. Don't know how to say
had this whole conversation.
There's already enough caster drama already being spurred on. That's
what I said was, if DreamHack and NIP were the two companies that propagated this, like, okay, we need to have loads of women, like shit major without all the fucking get a co-stream, hire them, and put it on your channel.
Sure, could have done it. I don't know if PGL would have given the co-stream rights out to literal rival companies.
Yeah,
they could have given it to NIP, 100%.
Oh,
and I think
people would be willing to watch the game on a slight delay for their favorite company, NIP.
I thought he was going to say for their favorite caster. No, his favorite company.
A favorite cast or a evil caster.
Oh, he basically did say it and then didn't. He made this is like the Louis C.K. N-word bit where he makes you say it in your head and then doesn't say it. Jesus. So. I will say there was a chat message earlier about it. Shout out James Banks. Obviously, horrible circumstances, but you would never know looking at the content. And even when he's live on stage, where you can't cut the camera if something happens, you can't get overwhelmed in that position. Styled it out, like, you know.
Yeah.
So solid stuff from him.
And he's still going on after this event. He's going to be doing more events afterwards, right?
And
like
not
he's
only
already booked in
that,
for other
right?
Stuff.
Like he hasn't only just done that, but he's actually created some of the best content that we've ever seen at like any major.
Gloves
like
off,
this
very disarming.
This shoulder content, and I'm not just saying that. Like if this whole thing happens and it's terrible, and he comes to the major and he does a terrible job, I say they should have sent him home. It's irresponsible of PGL to have him here, but he's done a fucking fantastic job. He's actually been one of the stars of the major, and I will say this is one of the moments that absolutely skyrocket your career. If you take this moment like a champ and you start, it actually doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying the contrary. If he takes the 6 months off or whatever, his career's buried. It absolutely isn't. But if he comes back and he styles this out like a champ, even in like a month's time, like, but especially at this very event, remember, this is one of the big reasons why Stunner was an ESL kind of like constant on all of their broadcasts. Is he went to, I think it was IEM New York, he was like painfully ill throughout that whole event. Nobody noticed. And then
was this a LAN?
The talent managers.
It was
a LAN. It was a LAN IEM New York. It was a couple of years
ago.
Food
poisoning or something like that.
It was something like that. It was like a dreadful illness. Like he's literally like just coughing everything up, and it sounded like he was very, very badly ill. And he goes and he stars out the tournament. Nobody notices. And I'm not saying that that's what you have. That's what has to happen. But if you've got it in the locker, then like, wow, that's something that I can do. I don't know a lot of other people who could do it, but James Banks is obviously showing the resilience to do it, and I think that's really quite something. And I think that's something that people are going to remember for a very, very long time.
Yeah, he seems to have like this way of disarming like all the stars or like these people that he's talking to effectively, and like I guess food is a good medium to do that with almost anybody into some respect, right? So. I love that he's just like always comes in with like a fresh plate. It's like, is he doing this on separate days, or is he actually just having like 5 meals in the same day? And it's just like, maybe he actually just chows through all of it. I don't know, but I think in term like the shoulder content aspect is great, but I almost feel like we should have had more from like the PGL side.
Yes. Yeah.
We have almost like no narrative building for the teams unless we're gonna get some like Dota True Sight type thing for the CSGO side of things, which I would always love. Like True Sight is a ridiculous documentary series basically for Dota. But I don't expect to get because CS hasn't had that sort of support or coverage in the same way ever, really.
Valve have made like documentaries about
we had the player profiles way back though. You're
not going to get something post major though, like a post mortem or like a little sort of reflective look back for sure. Like almost certain, not from PGL and not from Valve.
Not from Valve. You might get
and I think
PGL.
the thing is
an
as well,
after movie, but like
a lot of those are about kind of legends or people who are good at the moment. Like we could have, obviously he's probably already had one, but we could have, for example, had one maybe about Carrigan. I don't know if Carrigan's had one or whatever, because
quite a few people forget
I think Carrigan
how many
has had one.
Actually did. Like
fair enough, but you know,
we were like, like we were thinking about this the other day.
Rain,
I think
for
Rain's
example,
had one as well. I think Rain has had one.
Either way, someone that's not had. We could have had one of our more veteran S players, but then
it has to be the CIS players. We've been saying this for years. They fail to build their profiles because a lot of them don't speak English. This is the one opportunity to go to fucking Kazakhstan, meet the family, do some filming, take a couple of cameras. It really doesn't take that long. Like it's not the hardest. It's not the easiest content to make for sure. It's also not the hardest content. So
my point is just that you could do one of these more experienced players. Let's say if they hadn't had them, or I don't know. One of the Entropic, they don't make it through the whole tournament, so you've still not got as much content as you would like. You can probably only show those once or twice.
Somebody from fucking Gambit. Somebody from...
I know. Yeah. The potential's definitely there, but I still think there needs to be more shoulder content than even that.
And is anybody really complaining if we get a follow-up?
Squid Game shit is looser. It's not an interview.
It's loose.
But the whole like narrative thing. You know, the Flashpoint stuff that Thorin did that was like, this is this team and they're legends for this reason, or they're good for this reason. This is what's good about them. This is how we expect them to perform. You know, here are the players to watch. Here are some of their shortcomings as a team. Here's some of the rivalries they might have. You know, blah blah blah. We've had like none of that.
No, none of that.
And I think that would be a great way for people to get familiar with. You know, you get one done or whatever for Copenhagen Flames, who went 3-0 in the Challenger stage, which is still a surprise. People didn't expect them to 3-0 that, you know, and you do one for them, and then it's like, okay, I watched a bit of the Challenger stage, but not all of it. I kept up with the scores, or I missed a few games. You know, it started a bit too early for me or whatever. And then you come into like the bigger games, let's say they even make it through to playoffs or whatever, and you have like a full-on narrative piece because you might be someone who was watching CS 2 years ago. You only really watch the big tournaments or the majors, and you've actually not seen, you might have heard, but you've not seen Copenhagen Flames play. And you need more information about them other than, well, this team's kind of come out of nowhere, I guess, guys. It's like, actually, no, there is a bit of a story there that they came together. They really underperformed before the player break in the summer. Then they took that, you know, month, 6 weeks, came back and actually looked really, really good and started to get their pieces working. And within the tier 2 scene, they absolutely should have been a good team, 20 to 30, I would have said, straight out of the gate, actually. But they weren't. They were losing to like young ninjas and shit, you know? And we've just had none of that.
By the way,
like no progression.
Good luck timestamping this fucking fat conversation, Darian.
Was thinking that.
I was gonna tag on as well. Like, it doesn't even have to always be about the players. Like, for like the international is very notorious for actually pushing forward talent as another element of like not only the compendiums and like
CSGO's really good for the. Oh wait, no, we don't do fucking anything for our
Yeah.
talent. We don't even give them a virtual fake item and a fake game.
You could have documentary series on them because you have things like this is like, for example, I think Shiva is somebody that like people always look to in the Dota scene because she had to like battle cancer through her talent journey as well, and actually just like heroed it all the way through, which is like extremely like a ridiculous journey to have. But you for the average layman that's maybe not paying attention to Dota, that's like a fantastic introduction to like some of the stories of the talent behind the event, let alone the players. Like you want to build the narrative for the players all the way throughout the tournament, sure, but people should almost know who they're speaking to in some respects. Like when the deaths are running and like that Hell in a Cell shit that Richard Lewis comes, like loads of long-standing CS members will understand the reference, but people that are just tuning in for the first time, first CSGO major ever, they'll just be like, why is this guy got a fucking belt? Like, it's a funny bit, maybe on its own, but they'll have none of the context, and there's like no reason for that to even be a part of the show.
They might even think that like the Hell in the Cell is just maybe what we've called a previous tournament within Stockholm that someone's won, and it's like it's come back to Stockholm because there's not been an event there for a while.
If we have like a documentary almost of like that being built up to some degree, like that just makes all of that shit hit so much harder.
A Richard Lewis profile where they go over that section a little bit.
God, I've earned it by now. Like one of the
the thing is, and the thing is as well, his career took a bit of a weird turn.
For sure.
You know, and he could easily, you don't want to put words in his mouth, but you could easily talk about not quite the DreamHack stuff was still pretty big at that time, actually, like the Masters and stuff like that. Not having that, didn't really want to work with the SL. They also have their own guys with Machine and Stunner, you know, and whatnot. And I didn't quite know what I was going to do. I went back to this, that, and then E-League came a calling, you know, and you've immediately got like a next big
type thing,
you know, part of his story. Yeah. It does kind of annoy that like those types of things to build casual, you know, you touched on the overlap the other day when we were talking about stuff, Jamie, like that's a great sort of casual look into some of the players, similar to what James is doing, but a bit more long form and a standalone thing. And you have some of these more serious things like Drive to Survive or whatever, the F1. I've not watched it, but apparently it's really, really good. I rant and rave about The Last Dance to you guys and how great that was. It can be hard, I think, because I want to do something for my YouTube content. Obviously, I've expressed that, and like, it's going to be a bit difficult.
You can just watch Deserto. We're going to be doing loads of it.
But it's kind of difficult to get like the behind the scenes footage and stuff like that when no one's really given access, you know, and whatnot to behind the scenes to following a team to the event.
You need to go to a LAN and maybe interview the player yourself for your own channel. And there's not been LANs for 2 years. So.
And I'm also never going to get the setup perfect for that.
Yeah.
You know, it would be great if I could get like a talking headset where it's like the static sort of from the side. It looks sort of like you're just watching, you're in the conversation. Get that set up in their hotel room or whatever for like an hour or so and just ask them a bunch of questions. But if I go to a LAN, it's going to be loud, getting the right sound. There's probably other people. They'll have less time available.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
than you'd
documentary-like, that's for sure.
It's so hard to do.
You have to have an agreement with the team, with the player.
Yeah. I think for me, but if given the resources, if PGL, who have them contracted and all this kind of shit, can say, you know, or even just on a more me DMing fucking Simple, saying, "Hey, dude, can I come and speak to you at this?" You know, exactly. So you need someone who's already like in there and has a much bigger, you know, stick to wave around, to say, right, this is our guy, this is Banks, who's gonna do an hour with you, and we might not use all the footage, and we'll send it to you beforehand, but it's going to be a big piece that we want to do on NaVi or the Simple story or the Bit story. You know, would be great to do all the limelight on
Rookie of the Year,
Simple. Yeah, exactly. And
we did a piece on that.
We don't know as much about Bit as a person.
I know a lot about any of the CIS players, to be honest.
Yeah, all the Gambit players, like besides Hobbit, who I did say like you could almost pick all of them out of a lineup now. Like that was a line in my pick'em video. So
like when the cameras were flipped just today, like fucking barely anybody noticed. It's like just Yumi was the first guy to point it out in the world. It's like this content is so hard to make. There are so many like challenges. It's so hard to get these agreements in place. Like trust me, it's something that we were doing on a daily basis.
Well, you say that, Squid, but we do have to be consistent here because we banged on Relog for literally owning the hotel.
This was actually the point that I was going to say, and this is why I hate Relog so much. It's because they have them in the fucking room.
Yes.
They could just walk. All they have to do is this.
Here we go. For those listening, Squid is rummaging through. He stood up. He's rummaging through his cabinet. He's pulled down.
Promo. That is all they have to do. How fucking hard was that? You've got to walk like meters, pick up a fucking camera, and just point it at the player and ask some questions.
They own the boot camp.
If you're going to do it properly,
if
you're going to do it properly, you prep the questions beforehand.
It's all you need to do.
So fucking easy. And you hear excuse after excuse after excuse. Oh, the players are going to charge us money. Well, tell them to pack their bags and get the fuck out of your hotel. If that's really what they're saying to you, you're not allowed to bring a camera in here. Tell them to fuck off back to their country. That's what you do. Get out of our fucking hotel.
You want to use our boot camp? Here's an exchange.
No,
it's the fucking contract right here. Like, can't you fucking read?
It's not even, it's from...
They're a company love predatory contracts. So the fact that they can't put a simple clause that says we're allowed to point the camera at you for 45 minutes is I cannot believe it.
And you literally only need one camera. Like I think especially within an esports, you can get like 4 or 5 different angles out of that, like more direct, more zoomed in, you know, whatever you would to even just keep like the ADHD flowing for the young.
Yeah, you could even have it. You
could even have whatever they were doing where they zoom in a tight shot on just James Banks' face, and he goes. He's just fucking slow-mo laughter.
Oh man, amazing. Yeah. So good. It was very, very jarring. I'm glad like Maui got the clip as well of it being like MTV's like Mad World or whatever it's called. I don't know.
Who got the clip?
Maui Snake tweeted it out.
Maui, okay.
Yeah.
It had the editor from like MTV or something.
Yeah. It feels literally just in that one interview as well. They do a few zooms and it's a bit, you call it like the dirty cam or, you know, and that kind of like a little bit of shakiness,
they've got the music right too. Like, I feel like I am walking around someone's house. Like,
they have
segment where
like I can say they have based that off of MTV and MTV Cribs. Like that is what they've used as a point of inspiration there. You can tell it's the editing style, it's everything. It's the fact that every single camera is a dirty cam as well. And they didn't have a static. There was the thing that we are most critical of. There are slight production issues in those things, but like that these are the sorts of conversations I want to be having, not like, why aren't you even trying to make any content? This was one of the problems that we had when we were talking about why is the RMR so close to the major? like they're not going to be able to make any content. And they weren't able to actually make any content before the major because the teams were announced fucking days before when they should have been announced actually like weeks before, months before.
And even then, there's still no NaVi content because they were the only team that was actually confirmed Legends.
No, they did actually throw a piece of card against another piece of cards.
You know,
and then simple.
Again, we're not talking about like the shoulder stuff. We're talking about like actual.
Yeah. They love their zooms at PGL. That's what I will say.
They do, and they're doing it live as well, where they like before the post game interview, where they like flip around the trophy. They're like woo 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 woo, and then to James Banks again. I like that. I don't mind.
I was just gonna let that one sit there for a second. For the sound effect alone.
What the woo woo?
There it is.
That's how you describe it. That's yeah.
I will briefly say that I have looked at Reddit for the first time in 2 days, which is a new record for me.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at it either, to be honest.
And I just want to say it is one of the things that it brought up.
My content. So.
It brought up the viewership statistics. Apparently, we broke the record already.
Oh, we're not getting into this fucking conversation.
Yeah,
this is such a bag of snakes,
it's been talked about by a bunch. Ryan actually made a really good point for all his faults, right? You know, Rush B Media. But it's kind of like we start.
That's got to be news in itself. That's got to be breaking news.
Yeah.
If Ryan has made a good point.
But anyway, you know, just saying that, like, if we start talking about it, then it becomes a point of contention. Then we'll like ride our high horse, and then like I don't know, Worlds will beat it in a few days, and then you know maybe Valorant will beat it for a certain event at the end of the year, and then we'll pretend like we don't care, you know, or Valorant will get more English viewership, while we get more Rush. They might get more total because they have a bigger reach in China as Riot, you know, and all this kind of shit. Like,
when has CSGO, when has the fan base ever been scared to talk about viewership?
There's one dude. I'm just saying.
No. It's like right now. That's the only time in CS:GO, like since 2013.
Yeah, is the point literally,
anybody has been apprehensive about talking about viewership?
Is the point literally that we shouldn't talk about viewership because it'll give us like Napoleon disorder or something, Napoleon complex?
That's
I actually don't.
I
think it's another bad rhyme.
I feel like that's a defeatist angle, though. Like you're
basically
just saying,
you prepped it up like he had made his.
Napoleon complex is when you're short and you're insecure.
Oh, like short man syndrome.
Basically.
Yeah, but
like I was basically saying, like you have an inferiority complex because of it.
It's penis envy.
Penis envy is only for non-penis havers, which I can't say women anymore because I'll just get canceled. But you know,
but you did.
I thought you prepped it like Ryan had made his first good point ever, and then it turns out
I think it's a fair point.
What is your like? Since you've said his point, what do you think is like salient about it exactly? Like, where does the agreement come from?
Yeah. No, it's just in the sense that like if it gets trumped or you know if it goes down after the major,
that's how you know you've lost an argument, isn't it?
What he says he had the
I haven't even given my counter argument yet, and I feel like I've already fucking.
No, I'm just
won.
saying, like if it gets beaten, all right.
There
If it gets trumped, you know that it's you know. I'm just saying, I think like it is important to talk about it, but you don't want to dwell on it too much.
You don't want to basically take start cashing
right,
checks
and then when the numbers for like ESL Cologne are half of the major, look how CS is fucking fallen off, guys. You know?
Oh well, people are always that's almost like a meme that Twitch chat does to support CS, where they say like they're at the like the pregame like countdown timer, and it's like 5K viewer major final or whatever. Like you know, they say that. Yeah,
numbers are really important.
Well,
we shouldn't be scared to talk about them.
Fucking thanks.
We shouldn't be scared to talk about them. We shouldn't hide from the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The English viewership numbers are massively, humongously important, as I've said 1 billion times, which is also a number. It's just fucking. I can't like. We're having these conversations time and time again about how this is the most viewed major ever. I still am underwhelmed by the English viewership numbers. Actually, I think we were at about 350 today. Like that's a bit lower than usual. I'd like to see it get. We didn't place a bet? Like I placed a bet. Was it with you, YouM3? Didn't you say that this major would get over 1 million English viewers?
I didn't say that. I said
Boston definitely did. that the
100%
final was over 1 million.
Yeah, but it's also an American team. There won't be one. There's not. I hate to break it to you guys. There's not one.
Yeah, we're probably going to lose actually a lot of the
world.
English viewership because there's going to be a Russian team.
I don't think we'll lose. If NaVi makes it, we won't
Russian
lose that
stream.
many English.
I mean, you're guaranteed G2 or Heroic, right? Like both of those are.
Well, both of those will drive some viewership.
Those 200,000 to
English-speaking
300,000 that might end up watching the Russian stream would probably be watching the English stream if a Russian team wasn't involved. But I think for the sort of patriotism aspect, you'd want to watch it in your native language.
I think just because they literally have the X Factor in the X God on the Russian stream, so of course you're going to watch that. Given the opportunity.
The fact is, we are in a Western-dominated media market where that is what matters. That's where the CPM is. That's where the majority of sports viewership comes from, and it's overwhelming in that case.
You tap the American market, like you're good. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and that's why I'm glad that they've moved the schedule back, because obviously we had all of these early matches. I was sitting down for my tea at 5 o'clock and the matches are already finished. Like, this is a bit of a problem. So the fact that it looks like they've either moved the schedule back or that was the way that it was initially planned, it kind of makes me question why the games earlier in the tournament were so early in the first place.
I do feel like
I'd love to see some numbers.
Oh, well, the reason why is because they were very scared of the not paper tiger that is the CSPPA saying you can't go past midnight on local time. So
it's just that's just
what are you gonna do? Pull out the major?
Isn't
it? Yeah. We'll be
not
vetoing. We'll be yeah. I'm glad even the chat is in on the joke now, Yumi. I'll just say that much.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
that's Reaper
what are your
Steve.
projected numbers? By the way, I am building your brand here, Yumi. You should give me 10% or something.
Yeah,
the real dig is that you're not supposed to even tell me about that.
Keep saying it. Yes. Aha. And we come full circle.
Indeed.
Wait, it took me a second to get it too.
No, it's such a it's an older joke. Yeah, that's Reaper Steve. I mean, I've worked with him before at Epic Lands, so he's just come to add fuel to the fire.
You've got to give me 12.5%. You've got to give Kieran 12.5% as well off the top. He might just take that before it gets into your bank account, though. So
he'll ask you to invoice him directly. So no
See, notice how you were trying to I'll be way more subtle about that, but
Kieran's like, can all of the PGL talent just invoice me instead, and I'll make sure it all gets to them.
Joke's on you, chatter. I have no more water. I can't stay hydrated. But you can keep redeeming the points if you want. That's fine.
What a waste. What a waste.
Squid did literally make me drink water for like an entire 10-minute segment while my guests awkwardly talked amongst themselves with no direction.
That's still the most fun I had this week.
Well,
and we're at the end of the week.
Yeah.
Or month. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're at the start of the month, so we'll see about that.
Why does that sound so creepy? We demand moisture.
That's just how it is.
It's just because it's moist.
Yeah. I will say I have stood up. I'm the only one who hasn't left in this 4-hour conversation, so I guess there's some.
That is true. I think that Skriv, that guy earlier, was definitely just trying to find out where you're from. Like, he was just definitely just
to talk to you. He was going to circle your location on the map.
If I'm on Grindr, can I spot this guy in my area or something?
And then he was going to sell it to that Vu stalker.
Yeah.
He's
I guess we are at the end of the show now. We can probably talk about Vu Stalker if you want to, Squid.
It's just funny. I think he's just trying to be like a nice guy. And
he was just trying to be helpful, but it's like a little creepy.
Too far.
He was trying to help the serial killer that's after Vu because he can't get to Richard Lewis. You look vaguely similar body type. Is that it?
I hate to say it because I guarantee you'll just watch this or whatever. But I think that some people...
We're 4 hours in and you watch it to the end.
I think somebody will go on, tag him in the post, Darian.
Should I tweet out talking about at Vu CSGO for the last hour?
Now.
It's just such a non-self-aware thing to do, isn't it? To literally circle where somebody is on a map, just a private individual, just say he is located here.
Because I think it started when he was like, "Oh, he's just beside the Russian flag," and I don't want to harp on it too much. But it started.
He is in seat A51.
Well, the thing is, I asked Vu, didn't I? And I got a picture, and he uploaded the exact same picture that he sent me. Is the one that he then responded with as like reference.
Then the guy goes onto PGL's website. Think how much work it took for him to fucking do that. He went onto the ticket website and found the map, and he's like, "This is," or it looks so it's on the stands. And then I compare it to the broadcast. So it's not central, so it's left. And all right, this one.
He's literally triangulating the position. Yeah. Got his fucking.
I like to think as well. I like to think that Vu responded, and he was like, actually, it's more like I think the guy had circled B21.
Yeah,
was like, it's actually more like A21.
Yeah.
And I just like to think
bad
this guy
doxing,
like opened his phone, was like, oh, Vu's replied, like opened it. He just looks at the response, he goes, fuck, like he just got it completely.
my deduction, my detective skills are not up to par.
On the topic of Vu, Reaper Steve has asked, did someone claim the $10 yet? No, it got doubled to $20 because the person didn't claim the prize. Okay, so he said,
well, he found him in the venue,
one.
and you just hadn't added the little caveat.
And then I said that we were just going to double it every day. So we're going to double it again to $40. So there's a $40 bounty on Vu's head, which I think I know who's going to win it. I got there's a definite favorite.
Is he in this
obviously
call?
That fucking guy online.
Oh.
It's obviously the stalker guy.
I thought you were gonna. Well, no, because it has to be on the broadcast. You have to see him in the crowd.
He was. That's the thing. That guy wasn't even at the event.
I didn't see that.
That's not.
I didn't get that.
That's not true. No.
True. It is true.
Surely
it's true.
Not.
Look, I'll message him right now. He'll reply in like 1 second. What's the guy's name?
Fuck me. I didn't even see
the
tweet.
Neo guy tweet.
Is it M something?
Let me find the Neo guy.
Here we go. Hell. Live twittering. Oh, I did. I was supposed to live
crystal,
block
mint crystal.
Oh, okay.
There's no way this guy's awake.
You at PGL Stockholm in person. He'll instantly, if he's asleep, he'll just hear the buzz and he'll be like, and he'll wake up straight away. He'll be like, "It's Vu," but it won't be. It'll be me. It'll be me.
Actually, yeah, he did say, well, I had a single pick to work with.
He did not. Yeah, exactly. He's not at the venue. He's
this
online.
Guy just, oh my god.
He's online. I promise.
There's no way.
This guy. So I do have this guy muted, but he literally comments on every fucking one of my tweets. So obviously I just muted him because I don't need to deal with that shit ever. And then when I go onto like an alt account and look at my own Twitter, as every normal person does, I just see his comments. It's like,
just mute him on that account too. What's the big deal?
No, because then I'd have to go to a third account.
Well, you know what? You keep up that behavior with all your alt accounts. I'm sure you'll be casting in a major in 2 years. So, where do we go from here? Is that it?
Talk about SCJ.
I think that's where I'm to now. Like,
yeah, it's getting late.
It is getting late. It's late, especially for you guys. It's literally like 10, almost not even 10 o'clock for me. So
we're doing one of these every day, right?
Yeah, I don't know that there'll be 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
We were playing catch up a little bit. We talked about all the quarterfinal games.
I also joined like halfway through, kind of. We rehashed some points there, I suspect.
Yeah,
and then it's also a fourth person, so it's just going to go longer.
So there was this other story.
Eternal Decay in the chat has said that I was right. Zyphon did play for Astralis Talent, so
Zyphon
you said
did.
Fucking late. That's a bit
I think
late.
if you go back and watch it, I think it may well have been like a Freudian slip in your head that you had Lucky played for Tricked.
I didn't mention Tricked at all.
He said Lucky. Did
he just make a comment about something that we were talking about 2 hours ago?
Yeah, I know. I don't know how he's like retained that nugget of information.
I'm sure we were talking about the Astralis moves. And you were like, do you think they replace Lucky and just get a Danish Orper and he goes back to Astralis Talent?
I said, who would you take from FPX? And then I think it was Yumi who said Farlig for Lucky. Yeah. And somehow we got on the topic. I said, like, does Lucky go back down to Astralis Talent?
Yeah.
and then said
and Lucky's from Tricked, so
and Lucky's from Tricked.
Reaper Steve, those
to be fair, I think we did spend a bit more time on it than we needed to because it. You know.
I'm 100% sure Lucky is not from Tricked.
Reaper Steve, those numbers are also not correct. It's 1.35 million across all of the languages, and then 500,000 of them are Russian streams. And this is the problem with people talking about stats on esports and the sort of like the incorrect way that they're put across in these actual social media posts is people will just think, oh, 1.35 million on fucking English stream. That's amazing. When it's not. It's 1.35 million total, and over a third of that is Russian.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the tweet is misleading, but people are just interpreting the data without actually looking at what the numbers actually mean, right? They're just like,
yeah, it's
they look at the big number.
It's kind of incomplete. Like, if you wanted to brag, you should put the English number there, in big bold letters. You should be very proud of that number, but obviously nobody is, and that's why nobody's talking about.
We're a global game. We're not only just English speaking. Like, I know. I
know,
but
I think the contention here is the contention is the thing here that like.
The contention is that we need English viewership to grow the game.
Yeah, but is the contention here that, like we've said, we have the most viewers of any major, and actually we don't? Is that really the ultimate contention? Because they've said that we've broken viewership records, but are they saying total viewership records against only English viewership records?
Like,
not all viewership treated the same,
but not all viewers are equal.
Yeah, of course.
Unfortunately, like, and that's not me determining that. That's not me just being fucking racist.
That's like advertisers,
literally Google. That's literally
That's Google being racist.
Company.
You're right, Squid. Cancel Google. Just get them out. Fucking.
I mean, it's actually the companies themselves. Those viewers spend less money, so the CPM, like the actual money retained for advertisers, is less. Thus, that viewer is worth less to the advertiser. They're not worth less as a fucking human being. They're worth less to the advertiser.
So many obvious jokes I could make here, but I'll restrain myself.
Yeah.
All right, so we've made it. We've officially crossed the Rubicon of 4 hours. So I think we can probably close this out here. I have no overlay. You guys have been staring at a Discord call this whole time. If you've been watching,
you got to make one when you upload it.
Yeah,
to
and
YouTube.
then edit it, and then
that's gonna be the longest.
And then every time the cameras shift from 3 to 4, you have to like keep adjusting.
That would actually be more easy in edit. Since
just keep the last like I don't know. I was gonna say just keep the last frame of me before I leave.
Yeah, but you don't know if that frame is just you going, and then
the whole
it'll be you doing the Adner's face.
Yeah, just ridiculous. The best part is I couldn't even see that face because I had my eyes closed. So I hope.
Well, you'll have to. It's a good job that you're going to spend so long editing the VOD because now you can go back and look.
No, I can use that. I can use that as the thumbnail, obviously. So go ahead.
I just want my final point. My final point.
I'm not from Beacon Hill, Poopman21. You fucking asshole.
No. I was gonna say. I think Poopman21 stole the show.
He did.
To be honest,
there was a point where he did literally
a far better job
this
than
man who shat himself.
Oh
in a
yeah,
cab,
he literally
hijacked the show. Like.
Yeah.
I've got Squid at the end too. Perfect.
No, but he did though as well. He did though, didn't he? He fucking said, "I shit in a cabbie one time."
Yeah, that's how he got his name.
You just don't answer that. You just like you know.
You just say,
"I'm just called Poop Man, lol," or whatever.
I'm just called.
It needs to justify it.
A guy who shat in a cab stole our fucking podcast.
That's not as well. The thing is, it's like you don't.
That's what you open with.
That's something that it's like what the boys lads call you, but they'd call him like Poopy or whatever, or some shit or like.
Some shit,
or
it would be.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't just call him Poop Man. That's what a fucking like 5-year-old.
That's what all my friends call me.
Poop Man. Yeah, that is true. That is true, Skriv. We're all laughing, but this is a real point. Like nobody would shit themselves and then get like the diss name that you get as a result of that when your like friends are having one on you. Nobody's like,
I'm gonna immortalize it. This is my alias now.
Yeah, well, for one, nobody names themselves on Twitch after a shit in a cab. But at the same time, like surely
it's also just a shit name. Like his friends do not have like the creativity. Did he name himself Poop?
That's what. He's not here.
He got ahead of it like every good politician. I know this is going to come out sometime, so I'm just going to tell everyone about it.
It's like the story that I'm thinking about right now, that the head of content at Allied Esports claimed that everybody at ESL used to call him Mr. One Take.
Yeah, you told me that. I made that joke. I made that joke. And it's just the fact that Squid was like, no, I know someone who does that.
Just imagine this. Like, it's my first like relatively big job in esports. It's my first salary that I've been on, and they hire a new head of content. I'm 18 years old, and he comes in, and I'm doing I'm taking like 5-6 takes or whatever in front of the camera, pretty standard. Like, I do like other videos. It's usually a lot more than that. I fell off, and he like doesn't like try and support me or whatever. He's just like, well, actually, everybody at ESL, because you know I used to work at ESL, used to call me Mr. One Take. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, that's definitely something he invented in his own fucking head.
Nobody called him that, but he did one day in like the middle of his career or whatever, and they did one scene in one take, and he was like, "Fucking hell, that's quite good. That is, you know, I've never done it in one take."
He was like, please subscribe to ESL Gaming. And then he's like, one take, high fives right in the office. Fucking hell. How did he do that? Mr. One Take. What the fuck?
And so anyway, I shat myself in a cab and said, quite good that is. Poop man.
Oh, it does. It comes full circle on the. It goes into a Twitch. It goes into a Twitch chat. It's just like,
that guy.
They call me Mr. Poop Man.
There's no way, man.
That reminds me of a story when I had my second job at esports, when I shat myself, and then he walks in.
He says, I can smell that from a mile away. They call me Poop Man.
He's like, you're fucking nothing on me. You got nothing. You don't know what my nickname is, do you?
Oh.
All right. Well, YouM3, what was your favorite part of the show?
Come on, man. I brought it back up, and we're crying again. Like it's just the gift that keeps on giving. You know what I mean? This guy.
My face hurts, man.
But there's also the fact that on top of it, not only we got all this content out of Poop Man, but he came in and he said, "I think I went to school." And then he goes to school. This in fucking London. It's like half the country away. Oh,
and also, Skriv doesn't look like anybody who anybody went to fucking primary school with. He doesn't look like any primary school student ever. How would you know?
I don't. It was a high school, but I still look quite different from high school. Like, do you know what I mean? Jesus
Maybe he
Christ.
just figured you'd recognize him by his nickname and just you know the story.
I do look like
that's so Beacon Hill.
Yeah, that is so Beacon Hill. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, that's the show. Thanks, Poop Man. Appreciate you. Maybe you'll be by tomorrow. Drop a follow on the stream if you haven't already, guys. We do this every day after the major. So for today and the next 2 days. Yeah. So it's probably not 4 hours and probably not with Poop Man, but you never know what happens. So.
I hope he's a recurring guest.
Just get him on. We gotta get him on and do like a walk down or something. It's some massive like long-term reunion. He's like my long lost friend from school. But
I want to do a bio on that guy.
He's like my long lost
do a player profile.
Let's do a Valve player profile on him.
Jesus. Valve would probably do it too, because they only do memes now if you've seen their Twitter. So
yeah.
Whatever the fuck. All right. Well,
I'm gonna search him on Twitter.
Now they do TO. Now they do TO social media posts about who's casting the games.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, just in time to say, "See you later, DDK."
Support, right, guys? This is support, right, guys? You know, and like fucking Bemis is like, bro, can I get some stickers? They're about to like kick me from my team and shit. I think I tried quite hard to be here. You know, it's just like, sorry,
fuck them kids.
For no apparent reason, we're just not going to give you any autographs. You know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe
money
that'll be a topic.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, they do have launders in the Twitter header thing, so I guess they support CS allegedly, and that's it. So that was a show. Follow us. We'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll have an overlay by then. Probably not. Bye.